That is correct, Dippity. I am just opening it up and realizing that I have not programmed in, oh my gosh, like probably over 6 months. So this is going to be mostly just kind of like chatting about what the plans are. Maybe setting up like some classes for the different paths, but fundamentally it's really just going to be like a chill stream. Nothing too crazy. Which, hello everyone. I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this. I don't know how long I'm going to be programming. My plan is to Disco Elysium at some point, so let me actually add that to the title. Disco Elysium. Okay. So, title's currently updated. Welcoming in Wolf and also Dreek and also Dippity. But I figured we were making jokes about making a TTRPG the other week where you are GM and the different romance paths are the players in your group. So I was like, screw it, why not? I don't really know what I'm in the mood for today. Why don't I like start that up, check that out? So that's what my intention is. Hello, Kaza. Hello, Kaza. You get 2 hellos. Although most engines have some form of dialog trees, so I'm most familiar with RenPy. I have made a couple, like a small handful of completed projects in RenPy, and I've also just tinkered with RenPy. So I'm not experienced enough in Python or C or Java or anything to shift to a different engine wholesale. I mostly have experience in programming with RenPy's specific variation of Python. Hello, Maddie. Isn't DM trying to date a player quite the common D&D horror story? Yes, it is, which is why we have to make this work. I don't know. I've heard, based off of chatting with everyone in on stream, is that everyone was like, this sounds like such a fun idea. So I want to see if I can make it work without it actually being like creepy or weird. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm a little sore actually because I went out. Hello, Kaza, you get a VIP. That is your 3rd hello. Hope I had food today. Honestly, all programming languages are equal. You know one and you know all of them. That's the thing. I don't even consider myself knowing one. I consider myself being serviceable that I can look stuff up to actually, if I look something up for RenPy, and then it says do X, Y, and Z, I can probably do X, Y, and Z. But if it says, like, I know the difference between a text input and a screen and a image map on RenPy because I've put in dozens of hours of learning RenPy. But if I transfer it over to Godot, I have to worry about like input sensors and output signals and all of that stuff, which I have like flirted with, I've seen, but I can't claim any degree of comfort with. So while I appreciate the sentiment, I'm not a big coder to begin with, although I did just put on arm warmers. I did just put on arm warmers because I know that gives you like a buff to your coding, I assume. Okay. So I didn't open chat on my other window. I'm like, why is it so hard to read chat? And it was because I was neglecting my duties as a yapper. I bet they had rice. I did not have rice, specifically because it was like half an hour ago, and I'm like, oh, I have some like leftover ramen broth that I could like pour on some rice, but I don't have rice. My roommate was just like, I could make the rice and then like bring it to you in half an hour. And then I'm like, thank you. However, I would be on stream, so then I wouldn't eat it and then it would get cold. So the one thing preventing me from having rice is the fact that time is a constraint that even gods cannot overcome. All that to say is I'm probably going to have rice later today after stream. Don't switch topics, Arrow. Did you or did you not have food today? I had food today. I had a little bit of food. I had some breakfast. I had a meal prior to streaming. You don't consider yourself knowing anything? Well, yeah, you also have a very low opinion of yourself, Maddie, which is why constantly saying that to reinforce it to yourself and others is only going to perpetuate the cycle of negativity. Godot isn't super difficult to work with, but yeah, learning new engine is always hard. Okay, so I was trying to get into learning Godot, and I was on a server where people were like teaching each other game dev, programming, like basically a repository of information for anyone who wanted it. And anytime anyone would say, "Hey, I'm trying to learn Godot," the default response would be to send them an 11-hour YouTube video, which is a guy's like compilation of months worth of like step-by-step tutorials of like, here's how you upload image files, here's how you associate an image with a character, here's how you take that character and transition them between scenes, like here's how you do a top-down perspective and add in the movement, here's how you do sensors so that you can move into a location and then that initiates a scene transition. Like 11 straight hours for that. And anytime anyone would say, "Hey, I want to learn Godot," they just send them that video. I got like 4 hours into that video. I watched that video while following along and actively programming it for like 4 hours. And then I just never finished it. We stand between Arrow and their rice, a dangerous place to be. Listen, I'm not going to say I'm willing to take out anyone in my way if they stand between me and rice. But what I will say is that, do you value your life? I forgot my headphones aren't connected. I heard the gunshot from my computer and I'm just like, that wasn't me. No, why? Dang it. I mean, that explains why you're here, I must say. Oh, I went into someone else's stream last night. I went into Orleans VT, often lurks here. We chat intermittently. Orleans sees me in chat and just goes like, hey, Arrow, hey, Arrow. And then just like whips out a gun. And then I'm like, well, I guess it's time for a taste of my own medicine, isn't it? And he's just like, yeah, isn't so sweet now that you're tasting it yourself, is it? So apparently people don't appreciate when I shoot them when they're lurking in the background of my screen, which I think is a sign of cowardice, personally. Can I print the word hello? Yeah. Like, if I really wanted to, I would just go, hello. Because in RemPy, it's built as a, wait, is it? Yeah, it's literally just E. I just do E. Oh. I just do E, and then that'd be chat. Oh, should chat make a cameo? That'd be so funny. Wait, so how am I going to do this? So if I have multiple windows that I'm going to be popping between, because I have the actual script window, and then I also have the... Okay, I think what I do... A little bit. Why is my mouth not? Please hold. Please hold. My model is being weird. Let me see if I can fix this. If chat makes a cameo, does that mean it's an actual play series or something? Oh my gosh. Well, see, and that's the thing is that I was just saying like, oh, what if chat makes a cameo just to be like silly, just be funny. But what I can do is real quick. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out. I think I need to do a display capture so I can constantly pivot between the programming window as well as the actual display window of the executable. If you can print hello, you know how to code. Print hello. You stood between where Maddie's bullet started and where it ended, an even more dangerous place to be. The window and the Google window and the engine window. I mean, I don't have a Google window. All I have open. How would I do this? I can do that. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a very dangerous game. The most dangerous game, some might say. And that will be... Let me hop over to you. And we are going to open up a display capture. Oh, you are maladjusted. Let me fix you. Ah! Please hold. A minute, that would do an infinite loop. Why is the ratio so weird all the time? I thought I fixed the ratio. Is my little border not 16 by 9? How dare it? The hoe. Okay, this is good enough. This is all you get. I'm sorry. Okay, however, so is audio being weird for anyone else? So when you say audio is being weird, is it the same audio that was being weird last time? Or am I just kind of like quiet? Because if we deal with tech issues now, we won't have any tech issues later. Also, is this even like... Oh, you refreshed and it's fixed now? Good. Okay, I was just super worried for a second. So this, I believe this should just print hello. This will say chat says hello. Hello. Oh my gosh, my voice cracked. And that's the end of the game. All right, we have made a video game. We have made chat saying hello. So I think what we need to do is, whoa, run by editor. Yeah, exactly. I think what we need to do is decide. Oh, crazy that you say that as I go over to paint. We need to decide, all right, so if the premise of the game is that you, oh my gosh. If the premise of the game is that you, as a GM, have 6 players who you can romance. We need to figure out who these characters are. We need to figure out who these characters are, what their paths look like, what differentiates them, how do we want progression to go? Because, fun fact, the thing that a lot of people don't realize about programming is a lot of programming happens before you actually start coding. And I'm by no means an expert. However, I think that even programmers in chat would agree with that. Purely because you need to have like a roadmap of what you're doing. You can't really discovery code in the same way you can discovery write. Like you can, it's just probably not going to have the same setup payoff that it would if you set up or if you plan from the beginning, here's what I want to do, here's how I want to accomplish it. Oh, I figured out a new and interesting way to accomplish this, I can pivot. But if you say, I'm just going to go for it and see what feels nice, then you'll probably constantly like be beating your head into a wall. Kind of messed up trying to rizz up your players, the power dynamics are out of whack. That's the thing. This is a lighthearted game, and I think what we do is we just say in the beginning, hey, don't actually do this. And then just move on from there. Totally unbiased, we need a goblin player. Yeah, tons happens on Excel sheet. The 8th secret character is the player. Ugh. See, that's the thing is that I think it is a very valid concern to be like, oh, this is a power dynamic. So that's why what we wanted to do, what we were talking about last week, is not you're using the game to rizz up your players. It is, this is just a kind of communal time where all of you get together And then every single game, one player stays behind after the session, and that's when you have the opportunity to riz them up. The main goal is less of a you are using your position as a DM to like force your hand on your players, and the more specific methodology that the game is revolving around is it's kind of like if it's like a sports romance. Everyone gets together on the sports team, and then after the sports team like pivots and like leaves and disperses, you have your one-on-one with whoever you want to date for that day kind of deal. I think that's a way to limit the kind of feeling of when you hear a DM romancing their players, because again, this is meant to be silly. This is not, oh my gosh, this is not meant to be like super intense or dramatic or anything. This is just like I had an idea for this as a joke, and chat really responded well to it. Hey players, heads up, this is fictional. Don't try this unless you're a creep. Get it twisted. This will work in real life. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we understand there is A, B, C, D, E, and F. So we need, and the main gameplay loop of the game, my assumption, and this is like, you let me know if this would interest you as players. Every quote unquote like session happens once a week, where it is a session that you basically play as the DM in a choose your own adventure. Like you as the player playing the video game are a choose your own adventure for DMing, and you decide, are they going to fight goblins, or are they going to fight orcs? Are they going to have to face this puzzle, or are they going to have to negotiate for the release of a prisoner kind of deal? Hello, Celador. Also, welcome on in, Vamp. I forgot to say that. After the kind of choose your own adventure section of whatever like weekly segment you have, then it's going to be, hey, can one player stay after to help clean up? And that's when you do your Riz. That's when you can Riz up a player, and that's where probably what happens in game will impact the rizzing, but not in a, I'm going to completely change the game to suit your needs so then you love me. It is going to be like, hey, I really enjoyed that. Thanks. And then they get like plus hearts. And then if they're like, oh wow, I just really wasn't feeling that session last night, they get minus hearts, because you as a player have to ensure the fun, or as a DM have to ensure the fun of all of your players. And then probably there would be the odd like scene, as it were, where it would be like, hey, player, do you want to go do this thing that's unrelated to D&D? Because it's like a date, right? And then the whole gameplay loop would just like, every week would be something like this, where it's you run a session, then you riz up one of the players / just get to know them. And then if you have enough hearts with them, or like loyalty or experience or whatever it ends up being called, then you can have a like unique little scene with them where later in that same week, you can end up going on a library date with them or something. And then the goal of this would be, I'm thinking 6 to 8 weeks. And the idea being is that like y'all are on a break. Y'all have some time. Y'all don't have all the time in the world. So you have enough time to kind of get to know more than one character, but you don't have enough time that we need to make like 10 different scenes for each of these characters. Maybe you have something like a preparation phase where you decide what to put in and then have to adapt on the fly to what the players do. Week structure, we have to decide each day doing prep work or get close. Oh wait, Vamp, that's so good. Okay, so I think what it is that it's session is the start. Then there's like a little Riz section. And then there is, you can either prep during the week, or you can like, I don't know. Schmooze sounds like the wrong word. Like, just chat with friends. And then the more prep you do, maybe the more information you get on the next choose your own adventure. And the more you chat, the more like raw, just like, hey, oh, actually what it could be. If you prep, you get more options in your gaming, in your choose your own adventure. If you chat, you learn more information about their wants and desires. So if you prep, you might be able to prepare the fact that you can throw an encounter of, I don't know, a goblin shaman who wants to negotiate with the party. So it's both a combat, but also a social encounter. And in chatting with one of your players, you can learn they really want a combat that has a social element to it. So it's kind of like, do you want to level up what tools you have available? Or do you want to learn what scenarios your players want to come across? Gaslight, neg, psychologically manipulate. Yeah, I know you're a peak idea guy. Yeah, are you anything else? Are you anything else, Vamp? Are you anything more productive than that? Wait, before I agree or disagree, what is the scope of this game? You want a complex or simple game? We are going simple. We are going a game that I can fully produce in terms of coding and writing over the course of like, I don't know, maybe 10 coding sessions tops, assuming like half of a stream is a coding session. This is not a super in-depth game. The biggest hurdle of this game is going to be the biggest hurdle of this game for me as a writer should be just the raw volume of what all of these characters are doing. And the workflow should be, it starts out up here, it kind of tanks, and then it just kind of goes up and down for a bit until eventually we finish. Because this is where we're setting up the systems of, here's what the week system looks like, here's what sessions are like, here's blah, blah, blah. And then this is just prose. And then this is like just wrapping up cleanup. The goal is not to have a super expansive game with many different systems, many different branching paths and options. The goal is just a fun, cute little adventure that I can make with chat. Yes, Celador. How many romanceable options, any blocked off, contingent, or dead ends? If there are gaming sessions, do we see a table of the characters? So my plan was, because this is a game intrinsically tied with a TTRPG, I think effectively all of these characters will have a sub-character. So there will be A, and there will also be A prime. There will be B, and there will also be B prime. A is a like a flirty, confident, athletic, masculine individual, for instance, but their character is a chaotic gremlin. So you get the nice dichotomy if you see how character A acts when they are in their quote like natural state, but then you also get the option of here's what they are when they're role playing a character. And I think that I wouldn't want to go super deep on the characters. I think that that is just kind of I think if all of the kind of TTRPG characters in universe are one or two note, that's okay. Because this is not a story about the TTRPG characters. This is a story with a backdrop of the TTRPG characters. And we want to have situations where the meek and timid and unassertive, non-confident player is playing a super boisterous and annoying and like ambitious character. And you get to see the player act in a way that they would not in quote unquote real life out of the TTRPG, because that adds extra depth to the main character. Does that make sense? Like, so even though there will be these like A prime, B prime present, they are not the focus. They are used to supplement, and they should be foils to whatever the main character that they are being played by is. Too many subs, not enough whoobs. secret ending where the campaign ends because of scheduling issues. You think prep work is out of scope? Yeah, that would make sense, Dippity. I think that the main thing I want to get done before anything else, like the main systems I want to include, is you run a choose your own adventure setting. Afterwards, you have a little like conversation with whoever it is, and then there's a gate. There's gated content for if you have enough hearts or whatever, then you get a unique little scene with them. And maybe each character has like 2 to 3 scenes. But fundamentally, this whole loop would happen 6 to 8 times. So if we can include prep work, if we can include anything more than that, I would love to. But the main thing I'm trying to do is a choose your own adventure that influences but not is responsible for how they feel about you. Then you have a talk with one of the players. Then if you're high enough hearts based off what, like how you ran the game and also how your conversation went, then you might have a special scene with them that's like, that's where you have an emotional moment with them. That is where you might nearly kiss them, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know. Personally, I'm not super huge on like romance visual novels. I don't really play dating sims all that much. However, I have played them. And I have been reading a lot of romance manga recently. So like, I'm happy to have this be a little tropey, a little campy. The goal of this, I'm not setting out to make my magnum opus with this. I'm setting out to have a fun little adventure with chat. You know? It's about the actual people, a lot less than the characters. The RPG is just aspect of the setup. Exactly. So I think what we want is right now, we want to figure out who are these characters. So I think A, B, C, D, E, oh, F. And I think, who are they? What do they do? And why? Are they in the group, your friend, playing, or whatever? I mean, I could have it mapped to a 5 team. My goal was 6 because I wanted 2 masculine, 2 feminine, 2 androgynous. Just so that if anyone is like, hey, I'm only attracted to men, I have 2 options. Hey, I am attracted to everyone but men, I have 4 options. I don't want it to be simply like, oh, I'm a gay man, so my only option is this one character who, like, I don't dislike them, but I don't have any attraction to them. I want this to be as accessible as possible while not being out of scope. I want this, so basically, all of these characters are going to be accessible no matter what presentation or orientation or identity the player is. But I also want to respect the fact that like certain players have different preferences. So if we have, for instance, a single androgynous character and someone would maybe feel most comfortable with an androgynous partner because like maybe they themselves are non-binary and want that sort of that sort of connectiveness. And then they're like, oh, this person's like kind of a jerk, I don't want to pursue them. Then they would feel alienated from this. And that's something I want to avoid. So I think 6 would increase the amount of work, but I don't think it would increase it enough because my assumption of this is that the workload is going to go, the first path is going to be up here, the second path is going to be here, and then it just kind of like goes down from there. Because once we figure out the core loop, it's really just a matter of personalization to all of the others. So what are we feeling for characters? I had the thought, and again, this is just kind of, I'm trying to hit all my bases. I'm trying to maximize how accessible this is to folks with different interests. I think we have a more masculine man, a more feminine man, a more masculine woman, a more feminine woman, and then one person who is very like agender, one person who is very not expressive in gender whatsoever, and then another person who is both like very femme and very masc. So the idea being that whatever, yeah, exactly, no gender versus all gender. So I think that is a good place to start. So we have, I'll say like M, M, F, M, F, 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 M, FM radio. And then I'll say X, and then let's say XX, and also F, M, X. Like, so this is generally like, this is the very masculine man, this is the feminine man, this is the feminine woman, this is the masculine woman, this is the like agender, genderless, this is the hyper androgynous. One is secretly three goblins in a trench coat. I think that would be a very good character for one of them to play. I think one of them, I don't know who this would be, so we have to figure this out. I think one of the options that there should be, one of the characters should be six goblins in a trench coat, and it should be whoever's the most serious. Whichever character is the least likely to be three goblins in a trench coat, they have to be three goblins in a trench coat. Because, again, if we treat the TTRPG characters as they all made a foil of themselves, then suddenly you get to see aspects of their personality that you probably won't be able to see in the rest of the game. Have one of them do that player's childhood best friend trope who's also super new to TTRPGs and is kind of shy about not knowing what they're doing. All right, I think you just self-reported there. Okay. How transgressive do we want to be? Do we want to be like, hey, here's this masculine man. He's going to be athletic. He's also going to be a nerd. He's also going to be blah, blah, blah. He's going to be super into TTRPGs. Or do we want it to be more, your very hyper masculine man is the childhood best friend who is super shy? Because he was always into other things. He was always into music and movies and going to the gym and sports. So he never got into TTRPGs, and now he's shy. Despite the fact that he's also jacked, successful, all of the traditionally masculine archetypes that indicate you should be confident. We call jocks who play RPGs Renaissance jocks. We love them. So like that's the sort of thing. That's the sort of thing that we have to ask ourselves is, how much do we want to play into tropes? Do we want to play into the tropes of this is just a quote unquote like a jock, and then this would just be like a femboy kind of deal? Or do we want to be more like interesting than that? I think we want to be more interesting than that. However, I'm also not the target audience for dating sims, so I don't know how much that would work. Play into tropes on surface to reveal depth later on. So what we could do, a mix of both, I guess. I mean, that's always the answer, but also how much would that add to scope is the question. Because Dippity brought up a good point earlier. We're talking about prep. We're talking about, oh yeah, you could like prep for the next session, blah, blah, blah. That would add to scope. The goal of this is that we want to be able to be done with this project, at least from a programming and writing perspective, in under probably 50 hours of coding and writing. The goal of this is not to have a massive project that we're constantly tinkering with and adding to that we spend over a year working on. Ideally, assuming I spend a couple hours on this stream, or I have like a guerrilla stream for a couple hours in addition to my normal streams, this isn't going to last more than 3 months, right? The writing part is not your specialty, but you need to see how much writing you need to do. Always count that creep. Never finish. See, I am a writer. I have made, what was it? It was this one. Not you. So I made this game in a game jam where I coded all of this, where it was a looping I can just play the game. Let me know if this is too loud. Oh, you can't hear this. Haha, you can't hear this. So I can just turn back on the music and I don't have to worry about it. So don't worry about what this is. So this is all stuff that I wrote up. So if I do like that. So this is all randomized dialogue specific to the character. And then if I do that, oh, never mind. The game broke. Don't worry about it. The point being that I have experience in writing massive amounts of dialogue because I am a writer. Is this Papers, Please? That was inspired by Papers, Please, where you are basically a recruiter for an adventuring guild, and people were approaching you where you had to decide, are they worthy or unworthy of joining the adventuring guild? I ended up making it for a game jam. I made it in like 2 weeks from start to end, completely self-produced. All of that like terrible art was mine. The music, which actually the music you're listening to right now, I used in that game, I think. I didn't make it for that game. I made this for a different project that I was working on. But there's an even older project I have. There's an even older project I have where I'm just gonna... All of this orange is dialogue. All of this orange is dialogue. This was like the first major project I worked on. Hello, driver. Hello, puppers. Arrow really writes. I do write. For those of you who don't know, I have written a novel. Now, have I published it? No, because as soon as I was getting ready to publish it, I started making I started making YouTube content. And now I do not have time to pursue editing, despite the fact that I know people. Like theoretically, I could submit it for editing, and right now for 2025, I should have done this like 2 months ago. But oh well, I'm focused on my YouTube. So for a small scale project, just stream the publishing. No, that'd be awful. Giant code block still mildly hurts. Yeah, I know, Dippity. I don't know how to split it up into multiple different sections on RenPy. So for a small scope project, I think you should do tropey characters with foil persona D&D characters. It'll make it simple to write. I mean, the writing isn't my issue. I can write on my off time, particularly if it's associated with stream. So if it's just like chat voice. So like if I do this and I do that, I'm like, hello. And then I'm just like, actually, I don't know. The underscore should keep it, but I don't know. Oh, I can't have voice in it. That's why. Whoops. Anyway, this is dialogue. Like, I'm comfortable writing like my most comfortable aspect of this is writing dialogue. Not even just like prose, just like straight dialogue, because I come from a background of like TTRPGs. Can I blow this up at all? How do I increase the size of it? No? Does anyone know how to increase the size of a window in VC Script or VS Script? Because this is really tiny on stream, and I'm so sorry about that. And it will be fully voice acted and exactly. Just press enter. Oh, the spacing, that's what hurts you, right? I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to zoom in. Control, that's what I'm doing. Control scroll is not working. That was my first instinct. Let me look this up real quick. VS Code. How do I do this? Oh wait, VS Code zoom in. view, appearance, zoom in. Wait, control equals? Weird. Yeah, weird. Whoa, this is so huge. Can you actually read it now, or is this like unintelligible? I actually have no idea. Okay. So my main thing is, let's go back to paint. We want to limit scope creep. I'm comfortable writing quote unquote more complex characters, not necessarily because I think I'm an amazing writer, but because I think it would be equivalent effort to say, hey, this guy, he's a jock, but actually he's secretly a nerd and super shy. So you gotta like get him to open up and then he'll love you. I think that is equivalent to if he's a big like himbo type guy who on his face is shy and on his face is not confident. But then in interactions with him, you can kind of get to the root of he's insecure and he feels like he doesn't fit in. And then if you make him fit in, he will love you. Like, I feel like that's functionally the same amount of work, personally. So I think, oh gosh. Do we want to just kind of full send it? You can read. Do we want to just kind of full send it and just start like setting up the actual day system? Or do we want to, I was assuming we would focus on characters first. So what I think is that we have and the jock secretly is writing a musical. That would be so funny. With like, so let's start masculine man. Masculine man. I think, let's go exactly what we were doing. He's like a gym bro. He's your classic like jock. I think he's very enthusiastic. Let's make him a bit of a golden retriever. I think he's a bit of a golden retriever, but he's fundamentally shy. He feels out of place. Because he is unfamiliar with TTRPGs and feels inferior in the group as a result. So he feels inferior. That's his big thing. And I think it's deeper than just, oh, I don't know the system. I think it's, oh, I'm not getting the references people are making. I'm not picking up on the jokes people are making. I feel like I feel alienated from my friends in this environment. And that makes me feel bad. Is he a follower, not a leader? Is he a member of a fraternity? Why is he out of his comfort zone? I see. That's the other thing, is that like, how well do these people know each other? Like, that's a very good question to ask, is like, are all of these people like a tight-knit friend group? Or is it more like, hey, these two people know each other and like these three people are like roommates, but they're not super close, and like this person just kind of like wandered in? Yeah, good question. They don't know each other at all? I feel like question is, which will have a coded shy gal? A witch coded shy gal? I mean, we can make one of them like witchy because attachments make things messy. I feel like oh, excuse me. I like totally witchcraft there. I feel like what we want is two of them are close friends. I think we want two of them like each other, two of them don't like each other. And that's as deep as we get in terms of relationship. No, the whole genre is about forming attachments. And I do like the idea of it kind of like being a friend group, but then you have to get into the question of like, oh, you're pursuing person A, but we made it so that person B is a crush on person A. So then you have to like vie for person A's affection and blah, blah, blah. And like, that seems not only out of scope, that also seems like something that would get more messy than fun. Oh, you should start by not knowing any of them. What it could be. Oh, one would be so good. One of these characters, so 1 out of the 6, is a forever DM. And that forever DM is like, hey, I'd like to play. Can any of you play? And all of them said, no, we don't DM. However, one of them, whichever one is like your childhood best friend, is like, hey, I know this person, player DMs. Can like we bring them in? And the group was like, sure, we'll play under this new DM. So that's why the group is normally 1 DM and 5 players, but now it is 1 DM and 6 players. Because the forever DM is finally getting a chance to play. But you don't know any of them except for maybe like Jimbro kind of deal. With shy-coded tsundere, which is moving towards goth mommy territory. Attachments make things messy. Okay, Jedi sympathizer. Listen, the Jedi were responsible via inaction for the rise of the Sith. In this TED Talk, I will. And the A guy entered the group because he's your friend who's trying to go out with one girl. See, that's the thing. I don't know if we want any romantic attraction between the potential characters. Because I don't know, like, is that something people who play dating sims want? Where it's like, oh, I'm pursuing D. However, D is like thirsted over by both C and also E. So you have to like vie for their affection. And you have to be the one that wins. Like, is that a trope people want? You can join a friend group and then, well, yeah, because it's the sort of thing where like they only bring you on because one person's like, hey, player's a chill guy. Like they're my cool OC. They're a chill guy. But then you can form relationships with the entire group. Yeah, people in the party can be friends with each other, but it'd be really awkward in a group gaming session. But who says we need to follow the trends anyway? That's the thing. I like bucking trends. I like not following trends. The issue is I understand trends is what gets people to click. Like that is why I'm explicitly going like, hey, I want there to be multiple options for multiple different genders. I want there, or multiple different orientations. I want there to be your classic like masculine man, but I also want there to be more feminine men. I want there to be your classic feminine woman. I also want there to be more of like a tomboyish masculine woman, because I understand different folks have different interests and different folks are attracted to different things. In a dating sim, fundamentally, I feel the personalities are what's going to decide who is attracted to what. But there are certain people who would just be like, for instance, Wolk was making a joke earlier of just like shy tsundere witch girl. Like, even if shy tsundere witch girl is literally gonna butcher you with a steak knife, a lot of people would still go for her because that's what they're into. Just an absolute drama sim, a path where you get a couple to break up, manic pixie dream girl. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's like, I mean, something we could also do, we could pivot, because we have not coded anything. We are explicitly in the ideas generation phase to see how this goes. We could have this be more of a serious game where the orientation is about entering a friend group. It is the same premise of like Forever DM, step down, Step DM, stepped up, that's you. And then you are trying to ingratiate yourself to this friend group, and it's a story about making connections. And on top of that, romance is a potential option, but it is not required. That would change the core premise of the game, but it is something that is completely doable upfront. That is something that, as a chat, I would want you to give me your opinions on, because I'm fine either way. I mean, who doesn't like a story where an outcast meets some cool people and like actually develops meaningful relationships from them? And then if it's a game where, I don't know, you can play as the outcast and you can play as the person who's forming these relationships. Tons of people love that stuff. Most dating sims do have friendship ending, but it's often considered the bad end. I do kind of like that. Gives an option for aromantic people and stuff who just want to make friends. Exactly. Which is why I'm thinking, like, instead of saying this is a romance game where if you end up friends with someone, you failed, this is a friendship game where if you play your cards right, there can be romance. Right? And then that gives latitude for, oh, someone's like special scene when you get enough affection with them is they take you out to a library and you have a quote unquote library date, but there's nothing romantic about it. And then later, if you like go to a cafe together, you can call this a date, or you can call this just hanging out with your friend at the library. You have the impetus to decide, am I pursuing this person romantically or am I just their friend? And I think that actually, I mean, think about it like this. If everyone playing the game has like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6. If everyone playing this game has 6 options, and of those options, all of these options lead to romance, I feel like that makes the romance feel less fulfilling. However, if you have all of these options and all of them has a friendship path, I feel as though if you get that romance option, you will, oh my gosh, witchcraft. You will feel more special by getting that romance path because you know some people got the friendship path, is like my assumption based off psychology. So like maybe that would be a good option. Kind of been obsessed with the idea of running Pokemon Mystery Dungeon themed D&D game. There's a system in that in the works by fans, but I barely know enough about D&D to play that, let alone a heavily homebrewed system. Any tips? My tip would be don't play D&D. Play a different system that better fits with Pokemon. I don't know what system that would be, but there are plenty of systems out there. I'm sure someone has made an unofficial Pokemon TTRPG system. And then you can kind of port Mystery Dungeon elements onto a pre-existing Pokemon framework. Or if you really want, you can look at like the Avatar: The Last Airbender TTRPG, which I have not played, I have not looked at, I don't know anything about. But it deals with like elemental magic and also spirits and whatever. So if you do that, then instead of learning Water Whip, you learn Hydro Pump. And then that's your move that you can do in the dungeon. So I would recommend steering away from D&D. I would go towards a different TTRPG system. Someone released a complete 5e D&D conversion. Pokemon Tabletop United is the big Pokemon fan TTRPG. Wanna play Pokemon with the extra bits to control the combat? Yeah. But yes, so for this, I think what we do is this game is a game about connecting with a group of people first. It is about finding romance within that group secondarily. Right? It is so the core premise of what we want to do. We want to have session where you run for the group. After the game, you talk with one person, and this will like just let you connect with them better. And then if you are close enough to them, you get some sort of special scene. This does not have to be romantic. This could literally just be like, hey, here's this like really important piece of information that's like, or here's this really sensitive piece of information I find really important. I wanted you to know. Or, hey, I'm actually secretly writing a musical. Like, can you give me any tips? Like something like that where they open up to you in a way that they would not open up to an acquaintance, demonstrating how close you are. For your ace and also maybe aromantic to your bias. I mean, honestly, like, again, I'm the sort of person where I don't really play dating sims. And when it comes to dating sims, I don't see dating sims as like, oh, I want to play this game so I can find the love of my life. I want the perfect partner. Like, for instance, the example that comes to mind is like Persona. I don't play a Persona game to like find the perfect waifu, to find the perfect partner. I play Persona game because I love the group connections. I love the bonds between characters, the social links, and progressing and finding out all the different stories and seeing how they grow and progress through their issues. And then if there's a character who I think is like really interesting or fun or cool or just kind of like happens to wind up in a romance path, I'm like, cool. Like, for instance, in Persona 3, I didn't have a romance option that I really cared about, but I played Persona 3 Portable, so I ended up romancing all of them explicitly because you have to. Like, there's no way to progress the social link with the female companions without romancing them. And so it's just like, I personally prefer the friendship angle. Though I think that the initial conception of it's a D&D dating sim is the biggest draw from like the marketing perspective. If you get a date in a dating sim, it's pretty normal. Having the main focus on the friend group with the dating being something you actually have to do seems neat. Yeah. True love happens all the time. Getting 7 people together for a D&D game is more rare. Yeah, and I mean, it would be quite interesting if... So we have an ad, which is why I'm pausing. But it would actually be really interesting if... So I keep saying there's going to be session, talk to someone, gated, special scene. It would be really interesting if, because 6 players is a lot to manage, if every single session, one person drops out. So for whatever reason, like they play every Sunday night, but every single week, character A can't make it. And then the next week, character B can't make it. And then the next week, character C can't make it. And the next week, character F can't make it. So it's the idea that you never can access literally everyone, but you can always access most everyone. Right? And then it's like, oh, I really want to romance character A, but they're not here today. I guess the person I'm talking to after the session, I'll just talk to character C because sure, why not? And then you end up talking to C, and then you're like, hey, I actually really think you're cool. I don't think I want to romance you, but I do think that you're interesting and that I want to get to know you better. So then maybe you kind of divert your attention from just tunneling on A. And that would be really easy to implement because all that would do is roll a D6 accounting for who was present last session and be like, hey, this person can't make it. So then it forces your hand to pivot if you're just trying to tunnel one character. And then if it's like, oh, I'm romancing A and I like B, but F keeps missing sessions, then you don't care. It doesn't impact you. You just are like, yo, what's going on with F? Like, I guess. Okay, so we have a minute left. We have a minute left on the ad, so I'm going to actually look over the combat system. So what I'm looking at right now, I have to scroll out a little bit. Yeah, let me know if you can actually like read the... Do I make a luck-based RNG? Yeah, that's fair. I think that it would be just like on this specific day, person A can't make it. On this specific day, person C can't make it. Don't force me to care about another character while I'm tunneling one of them. Character only falls in love with you if they roll at least one nat 20 during the game. I do agree that making a rotating group would be more interesting, but RNG and noise for dating sims, that's fair. Yeah, my toxic trait when it comes to programming is I always want to add in randomness because I don't like the idea of someone being able to master a game and know exactly what everything is going to do with perfect accuracy. But you're right. This is why I have a chat. Welcome back, everyone. I just did all of this programming during the ad break. Like, ooh, you know, you should have been there. You should have like subscribed so you could have seen me just like tearing through all of this. Scheduling difficulties, such as in choosing the day the game runs, would be nice mechanics so you can alter the flow of play. Oh, sell that. I mean, that would be a really simple way to be like, hey, do we want to run the game Sunday where character A can't make it? Or do we want to run the game Monday where characters C and D can't make it? So then you get to choose as the DM kind of like which character you interact with. Interesting. Okay, so yeah. I think what I do, so chat, you get to live. I think first off, what we're going to do is we're going to make classes. Class players. Class player? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think we need like a parent class. I think literally all we need is we just need to be like, hey, here is the player class. Do any of you know what a class is in coding? That would increase the amount of writing a lot. That would. But also, I'm thinking in terms of... So generally speaking, and maybe this is not the way to do this, let me tell you what I'm thinking to do. I'm thinking in terms of choose your own adventure, this, broadly speaking, would be 70 to 80% the normal dialogue with that kind of variability of, oh, A isn't here, they can't do this. Oh, C isn't here, they can't do that. And then in the characters who stay after, again, it's like 90% of the dialogue is going to be the same no matter what week you're talking to them. Because the first time you talk to them, they're going to say X, Y, Z. The second time you talk to them, they're going to say A, B, C. They might mention, oh, I really liked that last session. Or they might say like, oh man, I don't know how I feel about you because you're not very high in affection. But these would be conditionals. But the first time you interact with them, it would be X, Y, Z. And then plus conditionals. The second time you interact with them, it would be A, B, C plus conditionals. So I think that in terms of like the actual specific ideas of like who they are, the specific talks, this would be pretty static. It would mostly be oh my gosh, my voice cracked. My voice like keeps cracking. The choose your own adventures I think would be the heaviest lifting, because you would have to account for, hey, so you start the party in front of the dungeon. Do you want there to be a puzzle up front, or do you want there to be goblins up front? If there's a puzzle, do you want to make it super difficult or super easy? And then based on which character they are, if it's super difficult, they might hit a brick wall. If it's easy, or if they have player C there that session, it's this. Otherwise that, and then the session ends. Which obviously is not a very complex web, but it is a web that if I have to do this 6 times accounting for different routes, then suddenly it gets way more complicated. And I respect that, and I don't want it to be something that gets scope crept. You need a whole flowchart for which characters are there, which sessions? Honestly, not really. What I would need is, what is the solution to this? Is there any specific character or characters which are required for it? If that character is present, this is an option the players do. If the character is not present, the characters just do this other thing. And then fundamentally, that's the secret about dialogue writing, is depending on what type of dialogue it is and how it's being presented, you can have, dang, it's locked, be said by A or B or C or D. You can't have it said by E. because E is a thief and could just pick the lock. You can't have it said by F because F knows a magical spell to pick the lock. But any of these could reasonably say, dang, it's locked. So if D isn't present, C says it. If C isn't present, D says it. That's the kind of, in something like the Choose Your Own Adventure, functional dialogue, which is not tied to a specific character class and or solution to a problem, can be swapped around pretty easily. No, and that's the thing is that like that's the so in the example of the door, if it's the party encounters a door, D or E and F can pick the lock. So if E and F are present, or if E or F are present, they can pick. And then they move on. If not, they have to try to break down the door. And presumably because E and F are like they're more sneaky characters, they have a more physical character. So they can break it down. But then that means, oh no, they alerted the enemies in the next room, which like has a negative impact on the next node that they're going into. Like, that's the kind of dialogue, that's the kind of flow I was thinking in terms of which characters are here and which are missing. They should try to break it down before even checking if it's locked. You know what? There's going to be a scene, just because you said that. I don't know if there's actually going to be a scene like this, but there's going to be a scene where the party spends 5 minutes trying to pick the lock of an unlocked door. Just because you said that. Get that real like Vox Machina energy in. Yes. So what we're going to do. What are stats we got to use? So this is a good question. So this is a good question to ask. So like, so who here does not know what a character class is in programming? Because a character class is effectively saying, hey, so this class player exists as a collection of different stats, like their itself, it's their name, it is their, let's call it affection. I don't know what other stats we're going to add. We are going to add more stats. Information regarding each player to be referenced later. So self name is assigned to name. We're gonna have nope. We're going to have self dot affection is assigned to affection. When you said earlier, affinity is in and present, and presence as bool. Oh right, if they're there or not, right? Yeah, present is another good one. Self dot affection assigned to true. Would that be just 0 then? I must confess, I am not super knowledgeable. Like, programming this random like TTRPG combat system was just an expression, like a experiment I did, where this was my first time using classes. So I actually don't know if I'm using them properly. Okay, so no, I just keep it affection present, and then when I assign the actual character, that's when I name it under, when I assign the object to the class. You want to give a chance for the characters to hate you? I don't think the players are ever going to hate you. Let me bump this up. My apologies. My apologies. Please let me know if the if it's ever too hard to see because I keep forgetting it resets. Classes in programming are like fighter, wizard, rogue. Python introduces its own class called snake charmer. You got it. Exactly. I know the stat for like how confident and comfortable they are. Yeah, I think what we're doing, is characters won't hate you, but I think that they can not like you. Does that make sense? I think that there is a difference between a character which like hates you, and there's a character who doesn't appreciate you at all. Because you can have a character who, for instance, if you are constantly, like, I don't know, if they're really interested in combat, and in all of the choose your own adventures, you just choose social and puzzles, they're not going to like you. But they're not going to hate you for that. They're just not going to be super invested. So if you're trying to like romance them, and after every session you're talking to them and you're like, hey, like, what's going on? Let me get to know you better. They're going to be like, hey, yeah, I mean, the game's fine. I'm not super engaged. Like, I want more combat. Then affection should start greater than 0. So why would I not just have... I mean, ints can be negative, right? Why wouldn't I just go negative? Or are you saying so that there is a minimum... Are you saying so that there's a minimum value, there's a floor it can't go lower than? Because what we could do is we could have it be everyone starts at like 2 or 3 affection. So like the baseline is 2 to 3, and then 0 is the absolute lowest you can get where they just like don't like you. And then maybe like 10 is where they're willing to romance you. It can just easier to keep track. What's the point of being a DM if your players don't instantly and permanently adore you and your self-insert? Truer words have never been spoken. The Forever DM's affection starts max because they have been freed from the curse. So we want affection present. So this is Boolean to determine if character is at session. Int to determine how much the character, I should probably say player likes you 0 to 10. Yeah, reminder to anyone who codes, always comment. Always add comments. So we have affection present. I think this isn't going to be complicated, but I think this might be a little too in the weeds. But I think this is really important for determining how much people like it. So combat like, social like, puzzle like, explore like. And what this is simply a series of stats of, if you run combat, how much do they like that? If you run a social encounter, how much do they like that? And I don't want to get too in the weeds of... So puzzle and exploration are kind of similar. I think I will go serious like, silly like, actually. Honestly, you just increase affection. Well, no, that's the thing, is that I want to determine each character, what they like and what they dislike. And the goal would be that if by talking to them, you can shift what their interests are. So if you're playing a game with someone who prefers combat and they have a high combat like, you can... Well, actually, I could make this... I mean, it's not a dichotomy. It's not a dichotomy, so I shouldn't make it a single stat. But combat, social, I'm going to change puzzle like to explore like. But it's the idea of over time in talking to them, you can take someone who only likes combat and doesn't actually like social encounters, have them appreciate social encounters more. Suddenly it's way easier to work with them, right? Same thing with serious and silly. You can like serious moments, you can like silly moments, but they aren't mutually exclusive. But they will affect how much you like each other. Will snacks you bring to a game increase decrease affection? So GMs should not have to bring snacks, is my hot take. Okay. So int. I don't think I want a Boolean. I think I want like a 1, 2, 3 int. I think I want a 1, 2, 3 int. 1, not a fan. 2, all right with. 3 is a fan. Right? I've heard conflicting things about code comments. Some people say that you need a ton. Others say you need clear enough on its own to need. I think having code that is clear enough on its own to not need comments is the aspiration everyone should strive for. But in practicality, your code should have comments that explain to someone who has never seen your code before exactly how it works. And the reason you do that, I have not touched this code in months. However, if I look at if I look at the class for the party, they have the morale of the party used in calculations as a percentage of max morale. You have your total morale, which is a separate indicator because that can increase and lower despite independent of morale. What the stealth of the party is, all of the different members in the party. Here's what all of the different rooms have, because I ended up making classes for rooms to generate randomly determined dungeons because I didn't know how to use seed generation. So I can look at this and it tells me like, here is what this means. Here's what this does. Here's how this works. If I go... So like with this if-else series, if there's more than one enemy, it adds a second. If there's no more enemies, zeros the health. If there are more than 2 enemies, it adds a third, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I use with comments. I use comments so that I can go back and say, what does room ID mean? Sets first new room's ID to 1 with entrance being 0. Cool. It depends who needs to read the code. If you only work at it directly without major breaks, you can keep comments low. If you need someone else to read it as well, more comments are good. I disagree, because even if you're working on it consistently for like weeks, what happens if you take a month-long break and then you come back to it and you're the only one who has worked on it? Suddenly, you are responsible for interpreting your own spaghetti code, right? Int 1 to 3. Higher means likes combat more. Like social more. Like exploration / puzzles. I think social / RP more. And this would be like serious games. Situations. Like silly situations. More. Okay, so now we have each player will be an object assigned to the player class that has a name for identification. They have an affection stat, which is an int, which will go from 0 to 10, start at like 2 or 3. They have a Boolean to determine if they're present at the session or not. And then they have different likes and dislikes about what goes on during a session. Well, yeah, without major breaks. But that's why I'm saying is that you don't know if you're going to have a major break 2 months from now. So if you're working on a project that will take you a week to complete, and you're just going to grind it out over the week, sure, go for it. You don't need comments. Probably having comments so that if you look back on it 6 months from now, a year from now, you can reinterpret what it is. But fundamentally, while you're working it, you don't need to worry about that. But you don't know if you're going to like be super busy in a month. You don't know if you're going to suddenly have to step away in 2 months. Wow, that was my joke. You know what, Vamp? I didn't see it either. Maddie, you get credit. I do objectify my players. What are you going to say to that? What else are we thinking in terms of attributes for a player object? So now what we can do is we can so we can default to why is this a label? Does it have to be under a label? Why did I do this? Is that after class? Is that after start? I don't think I need the label there. Interesting. Anyway, so I can make objects for each of the different players. They're going... Oh, I suppose actually, I should also include like gender and... Are the TTRPG characters... How do I do this? Are the TTRPG characters objects like subclasses under the player class? Because then you have... The way that would work is that you have the main class of player, and you have the different objects under the player class that represent the different people in the group. But then fundamentally, you also have a separate class under that for the characters, which would have your 3 goblins in a trench coat and your like half-orc barbarian and all of that stuff. You would make the TTRPG a sprite of the character. Yeah, have them as child object or something. I think I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think that's a problem for later. I think right now we need to set up the core gameplay loop of week initiates, choose your own adventure. The choose your own adventure for now will just be a black box that says like, this was a choose your own adventure and skips. So you're going to yell at me if I show you how I do this. But in the game I made for a game jam, what I did did it start? Yeah. In the game I made for a game jam, the way I started it is I made a while loop that said while a basically like an XP equivalent, like a score equivalent is under a certain value, it will just continuously do the while loop, and that just calls a function that will constantly do the quest loop, the interview loop. And then once that happens, like once you complete the score requirement, you exit the while loop, you then enter another while loop that does a similar call function to a different section of the code, which just has extra stuff added, and then it ends the game. So that's how I did a repeating daily multi-interview per day interview. Because if I do this is every single day. It starts a day, and then you have interviews that calls an interview. It's another while loop of just like, here's to make sure you do at minimum 2 interviews, and then here's a couple extra based off the day. You know, like game images A and like sprites. Well, no, yeah, that's fair. because I'm not gonna lie, like when it comes to the choose your own adventure section, I think this is primarily going to be like you choose what obstacle does the party face, and then they don't have roles, they don't do anything special. It's literally just based off of your choice of what you have the party face. They will either succeed or they will fail. They will do good things, they will do bad things. And then from there, you will just continue on. Because this will probably determine by who is present. But the fundamental thing is like, they're not actually fighting the Lich. They're not actually solving the puzzle. So I can just write answers, and it's purely a matter, it's purely like a Boolean of, is the person who has the answer present? And it's up to you as the DM to figure out like, hey, this is a puzzle, but the player who likes solving puzzles isn't here. Do I want to give them a hard puzzle, or do I want to give them an easy puzzle? I should probably give them an easy puzzle, because then the group solves it, they move on, it's not a big deal. Your D&D session is a dungeon of lies. Actually, maybe it would be a good idea to have a session enjoyment stat that changes. Yeah, I was thinking of like a mood stat, which like is determined each day, and that probably wouldn't act as a multiplier, but like it would impact dialogue. Yeah. Because I was thinking a mood, and then the idea being is that like if they're happy, they act that they have a different interaction with the game than if they're sad. Not in a, oh, they act completely differently and I have to write different dialogue, but in a, oh, they might get more affection if they're happier. They will increase their mood if they're enjoying the session. A trance meditative, like say, oh no. Maybe make walk through a mega dungeon. Oh my gosh. Wow, it would be so crazy what rooms they encounter in a mega dungeon, one room at a time. Do I plug my own series? Do I plug my own what's it called? Do I plug my own channel in this game? And I'm just like, hey, this really cool D&D content creator, Arrow Writes, gave me inspiration for this dungeon. I think all of you should check them out, players. Wow, it would be so amazing if there's a cursed dice debuff. I think I give them a mood. I think they're in a bit of a mood. I'm actually gonna make mood up here. Self.mood. This. I think it's just gonna be an int that changes to reflect momentary. Well, what would I want mood to be? Because I don't want it to be like, hey, affection changes. So what if I do to reflect momentary affection changes? So what if mood is one that like, hey, if you do something that the player really enjoys, their mood increases, they like you more, they have a higher effective affection, but their core affection stat doesn't change. So it's almost the idea of mood is their affection during the session, affection is their entire main affection. And affection probably can't change more than +1, -1 in the session. So if you really piss someone off, their mood is going to tank, but fundamentally, their long-term affection is only going to take like a -1. Contrary, if you do everything in your power to like really just butter someone up, their mood will be awesome, but their affection will only increase by like +1. Yeah, it's like a temporary buff debuff, or think of affection almost like your max HP and your mood like your current hit points. Wow, Arrow is so clever, smart, funny, and it's one big Arrow commercial. Arrow would be the forever DM that all the players love and talk about. No. My players don't love me. My players don't think that. You should stew yourself and be romantic. No. I'm not the romantic interest. Nope, I'm not. I'm not being involved in this. I think as funny as it would be to have like a cameo of me being present or like me being in the game, I think that goes from so like this is the third thing where in a game where like the creator inserts themselves into the game, broadly speaking, if it's like a cameo, it's funny. If it's anything more than that, it's cringe. So even if I was just like, hey, here is, I don't know, the sprite of the DM, like the player character that you are piloting has like the yellow jacket that I wear, right? And has like black hair, even if it's like a different hairstyle or whatever. I feel like that would be so close to a self-insert, that would be cringe. Even if they didn't claim to be me, even if they weren't named as me, even if there was no connection to me outside of like the jacket, that strikes me more as cringe than anything. The most crucial stat in any game session where a relationship is involved, favoritism. So are you saying like which one is your favorite? Like which one is the one you favorited? Or is it which one they feel is the favorite? Depending on how good the mood of the session was, you get to spend more or less time. Yes, fam. Yes, you're getting it. No? You can be a random NPC in a scene at a local game store or something, but only have one line of dialogue. See, that's the thing, is that I think if I showed up, I don't know, if I showed up in a random session, or I know, in one of the choose your own adventure sections, someone is on their phone looking something up, and then they look up on their phone and they see a VTuber talking about D&D, and the VTuber is in like a yellow jacket and it has like a black and gold color scheme and is talking about D&D and explains a mechanic of this game. I think that would be a nice, subtle enough no one cares, but overt enough if you know, reference that would be kosher. But like, even if I was like a little side character, I would feel so embarrassed. I would feel like I'm trying to insert myself into this, and I don't want to do that. Our previous DM is moving out, something about being a content creator, and nobody wanted to step in and join the role. Do you want to join in? I was thinking of, oh my gosh, my voice. So you're the DM, you have 6 players because like I want the 2-2-2. I think 6 is the upper end of reasonable. It's the upper bound of reasonable. I think if there's more than 6 players, that would be kind of way too difficult to account for. But I think, generally speaking, 6 players shouldn't be too difficult. That gives enough diversity in the paths that you can have like different friendships and maybe even rivalries and romances. But it's not so many that I am overburdened in terms of planning and writing and whatever. Calling self-shippers cringe 2025. True. I was thinking one of these players would be the forever DM, because I think it would be interesting if initially it was a Pentagon with a forever DM. And then now the reason there are 6 players is because the forever DM joined the group and you were brought in as like an external DM. So talking, maybe in one of the forever DM scenes, they have a thing where they're like, yeah, I was watching this VTuber who like talks about D&D. You should have a rice cooker in the background at all times. In real life, 5 players isn't your limit. Or even a cooked bowl of rice getting cold. Oh, that'd be so funny. Oh, that'd be so funny if I just... Okay, no. Real quick. In jokes? Absolutely. We are going to fill this game with in jokes later. First, we got to get down like who the characters are. We got to get down the core gameplay loop. We got to like make this a functional game first, and then we can fill it with in jokes. Wait, one would be so cute. Okay, I'm not an artist. However, I know a couple people in the community are artists. So what I think would be really cute is that if anyone, sorry, this is unrelated, but if anyone, like once we actually establish these as characters, if anyone draws fan art of the characters, if I get your permission, I would love to use them as at least temporary sprites of whatever the character is. So I think that would be a really cute way to include the community. And similarly, I think in the background, there should be all of the different arrow kissers as like stickers on the wall. Or like on the DM screen, there's a series of like arrow kisser stickers on it. I think that would be super cute. So no little Dust Break guy plushie in the background yet? Maddie, you're reading my mind. You're reading my mind. Okay, so what I did, like an absolute heathen, I made the way I did a gameplay loop is I just made a variable that I set to 0 that is like a score. In this game, it could be time. I make a while loop and increase it by 1 every single week. So I start at time is 0, it increases by 1, and then we go until while loop is 8. So then we have 8 weeks to play this game. The arrow kisses will be little sprites to represent the selection cursor. Wait, and then the gun is the little point. So it's like, if you're trying to point at something, it's like your mouse is just like, and then you can just kind of like move it around. And then when you select, there's a little like a little explosion around the barrel. And that's when you select. That would be so cute. Okay. We got to focus on the game. We got to focus on the coding. We got to focus on the productivity. So I think what we do is we define, or I think default is, because like define is immutable, default is mutable. Default time, or I'll say week. 0 starts game at week 0, increases each session. So in start, I think the first thing we do is we set up a while week is less than or equal, because this day starts and then we increase it. So at the start of week 1, we increase to week equals 1, or week is assigned to 1. So if we want it to go for 8 weeks, it would be is less than 8. So while week, am I writing this right? Yeah, while week is less than 1, we would label session proper. And so we would, while it's that, we would call session proper from start A. We return, we leave a return there, put U in U. First thing we would do is we would, how do I, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, right, it is, week is +1, so increases week by 1 at start of session. And then plays through the gameplay loop for 8 weeks. Why while though? So 4 is weird in RemPy, and I keep struggling with it because a for loop requires it to be within Python proper. The thing with RemPy is that RemPy is not a Python language. It is a Python sublanguage. So as you can see, the syntax is different from Python to RemPy slightly. So if I wanted to do a class, for instance, I have to initiate Python under a Python block, and I am not familiar enough with Python to comfortably code in a Python block. So I would have to do a for loop in a Python block, and I can't call or jump whilst in a Python block, which the core loop of RemPy, if I'm doing a roughly linear game, that's a good point. Like this is, I'm so used to having series of randomness in here. I figured having a while loop would help reduce the volume of text, because then it wouldn't be one giant like list of here's everything that happens day 1, here's everything that happens day 2. What is the benefit of doing a while loop versus not doing a while loop? Yeah, I am doing a roughly linear game, so I don't know what the while loop would do outside of just it guarantees ends at week 8, but I could also just make a return at week 8. Just to have a huge if-else if, nothing else, if only ifing. Listen, Vamp, I want you to if off. Do I need... I mean, honestly, I don't need... a while could let you change details without changing the major content of the text. I think what I want, okay, because the goal of this, in the choose your own adventure sections, I don't know if I want it to be, here are little snippets from across the adventure that this happens day 1 and leads into day 2 and leads into day 3, or if I want it to be, here is a cluster of potential options that randomly get selected because these are the moments that you have to like make a tough choice. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, it's X, Y, Z. I don't know how structured I want the sessions to be, because the sessions are going to be little vignettes that are choose your own adventure bits. And I don't know if I want it to be like, oh, you attack a goblin camp here, and then the goblins attack town, and then you have to deal with hobgoblins, and then you have to like fight in a war. I don't know if that's what we want it to do, or if we want it to be more of a chill, lighthearted kind of like, oh, in this session, it's a shopping episode. In this session, you're fighting undead. In this session, you're venturing into a dungeon. I don't know how linear we want the choose your own adventure to be. I think the modularity, well, that's the thing. Do we want the campaign to be the beating heart of the game? Because the connection with the other players is the draw for playing. Connecting with the players, whether romantically or platonically, is the main thing, but that is inherently modular. On day, if you talk to someone week 1, or you talk to them week 3, they're going to have a similar dialogue option. It will probably just change based off of their mood / affection. Right? So I don't know if this is something where I want this to be hyperlinear explicitly due to the fact that all of the like the conversations with the different characters are going to inherently be modular, or if I want the entire game to be modular. I do think you're trying to make this have a replayability that doesn't need. The focus should be on the characters first and foremost. But if I want to DM max and not connect to the players, I mean, you can do that. Yeah, I see. That's the thing, Dippity. I always like. I want to have replayability, and I think that you're right. I don't think I need to add that. I think that is my toxic trait. I think I do have I think I still have a week 0. I think I have a week variable just in case there's any references in terms of time. That's just good to have. I don't think I have a while loop. The question is, what do we do then? So I think the start label is going to be hub for calling to other labels. This is not something that we are ever really going to have functions within. This is just going to be call this, call that, call, jump there, blah, 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 blah. So I think what we do what I could do is end of session. This is where it increases and I think probably resets all of the moods. Applies affection. So this is going to be at the end of every session to do book to increase week, reset variables, update stats, determines present. Because the end of session is going to be called at the end of every single session. So this is going to call week or session 1 from start A. And then in freaking, I'm going to leave end of session there. Label session 1. This ends with call end of session from session 1 end, and then it's going to return. So the very final thing it does every single session is going to call end of session, which increases the week. It's going to blah, 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 do all that. Instead of just repeating the same boilerplate, it's going to just have a label that will accomplish the same thing. And then it's going to return from that. It's going to hop over here. This is going to hop back over here. And then it's going to call session 2. Does end of session happen before or after you talk with them after cleaning up? So end of session, I might call it end of day, but this is after you talk to them, have a special scene with them, do all of your things. This is literally final thing that happens in a day. And then you skip a week. Did you know Mario and Luigi got their super jumping abilities by always eating their veggies, drinking their milk, and making deals with at least 5 different devils? This has been Fun Pulses with Strap. Did you know the only devil they made a deal with was Bowser? I might change end of session to end. I mean, do I call them sessions or weeks? I think session should apply to the choose your own adventure section. This is end of week. End of every week. Week. Okay. So this will be chat. If you're seeing this, you didn't Reset the values, you goof. So chat, you can yell at me every time something goes wrong, and or in a situation where I have comments saying to do this thing but haven't actually implemented it yet. So week 1. So we have the start, which will just be call week 1, call week 2, call week 3, all the way up through week 8, and then that'll be the end of the game. At the end of every single week, there's going to be this, which just is a bookkeeping label to just reset values, applies affection, changes, reset moods, determines present for next session, for next week. Does that mean Bowser only kidnapped the princess so Mario could look good in front of her? Exactly. Bowser is your wingman. Bowser is the homie. And that was before Bowser. Now imagine how Bowser feels now that he has been just absolutely devoured by the internet. It's crazy. Okay, so I think what we do is real quick, I'm going to make the objects for the different characters real quick, just so that I have them accessible. I'm going to default player 1 is assigned to its player. Yes. So this will be player 1 because that is their name. Their mood is going to always start at well, actually, I think that affection has to come first because I think their mood starts. Well, their mood is going to change every time. So I think how their mood. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to start with their mood at 2. I'm going to start with their affection at 2. I'm going to start with present at true. I'm going to start with combat like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So this is. They are player 1, that is their name. If they're ever referenced in dialogue, if they're ever referenced, the string player 1 pops up. This needs to be changed. Their mood, they start at 2 of 10. I think 3 is average. I think 3 is where the average is. 0, 1, and 2 is like a negative perception. 4, 5, and 6 is that they like you. 7, 8, 9, 10 is that they're like really close to you, right? Or they really, really like you. Or maybe should mood be on a 1 to 10 and average of 5? Because like you can hate someone in the moment. You can be pissed at someone in the moment, but that doesn't mean that you hate them as a person, right? So maybe mood. 1 to 10, like 1 to 10, 5 average, and this would be 1 to 10 or 0 to 10, 3 average, greater than equal to 7 really likes. Don't think that deeply about emotions? Yeah, you're probably right. Although this is a sort of game where like, I don't want it to be like, hey, I gave you a +1 sorting game. So that means you got +3 affection points and now I can romance you. I think it would be much more interesting if it's over the course of 3 sessions, I ran a game you enjoyed. I gave your character moments that they could highlight in. So then you kind of grow to trust me over time. And then maybe I give you a +1 sword. That like gives you +4 to your mood. But at the end of the day, your affection isn't going to change for me because I gave you +1 sword. Your mood is. And I think the way affection increases or decreases is based off of how high or low your mood is. Yeah, mood 1 to... See, I'm having 1 to 10 explicitly so that if someone gets the killing blow on a boss, they get +5. If someone gets a cool magic item, they get +4. Like, if you kill their character, they get -5. Like, having it be 1 to 10 gives latitude for really big modifiers. Affection, I think, is much more slow to adapt. Sword of +10 affection. It's more interesting, but consider it's funnier if you just bribe them with magic items. It is. And I think that is a valid strategy in this game, is to like throw magic items at them, but then everyone else is going to be pissed at you because it's going to lower their mood. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to player 2, player 2, player 3, player 3, player 4, player 4, player 5, player 5, player 6, player 6. How do I want to handle... I mean... Okay, I'm gonna need to play some games here in terms of gender and experimentation. I guess I just add a attribute for pronouns, because then if player 1 is talking, I can just say, okay, player 1 dot pronoun, and then it would be like he, him, and then that would just expedite my dialogue way faster. That could work for now. That's what I'm thinking. Pronoun. And I might, like, just to streamline it, I might end up changing that later, but at least for now, I'm literally just going to be like, determines pronouns, int 1 is he, him, 2 is she, her, 3 is they, them. Just for the sake of simplicity. And then, so like player 1 is mask, player 2 is mask, player 3 is femme, player 4 is femme, player 5 is non-binary, player 6 is non-binary. If pronouns have blue hair. So I was celebrating my sibling's birthday, and my mother really wanted to play Cards Against Humanity, so we ended up playing Cards Against Humanity to celebrate my sibling's birthday. And one of the cards I had was a girl so interesting, she has blue hair. And I found that card really funny. I normally don't like Cards Against Humanity cards. I think a lot of the time, Cards Against Humanity tries way too hard. Like, I think a lot of the jokes and white cards of Cards Against Humanity try really hard to be, like, edgy and transgressive. Like, push the boundaries of what's acceptable. But fundamentally, they're just like, oh, here's an NSFW joke, or a political joke, or a joke that just says a bunch of nonsense. I am not the largest fan of Cards Against Humanity. But playing the card, a girl so interesting she has blue hair, I found that really funny. Oh, making an array would be such a good idea, because then I can use the array to in dialogue. Yeah. No, that's a great idea, actually. So I'm going to array is array to reference pronouns in dialogue. So the first one will be he, him, his. And then I believe the equivalent would be she, her, hers. And then they, them, theirs. Wait, he said, she said. I shot him, I shot her. His wife, her wife. Okay. I know that was dumb, but like that was me trying my best. They them there. Cards Against Humanity inverted is Cards for Humanity, and they always say nice, positive, uplifting things. That's funny. I mean, Cards Against Humanity uplifted is just apples to apples. Also, for anyone who was in the ad, don't worry. I didn't do anything. I was just complaining about Cards Against Humanity. And then I ended up adding an array at Dippity's suggestion. So now in dialogue, I should be able to say like, chat. Hey. I think this should work. So hey, how you doing? I believe I have to do plus, and then it would be like player 2 dot pronoun. How did I do this in here? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember how I did this. Yeah, so it is name of object dot attribute within that object, but I remembered including that in dialogue. Unless I commented that out. I think I commented that out. My apologies. In an unrelated note, should I make a sniper focused on pet? I think go for trapper. Yeah. Because I think the pet BFF is something that is fun, but you can do that so many different times. Be a sniper who like lays out bear traps and snare traps and pit traps, and then all of them have like a bell attached to it. So if you set off the trap, you also alert the sniper, and then the sniper takes you out. Text play. See, that's the thing. That's what I thought it was, but I've run into issues with that previously. Unless that's right. I don't know. Let me just... I mean, if this doesn't work, I'm going to be sad. But, yeah. Self.name? Expecting an indented? Line 7. What? Oh, do these need to be... Can I just... Yeah, I can just do that. I think that was what the issue was. Cool. Hey, how you doing? He, him, his. Right, because that was the entire array that I just made. So pronoun, and then that would be we'll just do he. How you doing, he? Cool. Awesome. How you doing, they? Since it's an array, you need to do player pronoun. Yeah. Okay, so that works. The only issue with that, so now what I need to do is I need to... What I'm going to do this. I'm going to do testing is assigned to player 2. I'm going to do testing. I'm going to testing is assigned to player 3. So this should be, hey, how you doing, he, and then hey, how you doing, she. And if I do that, that should make dialogue writing a lot easier in terms of characters. Awesome. So, what I was doing here, for anyone who doesn't know, this was me basically saying, hey, how you doing, object player 2, because I assigned variable testing to player 2. Testing now is the same as object player 2. So, the pronoun attribute of player 2 is an array. An array is a list of different objects and instances within that array. So I had to choose the first option of that array. So this is just saying, hey, how you doing? Testing, which is player 2, so the player 2 object. Pronoun, which is the attribute of the pronouns, which is an array. So the first one, so just the first option of player 2's pronoun attribute, which is just he. And then what I did is I took testing and I said, okay, now do player 3. And I did the exact same thing, but for player 3. So then that was she instead of he. Also need the different tenses, cases of the pronouns, like he versus him versus his. Yeah, I have that. So I can do player 5. So for instance, this is player 2, pronoun 1, so that's he. This would be player 5, pronoun, this is the third spot because it's an array, so this would be there. Unless I got this wrong, but this should be... So how you doing he? How you doing there? So we have different tenses. We might need to worry about capitalization, but I can worry about capitalization later. You just need to remember that different ones work grammatically, like she is, they are. You're right. You're right. Yep. Thank you. I forgot about that. Anyway, broadly speaking, at least for 2/3 of the characters, dialogue writing, way easier now. I don't have to manually go in and write different gendered phrasings, at least outside of, is this a singular or plural? Goodness gracious. Another item for the array then? I mean, what I could do is I could just expand the array to have it be like, hey, he, she, they, he walks, they, I think what I have to do really is just, if I ever have dialogue that involves referring to a character's pronouns, it would just be, I write it for the singular, I write it for the plural. And then it's just a simple, if the assigned variable that would involve whatever object it is player 5 or 6, use the latter, otherwise use the former. No, I know I can put she is, but like she walks, she talks, she runs. Also, they walk, they talk, they run. I would have to do that for every single verb combination. And I think that's more effort to add to the array than if I just double up the dialogue, swap out the singular for the plural, and then make a quick if else. Yeah, this is just something I worry about it if it happens exactly. So all of this is fine. What are we thinking personality-wise for the different players? And how do we want to start this? Is this a game where we want to have a cold open? Because we could have a cold open with the start of week 1. So session after session special. I doubt anyone can get the special dialogue on week 1, but they might. So we have the gameplay loop framework set up. We have the at start, call week 1, go to week 1. You do the session, you do the after the session, you do a special if there's a special, you call end of week that resets all the variables and like cleans up all of the affection changes. Then you go back to start. Then you do week 2. Then you do week 3, and so on and so forth. I'm going to call week... I don't have a week 2 yet, so I'm going to do this. Let's actually do... I would do A before. I'm going to do U. Actually, I'm going to just numbers. Or just have all the characters say theys. There's gold in them there hills. So now what we're going to do, I think we actually do some of the fun bit. I think that now that we have... Okay. Masculine man. We'll say feminine man. I'll say feminine woman. Masculine man. High gender NB. Low gender NB. And that just basically means like they're both androgynous, one of which has very low expression of gender, one has very high expression of gender. What do we want to do for personality for each of them? I think what we do is... I think... Which one of them is the forever DM? Lawful gender versus chaotic gender? Yeah, lawful gender is low gender. Chaotic gender is high gender. Also, I'm going to swap these purely because I'm weird. So I'm actually going to make comments for each of them under them. And I'm just going to write a couple details about them. Nothing crazy, but masculine man is a Renaissance jock who is strong, who is athletic, ambitious, confident, and a bit of a golden retriever, but he feels out of his element and as though he can't connect to everyone else, making him shy. A fish out of water, exactly. That was my same phrasing in my thought, in my brain. So now we have a more feminine man. I want to avoid tropes which are just like, hey, this is a more feminine man. Therefore, he's like a soft twink who can't handle anything. I think this more feminine man is... I think the more feminine man is a bit of a menace to society and himself, though knows when to pull it back when necessary. But and I'm trying to do all of these of like here's a one sentence summary of them, and then a but statement that kind of gives them more depth. So he's a menace to society and himself, though he knows when to pull it back when necessary, but he ultimately pushes everyone away due to his inability to empathize with others. And we can workshop these. Like, this is just me spitballing here. Y'all let me know not only what is interesting, but also what interests you. And also, not just what is good character writing, but also what is good, like... Because remember, this is not a strict dating sim, but it is a sim that you can date in. So these have to be characters that people will be interested in dating. For the more feminine woman, I think the stereotype is someone who's not... I think the feminine woman is the forever DM. Because I think out of all of these archetypes, a woman who is in touch with her femininity is the least associated with being a nerd, is the least associated with something like TTRPGs. So I think it is most interesting if she is the one who is the forever DM and a bit of a rules lawyer who always appreciates, who always wants things to have cohesion to them. she's someone who doesn't want control. She wants everything to make sense. But she has to learn to let others do their thing and not solve their problems for them. Is she a Cub Scout mom? I mean, I don't know. I also don't know how old this group is. My assumption initially was like late high school, like adults but still in high school, or uni, like university. Though this could easily be like a group of like 20 somethings, maybe even 30 somethings, because anyone can play TTRPGs. Doesn't have to be like kids. This looks really cool. Well, thank you, Menace. We're currently making the characters of this dating sim, which is not strictly a dating sim, but also it's a little bit of dating sim. I'll take college if romance because no, that's what I'm saying is that it's like youngest is like everyone would be like 18, 19 because I don't want to be weird. I don't want to write a romance game about like 16 and 17 year olds because I'm not in that age range. I'm not interested in that personally. Yeah, make everyone 18 plus. Date sims was mine. That's what I'm saying is that like I didn't know if it would be like, oh, we're all seniors in high school, or if it's we're all in university, or listen, we're all like people with like we're all like 26 to 32 and we have like jobs, or maybe even older. Maybe it's like, I mean, it wouldn't make sense for everyone. I mean, it could make sense for everyone to be single whilst in their 30s or 40s, but I think that it would be more believable at the outset if no one was in a relationship, but everyone was looking for a relationship and they're all under 30. You know? How are you doing, fellow kids? Exactly. So for a more question, is the femboy an arrow kisser and by extension a tsundere? I mean, maybe, I don't know. That we'll figure that out. The masculine woman, I think so when I say like masculine, feminine, I'm saying primarily in appearance. I don't think necessarily in mannerisms or in interests has to revolve around it. So like just because masculine woman. I don't think just because she's a masculine woman, she has to be like a lumberjack who goes out like skeet shooting or whatever. I think she can still be in touch with like crocheting or something. But she has a more masculine appearance to her. Make her a lumberjack, gender expression, not like stereotypes and whatever. Yeah. So I want this to be a, wow, the femboy is a bit of a gremlin who's like assertive and aggressive and not going to like demurely ooh-woo at you. I want it to be that the very masculine, like gym bro looking guy is shy and kind of uncomfortable asserting himself in this group where he doesn't feel like he connects to the same as everyone else. I think it's more interesting at its face like that. But then also you can run into the issue of, oh, literally all of these characters, the only reason they look like this is to make it seem more interesting when they aren't like that. So I think at least one of them should align more closely with the stereotypes, which I think the feminine woman who's like the forever DM, she does kind of fall into that. She's more of like a team mom, it feels like. She wants people to have cohesion. She wants everything to make sense, which I think is a very stereotypically feminine trait, is to try and like have control over a situation and make sure everyone's like safe and accounted for and comfortable. But she's also a nerd. She's also a stickler for the rules. She's also someone who has aspects outside of that. So I don't know what we want our like masculine woman to do. All the femboys I know are gremlins. I mean, do we want to shift away from that then? Because I'm not trying to just make like generic femboy number 3. I think the masculine woman is someone who has an inability to take life seriously and goes out of her way to bring levity to her friends. But she never connects at a deeper level because she's terrified of that intimacy. It's the kind of idea of like, if you treat life as a joke, if a joke hurts you, it's not as bad as if you took it seriously. Is she a punk rocker? I was thinking one of the NBs was going to be more of a punk rocker. The masculine woman, like the treating life, like inability to take life seriously, she could be a punk rocker. Stream stalled for me. No one has been assigned as a punk rocker yet. Make Forever GM's mood go up based on the average mood of the group because she's team mom. Wait, that'd be so good. Okay, so this is low gender. This is someone, I think this is the person who is, no, I know. This is someone who is assertive and wants to constantly push the group, wants to constantly push the momentum forward regardless of the consequences. This is a very short-sighted character, but they always assume what the group wants with a limited degree of awareness. They're the sort of person who will always be like, yo, let's do this thing. Let's go out to the bar. Let's go fight in that dungeon. Let's do this thing. And most of the time they're right. Not all the time. And that's some people take issue with that. And I think the very I think the high gender non-binary, I think this is someone who is a quiet observer who will participate when included, but doesn't show much initiative. But they are overcome with analysis paralysis and would love to contribute more if able. Yeah. So you have someone who is, broadly speaking, assertive, like your classic like alpha male style, like, oh yeah, gym bro, maybe a himbo, golden retriever, but he's kind of like in a suit, like he's a fish out of water. He is uncomfortable in the situation, so he's trying his best, but it's kind of stalled, and everyone picks up on that. You have someone who, I feel like the menace to society role is kind of taken by the low gender character. So I think he's someone who I'm trying to have it be all of these characters have a unique flair to them. So you have someone who is kind of your traditional, all of the successful aspects of your archetypal man in Western society, but he's in a situation he's uncomfortable with. You have a woman who is kind of like team mom. She's in touch with her femininity as well as just comfortable with herself. But she's also a nerd, and she's like a bit of a rules lawyer, and she wants everything to make sense and have cohesion to it. You have someone who doesn't take life seriously, goes with the flow, but doesn't really have that deeper connection with anyone because they refuse to get close to them, which again is kind of like what the feminine man had. You have someone who's the group instigator who, generally speaking, accounts for everyone's wants and desires, but doesn't always, and sometimes like hits issues with the group with that. And then you have someone who is quiet, more reserved. They want to participate more. They want to be more involved, kind of like the jock, but they're so racked with analysis paralysis, they're really not inclined to be able to do that. So kind of back to the feminine man, what archetypes are we missing? I think we're missing the paragon. I think we're missing the lawful good. I think we're missing... I mean, we could have someone who's just, like, evil. Like, but we're not talking TTRPG characters. We're talking elements of a friend group. I mean, he could be the most... Oh, I know. He's the group guard dog who is friendly with the group, but will throw hands on anyone's behalf. But he can't stand up for himself in the same way he will for others. Stream is looping for you, so you'll be lurking till it resolves. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why the stream is looping. Let me double check on my end, because I don't know if that's a you issue or if that is a me issue. Oh, I forgot that I had display capture up. Whoops. He just like me for real. I mean, and that's the thing is, a lot of these characters are archetypes who make sense. They're archetypes who I have seen in life before. You had some issues 3 minutes ago? Okay. I think we have an idea of what all the characters are now. So this is all the pre-game stuff that pops up. We have the different player information. Their names are less important now than they will be later. Player 1, player 2, that is all identifying marks. And we also have to figure out what characters they're playing. And these are characters who ideally we are going to have some sort of degree of a foil dynamic with them. So playing So I think if he's more of a gym bro, if he's more athletic, if he's more all of that, I think he's playing a caster who... Okay. He's playing a caster who specializes in... I don't know. Summoning giant monsters. So then you have a character who... So I think this is shaping out that he is someone who is more silly than he is serious. I think he is someone who probably likes social encounters, but really likes combat. I think similarly, the feminine man really likes... I think actually, maybe... I think he's down for anything, actually. Although I think he likes more silly stuff. Meanwhile, I think you... There was a meme thing a while back where they had 4 groups of players. Real men, real role players, real weirdo, munchkin. Gremlin likes to kill. Gremlin does like to kill. I think that is absolutely the case. I think that Gremlin also likes exploration, is fine on terms of balance. I think the Forever DM, straight across the board, is down for anything, isn't super involved in anything. The inability to take life seriously, obviously the silly. Actually, I think she likes serious games more than she... I'm trying to make it that there's at least a rough distribution of all of this. I think that the quiet observer is down for everything, but prefers combat less than they do social encounters. Assertive, I think... Speaking as my group's Forever TM, I'm basically down for anything as a player, but I try to take the game a little more seriously. Exactly, and that's how I feel. That is how I think this Forever DM feels. Inability to take life seriously. I think really enjoys exploration, doesn't really enjoy social encounters as much. I think the assertive character is... Honestly, the assertive character is probably the one that's fine across the board. So we have someone who really likes combat, doesn't like social. We have someone who's fine with most things. We have someone who really likes what's it called? Exploration, doesn't like social. We have someone who's fine across the board. We have someone who doesn't like combat, really likes social. Maybe I change you and you really like exploration and you really don't like combat. But you're always trying to... Actually, yeah, you're trying to investigate things. You're not playing a fighter, you're playing an investigator. Okay, so now we only have one person who's... I think the Forever DM really likes social and isn't super into exploration. Hog. We have exploration, puzzle solving, same thing, exactly, yeah. So we have combat, social and RP, exploration and puzzles. So that's why the top guy likes everything. Well, maybe... Yeah, so the top guy is down for anything. The guard dog really likes fighting, doesn't like RPing. The Forever DM really likes RPing, doesn't like puzzles. The takes life seriously, doesn't really like role-playing, but really likes puzzles and exploration. The assertive instigator really likes puzzles and exploration, doesn't really like combat. And then the quiet observer really likes role-playing, doesn't like combat. So now we have an array of different players that like different things. And then in terms of seriousness, we have a couple people who like both. We have a couple people who like it more silly. And then we have one person who likes it more serious. I think the guard dog likes it more serious than silly. Because I think the guard dog doesn't like role-playing, but likes serious, intense combat. Jock is uncomfortable social. I think the jock likes everything, but the jock is struggling to connect with it. I think that the difference between the jock and the quiet observer is that the jock is making the active effort, while the observer is struggling to even make that effort, right? He's happy to be here. He's just shy. Yeah, exactly. He's down for everything. He likes it more silly than serious, but he's actively trying to make an effort. That's why he's like summoning giant monsters. The guard dog is playing, I think, playing a frontline fighter that can tank and deal massive damage. The Forever DM, I don't think Forever DM is playing a healer. I think Forever DM is playing a dark. So I'll say so what I've decided is that in terms of like the quote unquote lore of this, they're not playing D&D because obviously this is not a licensed property, so I can't include D&D. I was thinking I would just make like truncated D&D light. And the core premise of it being that there's 4 classes and like the setting is like there's the upper plane, there's the middle plane, and there's the lower plane. This is where all of your demons are. This is where all of your angels are. This is where everyone else is. And you can play as either a martial character, a specialist who's good at utility, a upper plane caster, or a lower plane caster. And this is kind of like your warlocks are here and your clerics are here, but also your wizards can be either of these. And also this can be a ranger or it can be a fighter. This can be a rogue or it can be a bard. And also if you want to play a paladin, you'd probably take both high magic as well as martial. So really just kind of like archetypes, not really worrying about mechanics, just kind of like a simplified version instead of this person's playing a ranger, this person's playing mage, warrior, etc. instead of bard, fighter. Yeah, exactly. So the idea being is that I think in that you'd be playing a lowborn, as in like influenced by the lower plane, low, or I don't know what they're called yet, but like dark caster. And I think playing a highborn high caster. You're playing a mid-born frontline fighter, so you'd be like more martial. That drains enemies' life force. You can't take anything seriously, so you're playing a low-born specialist, which is like the kind of rogue equivalent, I guess. That constantly wants to adventure. This is the instigator. I think you're also playing a mid-born specialist who focuses on weird mechanical loopholes. And then you are playing... We have 2 lowborn, a highborn, and 2 midborn. So you're playing a highborn marshal, a highborn frontline marshal. Yeah, because I think that this is a robust enough framework of a system that if I say like, hey, I'm playing a highborn caster, a highborn high magic caster, versus I'm playing a midborn marshal, then with like a sentence of explanation on each, you would understand what they are, but I don't have to worry about what's the mechanics of this. The shy player is a bard and actually has a beautiful singing voice. Ooh. Playing a highborn... They could have a disproportionate amount of specialists. So they have 1 marshal, they have a highborn caster that summons like monsters which act as marshals. They have they have a warlock style DPS, and then they have weird mechanical loopholes. They have someone who's like fully utility, and then they have a highborn specialist who I don't think they're like a bard in the sense that they have like music, but I think that who is effectively they're playing a highborn specialist, low magic, low caster hybrid with as a sort of bard. So there's someone who is a highborn character using low magic, which is very interesting from a kind of like, oh, what about an Aasimar who has a warlock pact with a demon? Or a tiefling who is a cleric? Like, that kind of dichotomy adds to it. Yeah. I think that's fun. I think a midborn martial high caster hybrid. You're like a paladin. Okay. So now we have the idea of what characters their personalities are. We have ideas of what characters the characters they're playing are and how they interact with one another. Theoretically, I could just start writing. Like, we could start session 1 right now and just write up the notes on, okay, here's what goes in session 1. Here's the deal with it. Here's what's going on. I think I like 15 minutes before another ad break. I think I'm going to drink some water. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to spend the next like 10 minutes brainstorming with y'all. What's session 1 look like? How are we introducing not just the game, but also the session and also the characters? Because I think we start with a hot start. Or as some might call it, a cold open. And I think we just kind of start where in game, you are in the middle of a session in week 1. You finish up the session for them. At the end of the session, you say, hey, how did you like that? We're trying this new system. Are you enjoying it? You learn that you're a new DM for this group. Is this like an intro cutscene whenever the player enters their own name or whatever? Now, I'm thinking just straight up like player enters their own name. Boom. You're already DMing. In media res? Yeah. No, exactly. Well, so I'm not even thinking in media res. I'm literally thinking, like, I don't know. This is the point where you get asked to DM. And this is the point where all of you make your characters. And this is the point where you like get introduced to everyone. And this is the point where the first session starts. And like the game, the visual novel we are creating begins like right there and just continues going. This is all backstory that is never like flashed back to. We don't go back to it. It might be referenced. So like over the course of this first week in the first session, you learn, oh, the Forever DM is taking a break. You don't know the group very well, so you're DMing. You have to learn what these people like to be their friends. We could start it with a fake out involving the characters that the people made. It seems at first like a fantasy visual novel, and that's where we end today's session. I don't know. I don't know how good that, because fake outs like that can be funny. They can also just be uninteresting, because there's a certain level of, oh, I'm starting this visual novel. Wow, this is so interesting. There's so many different aspects to pull from this. Oh, wait, it's ripped out from under me. It's ripped out from under me. And alternatively, it's you go into the game knowing, okay, it's a game with players. I don't care about the characters right now. I care about the players. Just bring me to the players already. So that's another thing to keep in mind of. It's like, well, what are we feeling? Are we feeling that we want something where we open with the characters? Do we open with the players? Do we open with session prep? Do we open with, okay, I'm going to run a D&D session. What should I run for my players? Or do we just open with, like, you find yourself in front of the mouth of the dungeon. What do you do? Like, I mean, that's another question is, do we start with choice? Or do we start as like a kinetic novel where the first session / the first section of the first session is, okay, so it's just chunks of dialogue introducing all the characters. And also, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it would be kind of, it might not be the right choice. But I feel as though having at least one character not be present for the opening session would help with learning all of the characters. Because if we have players 1 through 3 and character 5, so you only have to worry about 4 players, and then next session it's characters 1 through 4 and 6, and then the session after that it's characters 3 through 6, and then the session after that it's characters 1 through 3, 5 through 6. Suddenly it's way more manageable to keep track of, like, okay, I only had to learn 4 characters. Okay, now of the 4 characters I know, I only have to learn 2 more, but I'm still only dealing with 5 people. Hi, you just joined. What's going on? We are currently programming a game, like a visual novel, that will be, you are a GM, a dungeon master, and it is a game about connecting with your players and potentially with romance options, mostly as a joke. But I'm just like, hey, let's screw it. We made a joke about this last week. Let's try our hand at it. So right now we're just working through the beginning bits of like setting up character classes, what all the personalities are, what the core gameplay loop is going to look like. Yeah. First session and someone's already ditching. Exactly. I think all the characters should be there for the first session so you can pick who you like. I think that too, but consider this. If we have, say, I don't know, 60 lines of dialogue in the first session, that is split between 6 characters, so they each, on average, get 10. If we have 60 lines of dialogue, but there are only 4 characters, suddenly it is, I think, 15 on average, which is just that much more. No, you don't get to be introduced to character 4 and character 6 up right off the bat, but in session 2, suddenly they get more screen time. And then in session 1, you get a pretty good idea of 2/3 of the group. I'm trying not to overwhelm the player of the game while simultaneously giving them as much information as possible. Oh, or if you have to admit one, it's the Forever DM. Yeah, we're theory crafting a visual novel. And not just theory crafting, we're also like properly getting into coding. Like, we now are at the point where we have characters, we know a framework of like storyboarding, of plotting. We can just start writing now. We're just trying to figure out, what do we want to do for the opening of the visual novel? And chat is an active participant in this. So I think, well, you have to admit one, it's the Forever DM. See, and that's the thing, is that in the first session, it's not only introducing all 6 characters, it's also introducing, here's the setup, here's the premise, here is the setting, here are the mechanics, all of that. What could happen, what we could do is first session, week 1, and maybe this one is week 0. Maybe we start off at week 0, where it's, you're wrapping up the ending of the first session of you taking over with all 6 of them. And then afterwards, the Forever DM stays after, and you have to talk to the Forever DM because the Forever DM is the one like giving you all the exposition. And then that also gives you a reason why the Forever DM would like you more than everyone else, because the Forever DM is a very like collectivist person who also is probably the one who said, hey, I know this really cool person, the player can sub in for me so I can be a player. I feel like if anyone would be committed showing up to be the Forever GM, assuming that they're actually a good GM, that's fair. Yeah, like checking in with you, being like, hey, how'd you feel? Like, okay, so I think what we do is, I think we start all week 0 from start 0. Label week 1 tutorial-esque first session where the choices are more limited and the after session talk is chosen for you. The first thing we do, we have to add a return because otherwise we will get stuck in here. And then we're going to do session with limited choices to explain the mechanics. After session with player 3 to explain the premise / check in. No special. And I think Choice to skip tutorial. Add choice to skip tutorial once further developed. Because week 0 is your tutorial. Week 0 is your, hey, here's basic choices because you're the DM getting acquainted with this group. It's going to be a very quick flow chart. It's not going to be a proper session. And then it's going to guaranteed be a conversation with the Forever GM. Yeah, with her being the mom friend, her being the Forever GM, she's going to check with you because she knows her friends better than you do and can be like, hey, I think you made some good choices. Remember, not everyone is going to appreciate the same things. You have to kind of account for everyone. And then you can be like, yo, how did you do it? And then she would be like, I constantly bounced around and it was not very fun, but the players seem to enjoy it. So with the session, how modular do I want to get? I think I can just have everything be under week 0. I don't need to jump around a whole bunch. I can just stay within week 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let me just double check, because I'm not sure how class objects in terms of dialogue actually functions. Because I can determine, for instance, up here I say define chat. Chat as a variable will be the string chat because it's a character. So if I say, I think I have to define a series of characters based off their names. And I can't have it be this, but that doesn't actually matter. So I think what I do is I define P1 is assigned to character player 1. And then I just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6. And then I go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I can change these names later to be like Evelyn or Spike or Arrow Writes to be whenever I say P1 Pog. If I make P1 Arrow Writes, then it would be in dialogue. Arrow Writes would say Pog. So presently, the first thing that happens is we jump into week 0. Well, I mean, I guess what I could do is I could just do menu. Would you like
Protective shield.
the tutorial? Hello, Stunov. Welcome on in. Would you like to skip the tutorial? Yes. That would just be not skip. Not null. What is it when I have nothing I want to do? Null? Skip? End? What? I can't remember what the syntax is. Pog. And then there'd be no, or would you like to play the tutorial? If yes, call. If no, Pog. I don't think it's like 0 or end or null. It's something that I can just have like, or pass. Pass. I cannot type. I'm so sorry. It should be pass. Is it not lowercase? Yeah, pass. So if I click no, that will just continue on and then call week 1. Man, I give up modding Vicky 2. The game's code is such a mess. Well, Stunov, welcome into this coding stream. Welcome to way more of a mess than Vicky 2. Do we want to have skip the tutorial introduced more organically, like Forever GMs ask, hey, do you want some help with advice? And that would be confusing. I don't think that would be confusing, but at least for right now, excuse me. I think for right now, I am going to have it be that it's just right up front. Would you like to play the tutorial? If yes, call week 0. If no, pass. Specifically because we can refine that later. Vicky 2 is so much worse. Well, I'm sorry. So if week 0 So for instance, if I launch this, would you like to play the tutorial? Yes. Pog. And then because this is the end of day, that's it. And then if I go, if I go no, okay. And I think I do need to call end of week from week 0 end. We're about to have an ad in about 30 seconds. So I'm actually going to step away for a second, fill up my water, take care of myself. And then when I return, we will write up the tutorial session. So get your ideas flowing, get your ideas ready, and let me know what you want to see from a tutorial session. Well, welcome back, everyone. Oh, I forgot my model was up. I forgot about his display capture. So, I think what we do is that week 0, we have it be a cold open, the very end of the first session. We have the end of the first session involve a couple choices. I just realized. Okay, so the thing in Ren'Py is that there's a couple different ways. There's a couple different ways you can make choices. The most basic of which is a menu. A menu is just, okay, you have, under the menu, you have line 1, which you can just have be like the descriptive text of like, wow, the menu select is open. You have line 2 and 3 and 4 and whatever, which are choice 1. Oh my gosh, I can't. Oh. Choice 1, choice 2, and so on. So this is your classic, this is a menu. There is 2 buttons in the middle of the screen. You choose it. That's what I did for the tutorial select, right? This is a menu. Another option you can do, which is separate, is like what I did for this. So do you see how I'm pressing things on the actual page independent of like a little 2-prong choice? I can make screens that will determine where you select stuff on screen, and you can hover over them and make choices like that. I didn't choose something here. I chose over here, and that broke. Occasionally it breaks. Don't worry about it. I can do that here, but it's also far more complicated, but it's way cleaner. For instance, if I have this, I have a series of buttons under screens that I can do. Maybe a little too complicated for a prototype like this. I mean, yeah, and this is also the sort of thing where I can do this all in menus. My main concern with that is that then if I want to swap to screens, I would have to fully pivot to screens and like revamp everything, which isn't the biggest deal. My only thing is that the last time I did a game where I primarily did nested menus, I was making a game where you're a supernatural therapist, and this, I mean, this is what nested menus looks like. Which, like, I suppose works fine. But I feel as though having different labels that you can call to and respond to makes it way easier to read on the back end. Time to suffer a bit in War Thunder? Well, I hope you don't suffer too much. I think... yeah, this is like... what is this? 3,400 from like... what is this? 2K? Yeah, 1,900. So that's like 2K lines of dialogue, and that was like, I don't know, 70% of the way through before I stopped. So I'm not looking to do nested menus, but also this is a different setup. This is a different circumstance. This is not one continuous conversation. This is a series of flowcharts, effectively. Well, no, Stunov, you can leak a couple classified documents as a treat. It's just you can't leak them here because then I'll get in trouble. What I don't want is to catch flack for your poor decision making. So what I'm going to do is I think if I encountered a choice that I want to make, I just go menu. What should the players face? Goblins Pog for orcs. Double Pog. And then suddenly I can leave the menu. I can continue on from the menu with, active threats assigned to orcs. And then this would be active threat is assigned to goblins. I mean, what I could do, so I could make a character class for different threats. And then under the character class, I can make different objects. So if they're fighting goblins, I can just reference the goblin object with an array that has different references to it. So I could write the party encounters a group of so I think it would be goblin dot group name, for example, or goblins.name where they, and then goblins dot opener, right? And then I could make the actual choices modular for something like, are you fighting orcs or are you fighting goblins? Depending on how deep I want to go, I could be like, I could make it more complicated. If I want to be like, are you fighting, I think it's Control C, Shift C. Ah! If, what's it called? If it's the difference between like a puzzle and a, what's it called? What is it? If it's a puzzle versus a combat, for instance, that's a situation where I would probably have to like write like XYZ puzzle as opposed to like ABC combat, because those would be two different choices. But for something like, are you fighting goblins? Are you fighting orcs? I could just have character classes. I could make classes for the different encounters where then if they have the freaking like midborn martial highcaster, they can do X when fighting goblins. But if they're fighting orcs, they need the highborn highcaster who specializes in summoning giant monsters to deal with the orcs. I could do something like that. Like, that's also true. You have an unhealthy obsession with spending, getting all the upgrades for spading every vehicle. Listen, if that's what brings you joy in life, that's what brings you joy in life. Don't let anyone tell you different. I mean, I could also just ignore the difference between goblins and orcs. I could just be like, to keep it simple, I could be like, they either encounter a locked door or they encounter a group of goblins. What happens from there depends on which players are present. And if it's a locked door, everyone who likes exploration encounters will get a point for that. And then everyone who dislikes exploration will get a point down from that in their mood. So that makes sense. I think what I do, maybe this isn't the right choice. Maybe this isn't the right choice. What I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to make a label called session choice mood. And I think this is where session combat mood. I think what I do, this is not going to be the most efficient way to do this, but I don't really care. I am going to say, I mean, I could add all of the character objects to an array in this and go through the array if I really wanted, but that would involve a for loop, and I keep screwing up for loops every time I use for loops. So I think I will go stupid, go crazy. This is going to be check or influences mood of present players when a combat encounter is chosen. And then this would just be if player 1, that's the name of the first object? Yes. If player 1 dot present equals true, then it would just be checks player 1's combat. So, and I think if player 1 dot, what's it called? Sorry, I'm trying to remember this. Combat like is greater than 2. I could just say greater than or equal to 3. If then it's going to increase the mood. Player 1 dot mood plus equals 1. And then what I could do is I could just go through all of them like this. Strictly speaking, I don't need... I could make like a for statement, but I'm not going to, and I'm not sorry. I'm a little sorry. Wait, no, I don't need 3s. I don't need 2s, I need 3s. Okay, so now what this is that every time a character, every time there's a choice, I did more 3s again. I'm so dumb. So this is just every time there's a choice that involves a combat, I will call this function, which will just say, hey, is character 1 present? Yes. Do they like combat? Oh, I forgot about the elif player 1 dot combat like less than 2. Player mood is -1. I forgot. Please be gentle. I am not a coder. Are you coding, son? I am. And am I coding effectively? No. However, that's not what matters. What matters is I'm having fun. Because I've been wanting to program for a while. I've been in the mood to program for a while, but I just kind of like haven't had the time or impetus. So this is something that is actually pretty good for that. Arrow allergic to variables. Shut up. I'm using class objects. That's something new and interesting for me. Wait, what if I... Okay, what if instead of copying this entire section like over and over, I make variables that just run down the list? That makes sense? Because I think what I can do is I can... Did I do this here? I feel like I did. You're going to comment yourself out of here? Well, enjoy your comment, I guess. You're not lurking for all I know. I need to get back to coding and reading, but sometimes I have a few unhealthy obsessions that stray me from it. Listen, sometimes you need to just play War Thunder for enrichment, and I'm not going to disrespect that. So player selected. Where did I define player selected? So player selected is assigned to you. then player turn master. So the player selected, I can just rather, instead of all of this, I can player selected player selected is assigned to player 1. And then that would be player 1 dot present. So now what I need to do is I just need to do a while. I mean, I could just okay, I'm thinking, but I'm not thinking smart. Also, don't judge people's codes if they're having fun. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not good at coding, so if someone's like, your code sucks, I'd be like, yeah, I know. And so, wow. Mood selector is greater than 0. You think you fixed what's happening? Happy Ides of March, everyone. You're a computer engineer and sometimes you do terrible codes. Well, that's nice to know. So currently, Mr. Dippity, we are going through and I'm setting a quick thing that I can just reference this function every time there's a selection in the sessions, which will just go through every player, see if they're present. If they are present, see if they like combat. If yes, they get +1 mood. If they don't like combat, they get -1 mood. I think then that would just be mood selector plus or -1. And I think, do I need it at the start of each session? Do I just make an array, which is all of the available players? Good loop, in my opinion. Thank you. Yeah, so the choices have a flag and raise or lower the thing associated with that flag. Exactly. So it'd just be a matter of what is mood selector is assigned to. I mean, do I just make an array every session of which players are present? That seems like it would be a good thing to have, but I don't know what I would use it for outside of literally just this. So I could just have it be 6, and then it's while mood selector is greater than or equal to 0, this selects, I need to change this, so doing that. So this would be select player 1, goes through, checks, -1, we're at 5. We're still above 0, so it goes here, grabs player 2. I mean, okay. I need an array that I need an array that every session, the first thing it does is checks who's present, then it appends them, then I can remove this, see if they're present or not. I can literally just do the combat like. Maybe, but I don't know how that's different than if present is not equal to 0. See, that's the thing is that if I do length of present players, I believe it would be length -1, and then so I need to make the array because I haven't made it yet. So at the start of every session, I think what I do is that at the end of a week, I add call end of week. I think this is where I just go through literally every single player and I say, are you present? If yes, append you to the array. If not, don't append you to the array. It was not fixed. Oh, I'm sorry. This would be. See, now I'm playing dangerous games. I am jumping around my code without finishing loops and without finishing functions. That's how you know it's bad. I think I go up here. default present players, and that is just an empty array because this is going to be updates each session for which players are present. I'm going to go down. This is going to append. I need to. It's Twitch, doesn't happen on other streams. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry that for whatever reason, my stream seems to be breaking for you. Also, for programming, I recommend getting to logic books. Sometimes even professional programmers are ashamed to admit that they just copy and paste entire codes. Yeah, and I understand that like modern coding involves stealing code off the internet, oftentimes utilizing AI as assistants. I don't consider myself a programmer. I consider myself someone who has programmed. I don't even really consider myself someone who is programming. Like, I have just programmed previously. It's fine on your end. You don't know what's happening. I stole your code. It's not my code. Exactly. So we're going to append. Okay, so okay, it's going to be determines present for next week. That's what this is. So this is determining present for next week. I think this is what I was going to do here, which is this is going to be a while loop that is just check player 1. If yes, blah. If no, blah. I don't think it's bad to use AI as assistants if it helps, you know. I'm not really going to get into that right now just because I'm focused on coding. But I do think that there is a difference between the utilization of AI in an assisting role or in a technical role than in a generative role. And I think that there is a distinction to be drawn there. Whether or not that distinction is important enough to you that you are going to eschew generative AI but utilize assistive AI, or you're going to like trash both of them, or you, whatever your feelings on AI are, I think there is a distinction to be drawn there because they are not the same. It is the Giancarlo Esposito meme of just like, we are not the same. So if I believe this is how you append to an array. This would be present selector. The present selector is assigned to player 1. This is what I need to change. So this needs to go from player 1 to player 2, player 3. What if I just well, the very first time it's going to be player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 5, player 6. This is the very first session. He's going to have all 6 of them. So already, this is going to run through that. What am I doing? I'm lost in the sauce. Is it possible to purge yourself? Yes, it is. Many people have done it before. We call it a ricochet. Okay, so present selector. I need to both pop and append from this list. However, if I pop them, if I pop them, then they're no longer in the list, so I can't rely on this list. How do I determine? So if I have all 6, so let's go back to me. if I have a list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at the end of the first session where they are all present, I am going to, well, so first off, let me do this first. I have present players. Let's delete this. The length of present players, it should be 6. So what I'm going to do is I need to, while mood selector, which is currently 6, it's currently 5, because 0 is a number. So you are set to the max index value of the array. So if there are 6 items in the array, you're going to start at 5. And then what you're going to do, you're going to assign you to present player index. I mean, I'm starting from the end and coming back. It doesn't really matter if I start at the beginning or go forward. So I'm just going to do it like this, so it comes down to 0 instead of goes up to the end. So then I don't need to worry about if this is true or not. I just need to worry about you. And then mood selector decreases by 1. So this loop is, I currently have 6 entities in this array. So I have mood selectors assigned to 5 because arrays have an index value of 0 to 5 if it's a group of 6. Player selected is assigned to the array indexing 5. So the final item in the array. If player selected, which would be player 6 in this instance, because index 5 of a 6 item array, their combat like is greater than 2, they get +1 mood. If it is less than 2, they get -1 mood. If it is just 2, they get no change because they're fine with combat. Then mood selector decreases by 1. Because mood selector is now 4, that is still greater than or equal to 0. So it will go again. Now player selected is the array, the 5th item in the array, because it's index 4. So then we go down, which would be player 5's combat value, and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. So awesome. What I could do is I could then generalize this session combat mood to be for any encounter. I could do session encounter mood. So I would change combat like to, I would just have an additional, okay, so what I would do is I would have encounter like encounter mood, and I would just need to, whenever I'm calling this, I would assign the encounter like first. So if I'm calling, so if I do encounter like is assigned to combat, I don't think that would actually, would combat like work? I don't know if that would work. And then I would call session encounter mood. Day 2 of Arrow actually hosted Elysium. That is true. And now I'm coding, of all things. Can you believe that? Oh, Gravitas is taking shots. So, session encounter mood. Okay, so what we have is loops loops based off of size of sessions players, present players. This is if player likes encounter, increase mood. If player doesn't like encounter, decrease mood. Oh no, you're bringing out the big guns? Good God. I don't know if combat like makes sense here, because I want encounter like to be combat like. I wonder if that'll work. So start the game. Would you like to play the tutorial? Yes. Go to week 0. Pog. We will run into an issue after that pog. Nope. Player 1 is not defined. So that's an issue up on line 9. So, because we defined that before we defined the player count. So I just need to... That was just an oops on my end. Just need to do that there. And then it's fine. I'm not adding pog as a comment. I've added pog as like testing notes. So after the pog, if this breaks, that means I made a mistake. Okay. Combat like is not defined. So combat like, we want to make the encounter like based off of the combat like here. So I don't know if I can... Would that work? So if I pog and unpog, we'll see if that works. Yes? Okay. So player object has no attribute. So that's because I made it a string, because I wasn't sure how to work that. So encounter like is a int. Why do you... Oh, I accidentally turned off microphone settings.
Accident.
Hello.
Hey Arrow, I was told by my chat to call you. So why
Okay.
is there a genocide actively going on in your chat right now?
I mean, that was limited gravitas. You know that as well as I do.
Well, see, I wasn't paying attention, but Munpa came into my chat, or was in my chat saying, I went into your chat for 20 seconds and there was a genocide going on.
I mean,
And then-
that's pretty typical. We're just busy coding. We're making a dating sim based off of a TTRPG group.
Oh, I see. Why am I timed out from your chat? Excuse me? I'm on the stream. How did you time me out?
I didn't
Maddie, I
time
see
you out.
banished me.
My chat banished Rorston.
Yeah. But yes, anyway, I'm just about to do raw roasts here. I just wanted to see what you were up to. I mentioned the chat offhand, but I was...
You goober.
Well, I was working. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, no, Wolk, he already got banished and he didn't hang up. Obviously, he doesn't want to go anywhere.
If I banish him again, will you just hang up? But yeah, no, my chat was like, just call Arrow. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I got time. Anyway, you're in my pocket right now. But I just wanted to see what you were up to. All right, I'll let you get back to coding.
Okay, enjoy your
You have a fun time.
roast.
I will. Bye.
No, you won't. Absolute goober. Complete goober material. Okay, can we get some banished Rorstons in chat real quick? I just want to make sure he knows he's not welcome here. Because the purging the weak is fine. The purging the weak is fun and interesting. The banishing Rorston should feel targeted because it is targeted. That's what you need to keep in mind. Thank you. I appreciate it. But what I'm going to do is... Oh, I need to add a sound effect when we banish Rorston. Does it need to be like the Call of Duty hit marker? Is that what this is? what I'm going to do, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not smart enough for this. So if I have an attribute under would I just do like player one dot combat like? Wait, no, so player dot combat like? Because it's generalized to the player class? You'd spam it, but it's not. Oh, I put it on cooldown. Yeah, that was so that you guys couldn't spam it and like abuse my fellow streamer. But no, Rory is very fun, very cool. I did run Lancer for him the other day, and he will not shut up about it because he was bothering me about it for like a week leading up to it. But no, it's always fun to have someone randomly drop by and be like, "Hey, I'm calling you." Although, if I could, oh, I know what I want to do. Okay, what you're gonna do. Okay, can I screw with him for a second? I'm gonna raid out to Rory, but I'm not gonna end stream. I'm gonna keep streaming. I want all of you to raid out to Rory, and I want you to like harass him. No, I'm not even gonna raid. I'm literally just going to okay. Let me grab something real quick. Wait a second. I need to send him something because okay, so we are going to I want to send them the Curse of Ra. His follower only chat? Alright, then you just have to follow him. So what you're gonna do, I want all of you to go over to let me grab this real quick. Let me open up the boys stream. So I want all of you to okay, and now we can close out of that. Sorry. I just have display capture on, so I'm trying to be a little bit careful about identifying information. I want all of you to just go over to his chat and just like throw in a Curse of Ra. Doesn't have to be a lot. Could just be once, maybe twice. But I just think it would be so funny if we just whip out the Curse of Ra and completely just derail what he's doing. Not to be a jerk, but if you could just send some Curse of Ra's his way, I would appreciate it. Meanwhile, I'm going to be coding. I didn't do any of this. I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm trying to figure out how to increase, how to generalize an attribute of a class. Can I just player dot combat like? Is that sufficient? More people do it. I can't do it because then he would know. However, if you could be kind enough to do that, chat, I'd be very appreciative. I would be like so appreciative. Because I like screwing with my friends. You did yours? Player has no attribute combat like because that's not an object. So I guess, would it just be player one dot combat like? So I don't think this will break, will it? It will. Did I not save? Player has no attribute combat like. So encounter like. It breaks in the session encounter mood. I think what we do here is we cry. So do you have any manual check for every character for every single event? So my goal is you choose, so you do menu, What horrors await your party today? Fight with goblins. That is where you get... It's combat-like. Puzzles for days. That is where you get... that is where you get... Explorer-like. The goal being is that then, after the choice, I call the session encounter mood. If I can get this right, encounter-like will be lined up with either combat-like, or it will be lined up with explorer-like. Is that why you wanted them as an array? I mean... So I had them as an array so I could reference them if they're present. I have them as an array insofar as that is the group of what players are currently active. I don't know how I can generalize this, but I feel like I did it before. I feel like I did that before. Where or maybe I can't. Maybe the attribute needs to be defined. Maybe the attribute is not mutable. So I would have to do combat-like, and then... what's it called? Sorry, I'm trying to think. Combat-like, and then... Combat-like. And then it's just a matter of copy, paste, session encounter mood goes back to session combat mood. The player can be rotated, but the actual attribute can't. I think I just do that for now. So, likes combat, dislikes combat. What I'm going to do is... This is going to be session... this would be social. So if they dislike social, if they like social, and it would be social like, and it would be social like, and social. And then this one would be explore like. When in exploration encounter, likes exploration, likes exploration, and this would be explore like. This would be explore like. And now, instead of having one call after the fact, but you change the modifier between it, it would be... This would be call combat like, call explore mood from week 0. I can name menus, right? Horror choice. Horror choice. Now, how many of you, I'm curious, have actually ever coded in RenPy before? So how much of what I'm doing makes absolutely zero sense? Choice 1, choice 2. Because I respect if you have no idea what I'm doing. Ugh. Okay, so that should work. Play tutorial, yes, Pog. What horrors await the parties today? Fight with goblins, unpog. Ugh. Using this, that didn't clear. Okay. Cool. And a tiny bit of Game Maker. You've only ever used GDScript with Godot. You've never coded in that language. So this is a Python-based script, as you might have gathered from RenPy. And it's for visual novels. So the intentionality of it is dialogue heavy, which is why if I want to include dialogue, I can literally just do dialogue. Or if I want dialogue from a specific character, I can say dialogue. Dialogue. So, and then because I defined P1 earlier as player 1, this would say just dialogue, and then this would say player 1 dialogue. And that's why dialogue is so easy. That's why it lends itself to visual novels. It's primarily, you can just click on the screen to advance. It's all very built in for that. So what I'm currently trying to do, I just set up mood modifiers, but there's no indication of the actual changes. But that's speaking, actually, I know what I should do. I need to do this. I need to launch project. I need to do you. Yes. Hog. I need to, I think it's, how do I see. So all the questionable games must be coded in RemPy. Exactly. Questionable games. That's what you call them. What? I forget how to open the directory. Nope. Let me figure this out real quick. RenPy directory. Can't remember what it is. Once the game is running. Or this is the basic statement. I'm sorry, this is not very interesting to watch, but I'm forgoing one of the most important aspects of RemPy, which is just like being able to open up the like behind the scenes when you have the game open. Is it? No? What is this? I cannot recall. This is sad. I am sad. You make me sad. I would just start pressing buttons, but I don't want to like accidentally like dox myself because I have screen capture on, which never a good thing. Okay, so I can't check that then. I'll have to look that up later. Okay, so broadly speaking, we have, you start the game. You can choose the tutorial. We're always going to choose yes to the tutorial because we're currently working the tutorial. When you go to the tutorial, it opens with a pog. Then the goal is you're going to make a couple choices that will influence the player's moods. But fundamentally, it's not going to change too much. Then after the session, player 3, the forever DM, is going to steal your opportunity to talk with someone to talk to you themselves. She is going to run you through, hey, here's what I thought you did well in the session. Here's what you need to know. Here's how you can connect with people. Here's the tradition that we have of like one player always stays by after. And then after that, there's no special, and then it ends the first week. Let's fast forward to the next week, you continue the game. I don't know if we're going to get the tutorial session done right now. I feel like we've made a ton of great progress. We've already made the characters outside of like their names. We have made the framework of how the game is actually going to work. I'm going to just chat. Chat speaks whenever this is not something we want to actually include in the game. No, we've done a ton already, so we're approaching 4 hours. I would not be upset if we pivot to Disco Elysium. I would not be set if we stop now, like over the break, and we go to Disco Elysium. Alternatively, I'd be good to just focus on coding all day. I'd probably want to tap out in the next like 2 hours though. Just because like I'm not a programmer and I'm trying my best. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I yawn. Okay. I think we start with narration. I think we start with personally I'm down for either, but I'm really excited to see you continue Disco. I know Disco's so exciting, and now I'm at the point where I can talk to to Titus. I can talk to Titus about where Ruby is, and I have a bunch of additional information. And if I fail my check, I'm going to be really sad. Also, Rory, I saw, gave me a shout out like 10 minutes ago. So I'm going to shout out Rorston. Just because I actually don't know if any of you don't know who he is, but he's quite lovely despite all of his annoyances, despite how awful he is. He's really quite a fun guy. I do have a great deal of affection for him, specifically in how annoying he is. I can't have him be like, oh, I gave you a shout out, but you never gave me a shout out. Because I would never live that down if I did that. So I think top of week 0, the opening lines to the game, I think it needs to be an absolute disaster. I think we open with a couple of the players being disasters. Who is a disaster in this group? I think... Oh, that was like a hiccup. Whoops. I think player 2 just killed someone. I think player 2 just like killed an NPC, and player 5 is helping them hide the body. And everyone else out of game is seething because they should not have killed that character. Open up with 3 players saying Hawk Tua. I don't think that's what we want to do, personally speaking. So who are our usual suspects? I think it's player 2, and I think maybe player 4 and player 5. Doesn't take life seriously. Also, like, constantly is the instigator. I yawn. I think what we do is players 2, 4, 5 are currently trying to hide body, much to the party's chagrin. So, dialogue writing. This is what I consider to be my greatest skill as a writer, so I better not, like, joke. I better not fail when I have a live studio audience watching me. So I think first off, we say, well, how was I supposed to know? Don't stab me. Or, so, come on. He literally said, what are you gonna do? Stab me? That's an invitation, if I've ever heard one. And then I think I can do italics. / I've ever heard one. Player 4. Well, because this is an NPC, so pronouns don't matter. And this is a scripted piece of dialogue, so I don't need to worry about adding in specific pronouns references. This is the start of session 0, or the start of week 0 is going to be the end of session 1, which is always going to be players 2, 4, and 5 hiding a body. Well, I think, and then do I say like, no, so they have character names too. I forgot about, I need to add a thing where I can reference their in-character names, because this currently is the player's name, not the character name. So what I could do is I could have it be that they all... Do I want in-character dialogue? No, so I think this is out of character, talking about in-game. I think this is out of character, talking about in-game. So the one who doesn't really care, go with the flow. Well, Guard Dog has a point. I think player 3 is arguing with them and saying, it doesn't matter if he has a point or not when he has a body count. Player 5 steps in and says, we all do. We all do. It's just a matter of if he also gets a bounty on his head. So who's with me? Player 1 or player 2 says, no, I think so. Come on, he literally said, what are you going to do? Stab me? That's an invitation if I've ever heard one. Well, player 2 does have a point. It doesn't matter if he had a point or not when he has a... It doesn't matter if he has a point or not when he has a body count. We all do. We all have a body count. It's just a matter... it's just that not all of us have a warrant for our arrests. And I don't have that yet. Oh, and the player, meaning the GM, the person playing the visual novel, this isn't going to be confusing to talk about at all, has to try and settle it. Yeah, I'm thinking it's something where, like, the players are currently squabbling, and the first choice is, are you going to let them continue squabbling, or are you going to kind of force their hand? Right? I think that's what the first choice is. The first choice in the tutorial is, like, they just killed someone. Your choice is, how do you want to address that? And then there's probably a single follow-up choice, and then that's the end of the session. So you get like 2 choices total. With those 2 choices, then that will impact the mood of everyone. They will respond how they will. And then the what's it called? The mom friend will check in with you and be like, hey, Forever DM, like, I'm a Forever DM. How'd you like DMing your first session for this group kind of deal? Okay. I'm gonna wait a minute and a half. Because that is what heroes do. Do I have anything I can do? I don't have rice making. I could put on rice. I could put on rice right now. Yeah. For those of you who see through the ads, you just saw a double version of me. This is what happens when you see behind the screen. This is what happens when you see display capture, which is not terrifying at all for me. I am not in constant fear and terror from this. One of the more serious players, he was about to tell us where the cult was hiding before you made them mad. Yeah, so what is the seriousness of these? Player 2 is actually serious, and player 3... So the 2 serious players are taking the serious direction in different directions. That's what it is. And player 1 and player 6, I don't think are getting involved. I don't think either of them feel comfortable hopping in an argument yet. So right now, this is 3v1. The decision is stacked against the Forever DM, I feel. Which means that you're more inclined to side with the majority, despite the fact that they're causing problems. Cool. Okay. So, welcome back. We did not continue coding much. We're just kind of like brainstorming. I think what happens is, come on, he literally said, what are you going to do? Stab me? That's an invitation if I've ever heard one. Well, player 2 does have a point. It doesn't matter if he has a point or not when he has a body count. We all have a body count. It's just that not all of us have a warrant out for our arrests. And I don't have that yet. So you helping move the body or not? Do we really need to? No. So are you helping me move the body or not? I don't think you should have killed him to begin with. And then player 5 says, well, player 2 did. So we kind of just gotta roll with that. I think that's actually a player 4, because player 4 is like really chill, go with the flow. Player 1 says, I can summon a lesser, I don't know, a lesser creature. I can summon a lesser highborn to deal with the body. And then player 2 can be like, you sure? I thought you were tapped. And player 1 says, I don't know, a lesser highborn is at will if I don't control it. So if we just hide and it finds, and I don't control it, it might just take the body itself. That sounds like a terrible plan. And then player 5 can be like, and it's a terrible plan for a terrible situation. I'd say, get italics, I'd say that's a match made in heaven. 4 is just a chill guy. Exactly. 4 is literally just like, hey, this is my OC. He's a chill guy. That's his whole thing. And then I think now that we have our little everyone except the explicitly shy character and the explicitly uncomfortable asserting themselves character outside of player 1 gets to have some form of interactions, shows off their personality. That is true, because I had the italics. Thank you. See, this is nice. I could be like, oh no, chat's gonna judge me, or I could be like, chat, be my autocorrect. Chat, be my editing software. Mods, edit my manuscript. And then I think we go into dialogue. Table is split on this decision. The table seems split on this decision. Think player 2, player 4, and player 5 are all on board with hiding the body. I say that's a terrible situation. I think actually P2 says that sounds more trouble than it's worth. And then P3 can say, well, you're one to talk because player 2 just stabbed someone. One to talk about trouble. Maybe also include an option and just ask why what the shy player wants to do since they haven't spoken up. I don't know if I want to do that in the very first choice, because this is already, you have to balance 5 different people. The fact the shy player isn't really speaking up and the Renaissance jock gave his opinion, answered a question, and otherwise isn't participating is a little bit to demonstrate to the player that ease up on the player. That's what I'm trying to accommodate the player given the fact that they're just going to be hit with a bunch of information. Like, what is a lesser highborn? who did you just stab? Like, what is going on in this situation? They have to figure out all of this. So we want to minimize how much information is being dumped on once. And this is currently introducing 5 characters, the scenario, and then also the mechanics of like mediating the group. So I think player player 1, player 2, player 4, and player 5 are all on board with hiding the body, but they disagree about how to go about it. Player 1 and player 5 think the best course of action is for player 1 to summon a lesser highborn to deal with the body in a natural way. Player 2. So we want to talk about trouble. I can actually have player 2. I could just keep going a little bit, and I could have player 2 looks across the table at player 6 to kind of naturally introduce the fact that there's a 6th person. You think this is a bad plan, right? Because like trying to get other people on your side. And then player 6, as attention shifts to player 6, to player 6, they I don't know. I'm trying not to worry too bad about like, is this good effective prose, and we're just kind of getting words on the page, getting the setup out of the way. I can edit it later, right? So like as attention shifts to player 6, they give a non-committal shrug. I don't think that's how you spell non-committal. That is how you spell non-committal. Awesome. They give a non-committal shrug. I think we just need to get this body hidden anyway. This body hidden anyway works. The table seems, and then it's just, the table seems split on this decision. Everyone is on board. Everyone is on board with hiding the body. They disagree about how to go about it. Player 1-5 thinks the best course of action is for player 1 to summon a lesser highborn and deal with the body in a natural way. Player 2 is of the opinion. So I think player 3 has to have some kind of resolution to be like, well, you're the one to talk about trouble. That sounds like more trouble than it's worth. But you're one to talk about trouble. At least I'm trying to clean up my mess without making a scene. I guess since the deed is done, I can at least help with that. Because then you have player 2 and player 3 are of the opinion that hiding the body using mundane means would be the least risky. Player 4 and player 6 don't seem to have strong opinions. And then this will be menu move the body. This will be menu week 0 move the body. Then we can do from you. How do you want to handle this division in the party? I think, and then this is a situation of step in and mediate. Let the party sort itself out. And then this would be... I would have to change what these are. Because right now it's just going to be pass. And then I'll add a third option. So the first choice is actually a try option of ratchet the tension. A guard herd. Raise the stakes. Or I say put pressure on the party. So then the way this is going to work is that you can either step in immediate and try and talk through it with them, or you can let them sort itself out where they will just talk their course, or you can put pressure on the party where you institute different options. So player 1 is the golden retriever. Player 2 is the guard dog like femboy. Player 3 is forever DM team mom. Player 4 is the go with the flow like tomboy. The player 5 is the instigator, like low gender expression non-binary individual. And then player 6 is the somewhat shy, reserved, very high expressive in terms of both masculinity and femininity individual. So if I load this up, yes, up. What did I mess up with the I? Is that not italics? Let me renpy italics. Oh, it's is it brace? No, it's brackets. Is italics brace or? Oh wait, no, it's I think it's exclamation point. No? How do I do this? My apologies. Italics. Yeah, so it's it's italics. It's not that, which would make sense. But no, so you P2 are still in there, but you are like that. Understood. I forgot. Okay, let me just fix that real quick. Whoops. Okay. There's that. There's also you and you. There is you. Yeah, it's just little stuff like that that I've forgotten in the months since I have coded in RenPy. Okay. Yes. What? Oh, did I not fix all of them? Oh, because it was off screen. That's right. That. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah. So now we should be able to just do this. It is going to be yes. Come on. He literally said, what are you going to do? Stab me? That's an invitation if I've ever heard one. Well, player 2 has a point. It doesn't matter if he has a point or not when he has a body count. We all have a body count. It's not that it's that not all of us have a warrant out for our arrests. And I don't have that yet. So you helping me move this body or not? I don't think you should have killed him to begin with. Well, player 2 did, so we kind of just got to roll with that. I can summon a Lesser Highborn to deal with the body. You sure? I thought you were tapped. A Lesser Highborn is at will if I don't control it. It might just take the body. That sounds like a terrible plan. It's a terrible plan for a terrible situation. I'd say that's a match made in heaven. That sounds more trouble than it's worth. Well, you're one to talk about trouble. At least I'm trying to clean up my mess without making a scene. Since the deed is done, I can at least help with that. Player 2 looks across the table at player 6. You think this is a bad plan, right? As attention shifts to player 6, they give a non-committal shrug. I think we just need to get this body hidden. Any way works. The table seems split on this decision. Everyone is on board with hiding the body, but they disagree about how to go about it. Player 1 and player 5 think the best course of action is for player 1 to summon a Lesser Highborn to deal with the body in a natural way. Player 2 and player 3 are of the opinion that hiding the body using mundane means would be the least risky. Player 4 and player 6 don't seem to have strong opinions. How do you want to handle this division in the party? And then I can respond to it. Hi, how are you? How's the software making? Is this a D&D dating sim? Yes, it is. Currently, we are starting the first session. We set up like a bunch of framework code. So like we can determine what mood the different players are, what different choices you make and how it affects them. I think what I do is I change player 1 to Renaissance Jock. That's also what your name is there. I think your name is Guard Dog Femboy. Watch, I just leave these as the names of the final game. You are Team Mom Forever DM. You are just a chill tomboy. That's my original OC. Please do not steal. Instigator Chaos NB. And then too shy to be a diva. These are my new code phrases for all of them. How do we feel? Can player 4 be Elf Milf? No. No. So what we're doing is we're playing this game or we're coding this game, and I think what we need to do is I think I'm actually going to wrap it up there, and I'm going to head over to Disco Elysium. Because I think we got a good setup for what the game will be. I can either code on my own time, or if folks are really invested, then maybe I can just have like a couple hours every stream. But even that is, I got the class for the player set up. I got the mood system set up. I got different, like a script started. Arrow wrapping. No. Let's you and let's set up turn on display capture. Turn off you, leave open MS Paint, obviously, because who are we without MS Paint? Nothing. That's what. When I turn on you, I do not think, because I do not perceive. I believe we don't currently have the extension on, so I'm going to turn on the extension because I turned it off at the end of last stream. Yep. We're going to configure. So, how did all of you enjoy the coding section? Because, like, I'm not a good coder, and I'm also not someone who I see myself as someone who can be extremely productive while also being entertaining. So I'm not actually sure how fun it was to watch. Like, I know we had some high points in viewership. I know we had some low points in viewership, but I did enjoy doing that, particularly because I could just be like, hey, what do you want from this? And then chat can be like, hey, we want this or that. Okay, we are going to shift over. We're gonna turn off the music. There should be game audio. Awesome. And we are going to... We are... Day for blind. I think... Methinks. Disco Elysium. You only just got here? Whoa! Well, I hope that you enjoy what you saw, at least. I think what I should name the stream title is... Yeah. See, I love it when folks just kind of like wander in and they're like, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm down for it. What's a good title for this? I have no idea what's gonna happen once I talk to Titus. Party boys? Yeah, I sure hope they are. That's so dumb. Okay. So, I have updated stream info, so now we are in the Disco Elysium category. We have the name. I have a question. Legitimate question. First off, who knows about this game? Like, who has information on this game? I know Maddie does. I turned down the cryptozoologists. How much XP could I have gotten from continuing to work with them? Because I realized that I turned them down mostly out of like just kind of being like, yeah, I mean, I want you to head home. But I realized I'm kind of screwing myself out of experience from that. So I might want to like, and I sent them away like, I don't know. What is this? Oh, I mean, not a long time ago. Was it before I... No, yeah, they were there. I feel like I didn't send them away that long ago. So my thought process is, do I reload a save to like not send them away? Because I'm worried about my experience genuinely, because now I only have like 35 experience. You know it exists, you haven't played it, but you know it's a good game. So who here has not been following along our Disco Elysium journey? Who here has not kept up with the playthroughs where we are currently on day 4 of like day 7 to 10? I'm not actually sure how long the game goes on for. This feels pretty loud. Let me turn this down. I think what I do is I start this day. I can inspect the Classier's buoy. I can talk to Guard about this, just see what he feels. I could check for more traces. I don't really care. I think I have everything to talk to Titus. I have fully explored the whirling. I analyzed the site of the murder. I thoroughly interrogated Class A. Technically speaking, I can go check for bullet traces, but I didn't. I tried the boardwalk. I tried the island. I didn't see him. I think what I do... Wait, why can't I retry this? Let me talk to Gart real quick. Let me just be like, hey, you're haunted.
Hey, was there something you needed?
I saw a
Another
thing.
Great.
I have to warn you,
I
I may have discovered that the
those.
whirling is part of the Doom commercial
What?
area.
Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed
Ooh.
commercial area and its address.
Wait,
He's
so you
thought about
know of the
this.
curse?
Everyone knows of it.
Anyway, it's listed on the intercom outside as one of the businesses in Building B. You should get your wiring fixed. I tried to call and couldn't reach you.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the whirling.
I will be optimistic. Wait, so hold on. Isn't that already a sign of
It's a
decline?
sign of the whirling in rags not being part of the doomed
Mhm.
commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this neighborhood.
Relax, Mr. Gart. I'm sure there is no doom. He simply wants to share
The
his
whirling was
discoveries
once
with you.
the East Delta pinball arcade, which failed. Though perhaps the whirling can escape.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings?
Oh my
The
gosh,
nice
Gart!
rooms?
Don't
Well,
you
most
talk down about your rooms like my
For
room?
14 years, man. That's how
Oh
long I've
wow,
worked here.
you've been here for a while.
I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost...
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the
You
hostel
really
is
care about the
actually
whirling,
very
huh?
important to him.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me.
Mhm.
It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been
Right.
trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
You shouldn't be so worried about that label, you know.
I don't place much stock in the curse and so on,
Uh-huh.
but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel?
So
Everything's
who owns
doomed
this
enough
place?
without that. Some real estate management company.
Oh,
They never come
interesting.
around here, just collect money from afar.
Yeah,
Honestly, I think some money
that makes
laundering
sense.
might be
I mean,
involved.
Gart's really like the manager of the entire location as well as some others.
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song.
A song?
Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Mhm.
Good pick.
Yeah. What about those other cafeterias?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen.
Not the
and all those
Mazov lore
old
drop.
Ghosts.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you.
And
Encourage
the
him.
others? I mean, true, he doesn't have to tell me anything he doesn't want to. And the others?
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but
Wait, does Gart
nothing
own the
like the
kebab
whirling.
cart that Billy Mijon ate before he died? Well, good luck to you.
luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help.
Unironically, I agree.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you
Yeah.
didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, yes?
Yeah, that's pretty pog actually. So I have 30 real. I don't need to freaking sleep here. I can go sleep down by the waterfront. So I don't think I actually pay Gart. I think at this point I'm just like, it's fine. My sibling did tell me about a conversation I have with Kim though in this room.
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and play.
Run your finger across the dust of the white Deora machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights
What's white
illuminating the
Deora?
white robe.
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes. are
Yeah.
the worst.
Deora was one of the 3 crown cities
Okay.
of the DeLorean era. On the Mawindi,
This is why we love
Isolde,
Encyclopedia.
The
We
others
love a
being
lore nerd.
Ria Silvia and At Vesperoskit, this theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad. The
Quite nice.
lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
How about we fire up one of these bad boys and play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist pinball.
Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
Kim Kitsuragi. Kim Kitsuragi.
Kim Pinball Kitsuragi.
Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka Kimball?
Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes
You're
him.
Kim Pinball Kitsuragi. Hey, Kimball.
What?
You're Kim Pinball Kitsuragi.
So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
You don't seem to really like pinball.
No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill,
Yeah.
and a childlike affinity to flashing lights, and to fantastique, science fiction, and historic romance franchise.
Yeah, all great things.
It is lame.
Then why are you called pinball?
I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
How did you...
Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring. As you do when
And
you're
that's
a
why it
juvenile.
rules, Kim. Exactly. Okay.
It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion.
Oh no.
I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide.
Wow.
End of story.
You were a juvie cop for 15
That
years?
time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why. he
Wait, so
doesn't want
he's
to,
in like... he's in
trauma
his
and stress
40s,
disorder
at least.
From being a juvie cop.
Ah, for being a juvie cop. So that's why you didn't talk to Kuna.
It's best if you handle the juvenile.
Ah, understood. You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi to me. Don't worry, I'll keep calling you Kim.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is good too. Now, we really need to continue our sweep of...
Okay, I'm glad I got this conversation because my sibling was telling me about it and I'm like, oh, what? That's so funny. We already did this sweep. Game, just because I'm dumb doesn't mean that I'm... Shut up. Okay. I think I'm gonna go investigate the other shot scenes. I guess I'm just leaving the cryptozoologist because I already said bye to him. I think I just go over to the boardwalk. I check for Clausier's buoy. I am going to check on... So, question... Does anyone know where on the boardwalk I get the prompt for visual calculus? Because I thought I did a full sweep of it. But everywhere on the boardwalk, I don't actually get the prompt for the visual calculus. Because at this point, I'm literally just like, I want to check the other shot sites because, well, I think it makes sense. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. There's nothing still in here, is there?
There's some
Nope.
tear.
That's okay. Because I went over here. Oh, I forgot. Last stream we had like Idiot Doom Spiral. He was a fantastic storyteller. Well, so I can go up there, but like, how? I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to look up there. I can't climb up here. Like, there's not... I
You
can't...
see a slogan.
Let's talk to you, I guess.
Hello again.
I want to hear about the Feld building
Sure.
again.
What's on your mind?
Nothing, man.
But of course. What?
I'm not going to ask you for money. You want Idiot Doom Spiral to narrate your funeral? I feel like... I feel like Idiot Doomspower would be down if you just gave him some booze. Let's go this way, I guess. So this is the...
There's nothing
Trap.
else to do with the traps at this time.
Right. Yeah, I don't feel too bad about the cryptozoologists, like, losing their passion or whatever, because they associate with a fascist, and I'm pretty sure that they're kind of racist. Could this be the buoy Placia I told you about?
A metal and plastic contraption.
But I
bobs
want
up
the
and down
experience.
against the trembling reeds.
Mhm.
At first, it just looks like trash.
The music in this game
if you
is
look closer-
fantastic.
That over there must be the boy Class you told us about. The one she hid her passport.
Yeah, we should take a look, just
We should
confirm some details.
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything.
Huh,
Cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut.
interesting. It's just free floating.
The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for
Right,
very
right,
long,
right, right.
but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but
Mhm.
only just barely.
Simple construction.
Right.
Very unsafe.
There's something in there,
Splashing around. Sniff the
It
booze.
smells like you would
Yeah.
expect it to smell.
The concentrated smell of the coast.
concentrated version
Listen,
of
I
the
had the
coast.
option. I'm gonna sniff
Salt,
it.
Industrial slop. The water this side of the peninsula is cleaner, actually.
Interesting.
Smells a little salty.
Open the
A
booth.
shot glass's worth of seawater pours out.
Okay.
Some algae.
And nothing else.
else.
Well,
Oh.
damn.
So that's why it was cut. Is because someone else found it. Lucky it's still here. Would have
We
floated
still
away.
got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
No documents. What do you think took
I
it?
have no idea.
Yeah, this is a minor
Or
quirk,
think
but
we do. This is a small loose end, either way.
Mhm.
Not important, I hope.
Could this be related to cryptozoologists? Yeah.
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested
Yeah.
in travel documentation. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much. at this
Yeah, I was considering asking her just to like check, just to kind of be thorough, but I am going to. I already went up here and there was no ballistic markings, but thing over here. Oh, money! I love money. Money, 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 money. Call me Mr. Krabs the way I go. Arr, arr, arr. So it's not over here. I don't really super care about the different ballistic sites, but I do think since I'm already over here, I do want to try and give them a check. My issue is I found one of them, but search the boardwalk, search the island. The island being over here. I don't actually know how I can reach there. The boardwalk, I think, was it from like over there? I assumed it was from over there. The one I found was over there at the Land's End. I guess I give it one more sweep and then I tap out, because I'm not going to waste all my time looking for bullet fragments when I already know almost for a fact, not quite, but almost for a fact, that it was Ruby using the inner passage of the Whirling in Rags to kind of get up on the roof. But I might as well give it a shot. Actually, can I ask Suna for help with the physical instrument? I don't actually know if I can. Let's just try.
Yes, what is it?
About the offsite
Yes?
copy. Yeah, so you're not gonna help.
Thanks.
Yeah, Suna's not very helpful, but at the same time, you know, can't really blame her. So I need to max out my physical instrument. The issue is nothing that gives me more physical instrument is accessible right now. Right? Do I just try this door? Do I just attempt the door? Because, like, when else am I going to do it?
Worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has
No matter
blown
what
a sand
bonuses
dune
I
in
get,
front of
it's still going to be
The door
impossible.
hasn't
I
been
might as well
opened
just,
in a
like,
long
see if I
while.
get it.
You see
Right?
a handle.
Like, what else would I do with this? It's a 20. The maximum I can roll is a 12. So I would need to have a +9 to make any sort of indentation on the 3%.
You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight.
Are you serious?
It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed
I
shut.
got an 11. If I'd gotten up to that +9, if I had done... Huh, the door's shut tight. Can we get in there?
We don't get in there.
What do you mean? We get into, like, everywhere.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We
Even
open
Everett
doors.
knows that's our MO.
We're cops.
But that's not who I am. Who we
Yeah,
are.
I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the next guy. But this one is simply beyond repair, and we don't have the resources needed to... Relax. No
Oh,
one's
I still got
hiding you.
experience.
If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
But so, question. So, I need to know. Could I have done it? I don't think I could have. I think physically I was unable to. However, I need to know. So my interfacing gloves are already better than that. Hand-eye coordination. Yeah, so that was the best I could have done. Even with the +1 from chat, that wouldn't have gotten me anywhere. So I'm not too fussed. I'm a little fussed, but not too fussed, you know? You know how it is? So this is where I found the first one. Is this, like, how do I get to the island? It's like, what the heck? Like, I'm up here, and the only way I can think to get there would be to go here. Unless I can go with, like, Joyce bring me over there. But, I don't know. I think at this point, I just go talk to Titus. I think that's basically my only option. I can try. Oh gosh, if I had spent that 11, I know that's not how probability works, but if I had spent that 11 on the physical instrument check, I could have an Anoptic dance club set up. So sad. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to travel back there. I'm going to head in here. And I think I just talked to Titus. Now, what clothing do I want? Do I want clothing that will give me, like, authority? I don't know. I'm just going to talk to him. What's the worst that could happen? I say, knowing exactly the worst that can happen. Yeah, I don't have any just flat bonuses that I'm not using. And then my 9mm finger guns give me a reaction speed, and I get suggestion with empty hands. Although, strictly speaking, if I wanted more of a bonus, I would go Ledger, Failure, and Hatred, but my Inland Empire is already really high, and I want Authority, so I'm not going to do that. Alright, Titus.
It's you again. What is it?
Okay, this is going to be tough. Okay, I talked to Clausier. Now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
Because she's your real leader.
You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
How many times must I tell you?
Yeah, fuck off.
I'm in love with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Leslie's killer. I don't think he cares about that. I don't think this matters. I don't think I say I'm going to pin it on her. I think it's either 1 or it's 4. I don't think 4 will help, though. I think that would make him resistant. I'm going to level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to
Sounds
Leslie's
like
killer.
you're making her a suspect in this.
Yep, exactly.
Not
Like,
on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
Like, we're not trying to antagonize them. We're not trying to say, like, hey, we're trying to arrest Ruby. But we're like, hey, we need to talk to Ruby about this.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you
Okay.
keep looking.
So let me look at all this. I found the key in the union box. I saw the winch outside. Staged like a play. Reconstructed murder scene. Found antique rifle. Glossier gave motive. Secret route found. With my 2 logic, I'm going to quickly put on all of my most logical accoutrements. Going into this, I did not think the Hardy Boys were going to be such an integral part of the game. I really was not expecting that. Yeah, logic is for nerds, and I am a logic nerd. Rama, I know glasses give me... Where? Which class? That glasses give me logic. That's drama. You give logic. And you give logic. Aha. Okay. We're in our most logical outfit here.
It's you again. What is it?
Okay. Titus, I just had to change real quick. Don't worry about it. We are now at 97%.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a...
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't often?
Because she was here all night with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go out for fresh air for one smoke?
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
This complex operation is probably something illegal.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not
Wait. Does Titus not know?
He's been through it. That means he suspected her too.
I thought Titus was in on it. I thought Titus was here protecting Ruby explicitly because he knew that Ruby did it, so he knew she had to be protected. I think he doesn't know.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial.
Yes.
Now let's place her on that roof. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, You can still mess this up.
I don't remember what the winch is. I'm not going to lie. I don't remember what the deal with the winch is. But there's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
Oh.
Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
Easy.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Oh, that is not even the beginning of it. Aren't guns loud, though? I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be like, oh, they were singing karaoke, so they couldn't hear the gun shop. But it's like, guns are loud. Guns are really, really loud. They don't care about that. Guess what? Remember that key I found here?
I don't like guessing, Cobb. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right.
I thought it was here because the Hardy Boys were like protecting it. You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
She could have just put it back there once she was done.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well.
It does fit.
But it fits, and he knows it.
I don't... Does anyone remember what the deal with the winch is? I don't remember what the deal with the winch is. They don't care about there or there. I mean, they might care from there. I don't want to screw... I think saying as little as possible is what I need to do, but I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop. I could say that they're her size? I don't...
Footprints. Recent.
There were prints there with horizontal lines. I'm just gonna nod.
What else could you make out? How recent? What size?
There were prints there with horizontal lines.
Horizontal? I see they taught you well in your RCM school. My old man, a hunter and a half blind one at it, could have said that. Horizontal lines. Good news is, I'm still listening.
He knows they had to be recent for those lines to still read.
Okay, that wasn't a failure. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Do I say you do agree the shot came from the roof? Because I don't know if he would agree to that. Actually, he replaced it with his brother.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from
I think all of this is building towards... I get bonuses towards a final check, assuming... based off of what I've convinced him of.
Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a
There's a
sound.
72% chance that the bullet came from the roof.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guy.
I mean, I feel like if I say this, he just won't believe me, so I analyze it on the spot.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science cop.
Science cop
You're a madman.
pog.
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put hair on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo.
So
He
that wasn't
hasn't
a
got
success.
shit.
I don't know what the deal with the winch is. What's the winch?
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind.
Mm-hmm.
You saying it's part of the elevator
That's right.
she used to get up there? That's Wall Mystery down.
Awesome.
An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it?
Have we firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me
That's
and the
very
boys
true.
go to check it out. That's what we established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
That's a good point.
Phase 2. Murder weapon.
Okay, now we're
Get a
we're
gun
moving
in
on.
her
Awesome.
hand.
So we're about to hit
If
an
not
ad.
that,
I'm actually
then
gonna
at
pause
least
for a second,
shadow of a doubt in the shape of a
and I'm just going to let the ad play through, and I'm going to step away for just a second. And we back. We are now in phase 2 of convincing Titus everything went together. If we hadn't put in all of that exploration to the blue door, like last session, earlier in the day in day 4, I don't think we would have gotten this far. Murder weapon, get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt in the shape of a gun.
Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
Sure.
But what if you miss interesting information that way?
Ah,
The
reaction
choice is
speed, that's such a good
ultimately
point.
yours. But
Why did we hear it pleading for mercy? You're getting a lot out of Titus. I am. And again, I was not expecting the Hardy Boys to be so important. I expected them to be like I have to talk to them once or twice and then move on. Like, Titus, I would say, outside of Clossier, and like the actual murderer and the victim, is probably the single most important NPC for this investigation. And I did not know that going into this. I was expecting him to be like a one-off, not like villain, but a one-off character. Yeah, show me the antique rifle. There are weapons like this just lying around Martinet.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
There's a cellar hidden under the bookshop. It was hidden there with others just like
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
I analyzed the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed.
So
it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Ruby get it?
You just showed him a breech loading gun.
I did, yeah. Reaction, like, I just showed you one. Any child could have.
A broken old broomstick is what you showed me. But
Like, that's why I did it in this order.
Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet.
This is the bullet that did it. 4.46 millimeters. This Belle McGrave uses the same
The
caliber.
blonde man looks at the mushroomed Deathbringer in the evidence bag and says,
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4 millimeters too.
whoa.
Well,
Like, he gets it.
goddamn, it's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. Too damn
This is so pog.
You have been thorough. I'll give you that.
I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
All right. Keep talking. I'm getting a bit curious.
This is so interesting. Like,
myself.
Again, the actual investigation of Disco Elysium is probably my favorite part of it thus far. Even more so than the silly hijinks you can get up to, or the different voices in your head, or like the themings of how loss impacts you and how you can react to that, or how silly you can be. All of that is secondary to me to just the straight up main plot, the main investigation. This is one of the rare instances where I think the main plot of a game is its most interesting aspect, even more so than the mechanics that it sets itself apart by utilizing.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3.
Yep, motive.
The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you.
Oh.
Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Claudia told me some pretty interesting things about
Yeah.
her.
Like what?
She's part of the homosexual underground. Apparently, she had a thing for Claudia.
A thing? You mean?
Behind his squinting eyes, dominoes are falling. Fast. It's all beginning to make sense to him now.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Angus!
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes.
This is one of the few interactions in the game I knew about before starting the game, and I thought this was like a one random like side tangent that like you would have with a random NPC, but it is central to the murder investigation. Also, let me get Dancing Kim. Yes, discoing is quite fun. We are currently having what is one of the most hype moments in the game, where I'm just like laying out all of the evidence and being like, yo, you know this, I know this, we gotta bring her in. Yeah, girls like girls too, Angus. Sometimes it's one of those times. Sometimes this is one of those times. She liked Glossier. This cannot come as a surprise. Yeah, what Kim said.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Listen, girls do be pretty. That is true. Glossier said she made advances on her, and she thwarted
Ruby
them.
then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit.
Yeah.
It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
She just told us. Ruby made her scared, and she spilled the beans.
That Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it, I don't know why I didn't see it.
You did not just say she's as queer as cabaret.
And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But
Yo!
bring your own
We
person
love
shit
Titus.
into our outfit.
Unironically, this is the sort of character writing I love, where he's just like, yeah, I don't care if you're queer. I'm like, you're still one of like the boys. You're still like one of my crew, and I'm gonna protect my crew no matter what, even if I am a thug, even if I'm a bully, even if I'm a blowhard. Like, he's such a good lad. Like, literally, I went from thinking Titus is like some dopey side character, like random, like low level mook, to infinitely respecting him more and more the more I talk to him. Like, unironically, he looks out for not just the Hardy Boys, but also his community. He goes out of his way to keep the rest of the Hardy Boys from basically like dogpiling each other. He still like doesn't stop them from dunking on each other, but if one of them is like catching too much heat, he'll be like, yo, chill. Anyone can approach the Hardy Boys with a problem, because it's a little bit like they are the mob enforcers of the Union, but at the end of the day, he does legitimately care about Revachol and Martinet and the entire like city. He's just such a good character. Even if I don't think he's a good guy, I don't think he is a like lawful good character who I necessarily think is in a good position of leadership per se, but he is doing the best he can in his situation, despite the fact that he's also doing unpleasant things. And I think that's great character writing.
If that's the case, then it's not right. But it's not the case, right?
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
When Glossier came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition.
Female
You know,
intuition.
women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
No, I think Everard is John Union. John Union himself.
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Or because she knew it happened because she killed him.
Not so useful.
Fucking hell.
The blonde man says some kind of anguish into his garlic bread bowl. Wait, he's garlic bread bowl? That sounds awesome. It's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the cover? Because I don't think it's a leadership thing.
And I suppose you have a theory about that too.
She could have been just covering up herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right when she came back downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
I think... So, Shanky's kind of on, like, coming around. Titus, I think, is the one that most agrees with me. I think Theo and Elaine are the least likely to agree with me. Eugene is actively arguing because he is attempting to, like, stop all of this. Like, he's trying to put an end to all of it. Angus is just kind of oblivious. Glenn, I feel like, is kind of like Shanky, where they're slightly on this side. I think I'm gonna be like, Eugene, let's assume you killed him.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing murder?
The man is silent.
Like, Eugene is who I needed to convince here.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
She skipped town.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely.
Yeah.
And she skipped town. This is
Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
silence. He looks around the room.
Garlic bread is goated.
The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went.
Okay.
She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find
We
her.
did it.
It won't be easy, though. She made
So-
sure of that.
He doesn't know. When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town.
Okay.
Then she came in
Okay.
to see me. Told me she was leaving.
Was
That's
she
when
scared
we
of? I
had
think I
out.
know,
I
but
told you. You.
as in the
No,
RCM?
You, as in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
What? No wonder she's afraid. I've come to declare the ending of the human experiment.
Sure, the human experiment. That's real funny. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm
What
not
else
so
did Ruby
sure.
tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes. And that you
I do have a
won't
funny taste in
stop
clothes. I'm very logical right now.
until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each
Saw a
other.
bunch of people wearing green
Open
today.
them
Realized
up
St. Patrick's Day is coming in
like
2 days.
can.
Remember, if someone isn't wearing green, you're allowed to shoot them on sight. Listen, Dreek, even if someone is wearing green, you're still allowed to shoot them on sight in my chat.
And then when they're all empty, just move on. Onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Am I the can opener?
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just?
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he
Yeah.
did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our
Even your
lives.
name is green.
I'm having to go on with our lives.
Wait, when did I open a
today,
can?
Al.
Angus like
How
a can?
about you?
Like earlier?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This called Titus. This called Pete. But she was too scared.
Do you have any clues where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Yeah. Have you looked for
A
her?
little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the water. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking?
We're all here.
all
Who's out
here.
looking?
Lizzie needed some air.
So she didn't go tell Everard.
No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure, there's some shit houses there. A cinder block town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does
That's a
Ruby look
very good
like?
question.
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorry man.
I wonder if I've met Ruby. Not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
His
Shake
grip
it.
is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
By the way, have I found my gun yet? No.
Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material.
I feel like if I tell him you should be a cop, he'll get really offended. Is that like a thing? Is that a thing people strive for? I think I'll tell him he should be a cop and he'll like curse me out and that'll be like a cute little exchange we have.
When are you gonna get it through your suicidal head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of
That's
you.
very true.
Then turns back to his men.
Okay, that is... Holy heck. We got a level up and we're like already halfway through the other one. Let's strip, as we are so wont to do. As I get back in my normal outfit. Yeah, I guess we just head out.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of
Yeah,
yours?
and?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the
What do you mean?
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash?
I mean, the bullet was jacketed. Those don't just lie around everywhere.
Good point. It is rather rare these days. But do continue.
Well, I mean, the bullet didn't have to come from the roof. It could have come from the coast.
Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere. But you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window.
Well, so far no one's... I mean, the no one mentioned hearing a shot is the big one.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention
Like,
it.
chat even brought that up. Like, I think Maddie brought that up earlier. What was antique?
Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis.
The footprints in the
And then
pinball workshop
hand-waved
didn't
it.
fit with the Odd Souls prints on the crime scene.
No, they didn't.
I'm done thinking of
That's
this.
right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me?
Is this because I woke up? Is this because I like did the thing where like the volition check, I looked her in the eye and like volition's like, I don't trust Clausier? Is this Volition being toxic? Volition is normally so well put together. Volition is normally so put together, but with Clossier it isn't really. How am I so communist? Also, I haven't really been getting many superstar prompts. I've mostly just been getting apocalypse prompts, and that's what I go for. But let's give it a little pet.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its
Good mail
graffiti.
delivery box.
The box seems happy.
Do I go talk to Clossier? I'm gonna talk to her about the buoy. And at Volition's prompting, I'm also gonna potentially bring up the fact that, well, it's all very nicely against Ruby. Which I imagine Volition being my sense of like well-being and my sense of taking care of myself probably really hates Clossier, specifically because she reminds me of my ex, is my guess. And also because Clossier has this kind of, and that like the reason that she had the effect on all my other skills was because she reminds me of my ex, and all of them are like trying to stop me from having a panic.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Have I done the window check? Looking at the window? Yeah, I saw it was replaced. I found your buoy. It was empty.
Oh,
Did you take the documents?
no, of course not.
Mhm.
As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
Perhaps people who are after you took it.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
I feel like confronting her isn't necessarily the way to do it. I would love to get this Shivers check, but I just don't have the points for Shivers.
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
She smiles, a bitter little smile. She means it.
This turned out well for you. You slipped past all suspicion.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we?
That's fair.
How well could it have gone?
Clossier is such a good liar. I will say that.
The wet wind, heavy with brine and industrial pollution from the stacks nearby, ruffles her hair.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
What do you contain for then?
My sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people.
The dried flowers on the roof. Could Ruby have left them? Those don't fit with anything.
The what? Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her.
Something... I mean... Does something feel off? I feel like Ruby is the perfect suspect, particularly because Titus even suspects her.
I don't know what to say.
It all seems fortuitous for you.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
I mean, it turned out well that you became a not suspect.
Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then?
I'm suspicious of everyone.
Killed. I understand that.
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing. He feels uncomfortable with his conversation. He doesn't know what to add.
It's the sound. That's it, I guess.
She nods, slowly.
It's the fact that no one commented on the sound of the fire.
There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Yes, but with the window, I did do the window check.
Two neon lit shapes.
Yeah.
A man
it was
and a
super
woman
interesting.
having sex.
Yeah, so B3 I can't access. I checked B2. B1?
A prime. To then widen into a radius of locations in Martinique.
B prime is there? It looks like, or maybe up there. Yeah, B3 is up there. I have no idea how to access B3 prime. Like the footprints didn't match up, but that is an option. Like you can just always change your shoes. There was no sound of the gunshot. But why would Ruby feel the need to hide if she wasn't covering up her own crime? No sounds means it's gotta be far away. Yeah, but I've checked this entire area so many times. Let us, real quick, rush over because I have no sense of decorum. Relax, it's not yours. You didn't crash every MC in Revshall, hopefully. Oh, hello, yelled it. There's a slit in the concrete here. A sewer. Interesting. So checking B2 prime, it looked like B2 prime was from over here, but like I can't check the ballistic markings from over here for whatever reason. Like this is just not an option. There is nothing over here. Like I can't interact with this because I can't get up on the roof. And I can't check the ballistic markings, I think because I can't check up there. I mean, it's got to be in view of the window, so on the waterline. That's the thing, I checked over there. Like, I'm just teleporting back and forth. So the actual diagram showing which areas may or may not have been spots where the shot took place was over here, which I already checked. There was over here, which I can't access, and there was over here, which I can't access. Like maybe I could talk to Joyce to drive me over, but I don't think that was the case. I think I just look for Ruby, I guess. Yeah, why the cover up if she didn't do it? Let's real quick grab you. Magnesium and money. Oh. Yeah, that's the thing, driver. I have no clue. Let's talk to the old lady, see if she knows Ruby.
Our tenant,
have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
I haven't seen.
That's fair, you have cataract.
Lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town.
That's why I asked you first.
Around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works. And it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Yeah, this isn't about the Union.
Ah, I should have known. This is yet another Union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here.
I see. You know something, but you're deciding not to tell.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
Well, I mean...
I see, man.
I have access to her
I hope you
shack.
don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others.
That's a very good point. That's probably where Ruby was staying before. Their floorboard. Oh, wait.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next
Wait,
to it,
I
a
can
small
shave?
hand mirror, a straight razor.
I didn't realize I could shave. Shaving the right ball.
Reflects back a vague image of your face.
The stash is gigantic.
Red, hair
she ain't no snitch, and I respect that.
A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
No, you're so sexy. No, don't. All right.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move the board aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds.
I mean, I have gloves.
Something bad. Someone's night thoughts.
Search through the sand and sawdust.
A bad idea.
They are not part of the aesthetic. They're part of the problem. I have to clean up for Kim. Kim is not going to kiss me if I have mutton
You
chop.
stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
We can barely make out, so we can make out.
A
Exactly.
small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of
Well,
that
it isn't for a breech loader, though, because that was a 4mm.
The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
But what if I shave? What if I make the hand-eye coordination check, and then if I fail it, I never shave again? Although, what if I make the check, and then I accidentally, slit my throat? I would not be surprised if that's how the game went. The mutton chops are part of the aesthetic, but, what if I get experience for shaving? No, I'd lose my vibe if I lost the expression, which I do not have enough points in electrochemistry to do.
Our tenant.
Why was there a bullet in the floorboards on your shack?
Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet? You didn't put it there, did you?
Yep.
She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one.
You rented the room to her?
Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday.
Left on Monday?
Hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability.
You said she left on Monday?
Sure.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock.
So right around the time I had Kim come by. Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always
Was there anything else there?
No.
The truth, sire.
What is she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation.
Yeah, so I know...
I really appreciate that about her.
Where could Ruby have gone? Because... I know she was an opium peddler because Measurehead mentioned that the 8th Hardy Boy was an opium peddler. She had an illicit operation running by the lorries, which is probably where she was peddling her opioids. Is she by the lorries? My running theory is that she's currently hidden in the dockyard like Everett.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cause a few lines, but this time she mostly
Why do you
stayed
think
in
she
her
left the
room.
bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She
So you're the
doesn't go
second
around
person to
toting
say
it
she doesn't carry a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits
I have a
the
possible
bill.
explanation in my mind.
I do tell.
A seagull flies overhead, obviously a bad omen. The Hardys think she's over the bridge, so here. Yeah, the Hardys think she's over the bridge, so here. And they don't know where she is. Could she be the one that was like by Land's End? Is she gonna be on the island? And like I have to find a way to get to the island? It's an exit plan.
Exit from what?
Her life.
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you.
Toting, not carrying, she doesn't show up. That's a good point. However, Titus said she isn't armed. And I think Theo of the Hardy Boys, one of the Hardy Boys, brandished a gun when I was like trying to convince Titus that I was in charge. But Titus said she doesn't have a gun. This old lady is saying she doesn't tote around a gun. Maybe she has like a concealed carry, but she doesn't like show it off.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
I heard she was a heavy drinker with anger issues. You ever witnessed that kind of behavior?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself the way some people do.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up
the coast?
She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard
Heading
her
up north,
rushing
so she's
in those
further
heavy
along the
boots,
island.
Heading up.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her head.
Yeah.
You only just arrived.
Is she in the Feld building?
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go
Are
then.
you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in
Drinking
the
and
heater?
driving, go like Kim and
Seems
Harry.
like a better idea to me.
What? So, one is absolutely enamored by the other and the other one does not have a good time? Such as drinking as Harry and driving as Kim? Wait, Harry and Kim are literally just drinking and driving. Together, they accomplish awful things. And drinking loves driving. Driving does not like drinking.
The Feld electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it.
Yeah.
It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl.
Yeah.
Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
I'll respect that as best I can. Also, is it just me? Or did it start... Like, obviously it started snowing. And it was raining earlier. But is it a situation where, like, the closer I get, the colder it gets? Like, the closer to figuring this out, the colder it gets? Huh?
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Kim, any idea what's down there?
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings.
We might find Ruby down there.
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system.
That might just be weather. Yeah, I didn't know if that was the weather or if that was like a dramatic tool where it's just like, oh, you're closing in on Ruby, like it's getting more dramatic weather.
In conclusion, she could be under.
But not in there?
I hope not.
Oh!
There's no echo and no answer.
Finished thought. Okay. Have to check out the sign. Okay.
You see, a slogan used to intertwine above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing. In the Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges.
And I've heard this whole history about it.
Big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward
Ruby
is
be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be
Found
in
the
the
empty
identical
trap,
room over there, or in that
reconstructed
boat
execution,
shack, in that
death
church tower,
notification.
maybe.
Oh, this was because of the... Huh, this is a shivers check. I guess let's add some tools, like add some clothing. I have some shivers. I mean, what shivers do I got? Shivers. Oh, come on. I have more shivers than this. Shivers. Okay. Time for a clothing montage? Exactly.
The once bright mural towers above you.
I'm going to request your assistance. Please increase my physique, my shivers, using the like API extension so that we can actually properly get this. Shivers is literally our signature skill. If you increase shivers and you decrease mental, for instance, intelligence, then that shouldn't be a big deal. It shouldn't be an issue. We will deal with increased shivers at the cost of decreased encyclopedia. Okay.
Even though you're
fantastic.
Sure you succeed.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down.
Yay! Exactly.
The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
And what was I even something to do?
Trying to talk to the wind. The city,
the lights went on.
Whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your
Dang.
hands fallen to your side.
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
Do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay.
Fair.
She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We
did go on the cryptid hunt.
Areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography.
And that's the thing. This is part of the main quest line, but because I went and got distracted by the cryptid hunt, he references
and
this.
then there's the church. We've already searched that and can.
Yeah, I already did the church.
I know it doesn't
like,
feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
Okay, and if that fails, if we don't find her?
If we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, displays. I'm sure we'll come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
Yeah, just listen again. Why not?
A breeze, like a quiet sigh, moves over you. The cool air breaks across your body. It brings the salt of the sea. Go to the children of the big sea.
Excuse me? What the heck was that?
The wind rushes away, leaving you where you
What?
were, on the rotting boards of the Feld building.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
Do I have a seizure?
Didn't look like it to me. Probably.
I think I need to talk to some kids in the village.
Already.
What? Find the children of the big sea? What? Okay, let's head back down, I guess. What the heck? A horrific necktie, my beloved. Even though you kind of hate me because I don't like taking drugs. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. A little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirp. Talk to the children. There's just the child over there.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the
If
other
anything
watches him.
strange happened lately?
He had bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words.
Bad words are bad. Don't say them. The first step to a life of crime. I don't care. Kids, you can say the F word if you want.
We just
What
heard
happened?
funny voices. We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said.
Where
and
did you
then
hear
we
them?
got in trouble.
Did you overhear someone? Was it on the radio?
What's that? We just heard them in our head.
What do you mean you heard them in your head?
No, I heard people talking.
Okay.
Except just in my head.
What did you hear?
It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up. DJ Flatios.
Oh, okay.
My debut single is here.
Okay, so it's just the radio.
Cause this is the fastest track. Turn up the volume. No. Don't say bad words.
A word when
Right.
The boy draws a jagged rock across the ground.
Okay.
Detective, about what the twins had to say. I believe they heard something. And given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they
I
could
think
have heard the radio.
Ruby brought a radio.
I don't know how they heard it, but I know the station they imitated. So they must have heard it somehow.
What channel was it?
Speed Freaks FM.
Speed Freaks FM, huh?
Local station, known for its kinetic music and aggressive style.
Sounds like a good time.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
Weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't.
But it is related, Kim. The wind told me
The
so.
lieutenant says nothing. An ocean breeze.
Did I listen to Kim's radio yet?
He raises
You're
his jacket
unspoiled?
collar
Oh, you didn't see this part yet. How's the club setup process still stuck in the first? I'm still stuck on the ice cream machine because I have not found anything to increase my physical instrument. And I'm so nervous. I don't want to fail. I never got that check. I have no idea what this is. What, the shivers? Yeah, like I don't know what it is.
Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
I mean, even if it was a radio, where was it coming from?
The lieutenant shrugged.
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing.
Yeah.
Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio.
I mean, they don't know what a radio is.
The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here.
Yeah.
Let's add after you.
That's such a weird
Our tenant,
plot
the
point to
policeman.
have,
I
like,
hope the waves
hey,
don't keep
talk
you
to
up
the
at
children
night.
of the sea,
What can I
and
help
then
you with?
afterward, on a failure, I got talk to the children of the sea, and then that led to me with children hearing radio frequencies in their heads. Have you heard a radio on the
A
coast?
radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here.
You
There's
sure?
one in the shop, but it's never used.
Any idea how the Speed Twins could have heard Speed Freaks
Was
FM?
that the nonsense we were spouting? Huh. No. I have no idea where they heard
Huh.
it. We've been in earshot.
sure you didn't hear any?
Visiers know every sound that belongs to this
Good
Let's
count.
just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema.
Sure.
I'm ready when you are.
Anything else?
Okay. I currently have 2 level up points. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to unlock a thought. I've heard Wompty Dumpty Dom Center is pretty fun. I've heard this is one of the best skills in the game, alongside actual art degree. I kind of want Wasteland of Reality. Because I am kind of playing a straight edge style character where, like, I'm not actually consuming anything. Both might be funny. I think I go... What is the Jamrock Shuffle? I think I go... Wasteland of Reality. I take the physical instrument hit because I don't do I just try my best? Do I just go to the ice cream machine and try my best? I don't know how I can increase physical instrument at all. I don't know if I can. Like, coach physical instrument did not appear for me because I was too good early in the game. If I go Wasteland of Reality, I would have to wait 20 hours to do... what's it called? I would have to wait 20 hours to do the ice cream machine. It's basically 1,600. So that'd be 8 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow. So that'd be like 7 p.m. tomorrow, basically. I mean, it's also only day 4. I can wait on the physical instrument. I'm going to do Wasteland of Reality because perhaps they're right. Anything's better than this. Even Bone Dry Reality itself. Maybe you can quit. Maybe I can quit. Okay. Now, Kim is suggesting call Speed Freaks FM on the radio, return to the field, and consult the wind if you don't know what to do. Other than that, keep searching the coast. Want to know what it probably was? It was probably that first Shivers check was to determine how, like, if you could do future checks, maybe? That's my guess. I'm going to go over and call Speed Freak. This is so weird, but so interesting.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Pick up a radio.
57.
I need to connect me to Speed Freaks
Come
FM.
again, officer?
Speed Freaks FM, a radio station, is for the case.
Okay, officer. One moment.
What if this is just Ruby?
I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
Yo!
The lamb is calm before its slaughter. It does not know what it will befall it.
Huh? What? That's the wildest shit I heard today. You have a cop, right?
Yes, and I have a question.
You ain't the only one. Anyway, I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air.
I'm just calling to confirm. Did you debut a new track from DJ Flasco a few days ago?
An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
Okay. What's the song? I think that's what the song name is.
Yeah, that is the song. An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
Do people like it?
They're loving it, man. The requests keep coming in for more. I really think it's the future of music.
Yeah.
Do. Fucking like
Ew.
stinkcore or something.
Ugh.
Shit's so nasty.
That's nasty.
Those
I don't like
come
that.
up like sideways, you know what I mean?
Sure, man. I'm young, cool, and with it.
Very cool, man. I'm dead serious when I say...
But okay, let's move on. We've talked to some kids who said they heard it in their heads. You know how that could be possible?
Is that what this is about? Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide...
It's not that they played it on the radio. They heard it in their heads.
I don't understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
Yeah. Sure. Forced radio. Can't tune out. You'd make a killing on ads. Yeah, like that. Maybe it was part of your civic duty. You were just testing it out for the government.
We ain't testing anything out for the man, unless it's how many bricks you need to break all his windows.
I'm not going to say anything.
That wasn't a threat, by the way. Just a figure of speech. I'm a spoken word.
Respect. Respect, man.
Now, is there anything
No, that
else
wasn't
you
it. Thank
need-
you for your time.
Nah, man. Thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure. Later, cop man.
The party has terminated the call. Is there anything else I can do
Brick
for you, officer?
You should check the radio.
Oh. Wait. The saved option is Speed Freaks FM?
It requires no adjustment.
Wait, he listens to...
Speed Freaks FM.
Wait, I thought his saved, like, unmarked, like, station was, like, his, like, husband or whatever.
Spoke to the wildest cop and rapper show. Didn't even get his name. But whoever that mystery cop was, we salute him.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Right away, The lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio. He's not looking at you as he says,
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency.
No,
You wanted the
Kim.
prime line, right?
Listening to Speed Freaks is absolutely based. I was hoping you would say that you listened to it, but I didn't know if you
he's
would.
still avoiding your gaze, and his ears glow red.
That's DJ Mesh. That's Speed Freaks
The
FM.
lieutenant is resolutely silent.
He's
Staring at
embarrassed.
the console. Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
I don't want to tease him, but at the same time, you could have told me you liked them. I could have asked for a shout out.
I don't listen to them.
It's okay to like what you like.
I don't like it. I don't know how that channel got marked.
Are you lying to me right now, Kim?
Excuse me?
Come on, man. You can tell
The
me.
lieutenant raises an eyebrow. The ocean wind blows, bringing in the smell of salt. That eyebrow. He's using
No! His eyebrow! I'm sorry, Kim.
He remains silent.
The eyebrow. Okay, we have an ad approaching, so I'm going to pause for a bit. Kim with his eyebrow is such a powerful gaze. He passes his check and I fail. Now I want to see an authority run of this game where you just I was gonna say where you dom Kim, but I don't think that's the correct phrasing. I think it's disrespectful to pick up the radio again, but I think it would be really funny. Really funny. Sorry. I'm busy arming and arming. Sorry, I'm just currently, I was going over to my, page, my Google page, and, I have streams on in the background so I can get channel points, so I can lurk and support some people. I have Rory on in the background, and I clicked on a stream of someone who I have never spoken to before. But I've seen them before, I've watched them, I have mutuals with them, and it gave me the little hey, you can knock on this person's stream to collaborate. And I'm like, excuse me? Did they add me as a favorite or something? Or is it just Twitch is just encouraging me to knock on random people's streams? Because that would be very funny. Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, Kim? Ooh, true. I need to Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. I was so worried I was going to need to spend multiple points on the conversation with Titus, but now I had 2 to spare. I think I always want 1. I think I want 1 skill point in reserve so I can always retry something. But we just want you to stream with random people. That's the thing. This particular person is someone who has 5,000 Twitch followers and tens of thousands of YouTube subscribers. So it's someone who I would love to get to know purely from a networking perspective, in addition to the fact that they are also just an interesting content creator. But I don't interact with them. I haven't spoken with them directly. I've only had mutuals who interacted with them. So I found it very silly. Hello, welcome back, everyone. It would be disrespectful to pick up the radio again, but I'm gonna do it.
Souped up motor carriage for one bad mama's boy. For the heavier foot and the freakier.
God damn it. Look, it helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a
Okay.
I'm not some kind of speed freak or...
What about heavier
You
foot?
would be too if you had this motor carriage. But seriously, let's quit joking
Okay,
around,
we'll get
right?
back.
We have a case to investigate.
We'll get back.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone?
I'm done with the call for now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Yeah, they were talking about cars. And I mean, it's Speed Freaks. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Gauge.
Yeah, like, I'm not touching the steering wheel because I don't want to screw with his vehicle.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate.
Wait, did I?
Opinions somewhere in Martinez.
Wait, did I just get like moralism points? Is that what just happened? You must be mistaken. I'm a real radical.
Of course, a radical centrist.
I made a short about being
in
a radical
these bright and loud
centrist.
times where 1,000 frequencies drown one another out, sober thinking is a radical act. It's time to become a citizen of the
Oh no!
kingdom.
I have the pants. First, where's this kingdom of
It is not
conscience?
a place. It is a moment
Oh.
in time that can only arise in the right circumstances in all of human history.
How do you bring about
It's
these
only
circumstances?
Incrementally. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place.
Kim is so cool.
Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of
I mean, that's true, but also
real, lasting
no
change
one is
can only
going to
come
listen
about
to you
gradually.
if you say, hey, I'm going to provide for the needs of your great-grandchildren, so you have to accept the fact that for the next 20 years, you're going to get a stipend towards public infrastructure and nothing else, with the hope that one day you will be able to have your descendants benefit to a limited degree of the moral intern.
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above
Yeah,
the
it's like
needs of the future.
it's nice in a vacuum, but at the same time, it doesn't account for the actual needs of people.
You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you might not see it, your children
Even
might
your
not, your grandchildren might not, but you have to keep working towards it for the eventual goal.
What benevolence?
Wait, is volition a moralist? Wait, is the kingdom of conscience really just about doing things, or just preserving the status
Do you
quo?
believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
No.
Then you've never lived through real chaos.
I'm saying that as an apocalypse cop.
Sometimes,
that's a very like real
face of
answer.
great
Just like,
disaster,
do you think the status
defending
quo
the
is
status
preferable
quo
to chaos and
is
bloodshed? No.
progress.
You've probably never lived through chaos and bloodshed. You've probably only lived through the status quo and are saying that because you don't like the status quo, which I think is a fair point to bring up. But I wanted to give a apocalypse cop answer. What's it actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist.
Also, can you talk to Kim about his car? I'm going to right after this thought.
It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
That seems fine. I still want to live for the present though. Man, that sounds terrible. I don't think I want to be a moralist anymore.
What you want is immaterial. The kingdom of conscience is coming, whether you
This is like my
it
first or
not.
second thought I've opted out of. Normally I just go with them because why not? But I'm not being a dang dirt and moralist this run.
Okay, about that call, let's start from the top.
Uh-huh.
There's no doubt that the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio, but they did.
Hold up, aren't you going to say anything about meeting your radio heroes?
No.
The final word on this matter has
Yes,
been
sir.
spoken.
We're not any closer to knowing how they heard it though, are we?
No, we are not.
I mean, if weird voice in my head said to talk to the kids, maybe it's
I don't
related.
think the voices in your head are related to this.
But it didn't sound like any of one of my thoughts. It sounded like a lady.
The lieutenant gives you a long look.
I don't know what to say to that, or what you want me to say. I'm sorry. Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice?
Nope.
We could ask where the kids
That's
were
very
when it
true.
happened. And detective, thanks for this. It's been interesting.
Oh no, I feel like he's gonna like die or something. Why would he be nice? He doesn't like me. I'll just ask them. Fast travel is so nice. Cause like, yes, I'm technically, I could miss things, but fundamentally, I've made the same path a bunch of different times. I just run back and
The
forth.
scruffy-haired little boy.
Where were you
kicks
when you
the
heard the voices?
There. We were there.
The Feld building. And so I returned to the Feld.
Full circle.
Yep.
Back to Feld then.
The boy turns.
That was
the
a very
rock
small
over
circle.
In his.
But a circle nonetheless. Oh no, not the red flags. I have no idea what I did, how I did an entire playthrough without learning about fast travel. I mean, you have to buy the map, I'm pretty sure. And I'm not sure if I would have bought it without people suggesting me to, but... Leg.
The once bright mural
Listen
towers
to the
above
wind
you,
again.
saying, "Feld Electrical."
I heard search from Idiot Dune Spiral, search the coast for traps,
Tomorrow
seen
is
inside the
just
church.
a whisper away.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to encyclopedia up. I think I just have a jacket and glasses for encyclopedia. Oh, I have double encyclopedia glasses. Right, I have a logic jacket. That's what it is. Encyclopedia is +3 because my hat also gives me one.
The once bright mural
Let's go.
towers above. You know a lot about radio. Enough to know you have no idea how or why those boys heard speed.
You did have
Freaks
enough? You
FM
just never thought to
in
try
their
it?
heads.
I was told I could fast travel, I think by the like female narrator voice, like the tutorial voice.
Knowledge like that isn't just obscure, it's unknowable. Dangerous theoretical facts like that are probably protected under the coalition government's articles.
Oh no,
of
I'm a
Dominion.
layman. I have no
Title
hope of understanding.
14, Article 7C. You don't know how it happened, but the stores of your knowledge
There's
are
something
vast,
crucial.
and there is
You must have not been paying
something
attention. I
crucial
mean,
in them.
goes to show.
You know
What's
where
that?
Ruby isn't.
Yeah, I know she isn't anywhere east of the waterlock. I know she's not in the village. I know she's not... My guess is that she's either in the Feld building or on that island to the north.
She isn't in the fishing village. She's not with her bullet under the floorboards in the shack. The alcoholics never mentioned seeing Ruby
That's
either.
true.
Idiot Doom Spiral gave an exhaustive
That is
account
very true.
of recent events, but never mentioned seeing Ruby. You've searched the whole coast for Morel's traps, just as you didn't
An
find
encyclopedia.
the insane
I do appreciate
investment.
how
You did
how
not
simple this
find
is.
her.
This is making it feel as though this is all one cohesive narrative, despite the fact that all this is did you accomplish the side quest? If yes, you get a bonus to the encyclopedia check, and you get a little paragraph that says it. Because I spoke with Idiot Doom Spiral and listened to his stories. He told me about the Feld, he told me about all of this, never mentioned Ruby. So I get a +1, it mentions this. That's the sort of like efficient character, or the efficient storytelling that I think is really useful in this sort of story.
You've
In
even
sort of
entered the church, met Tiago and
yeah.
Sona.
Tiago and
Some
Suna.
criminals seek sanctuary from sacred buildings, though the sanctuary laws were abolished decades ago.
Huh.
But Ruby
Sanctuary
wasn't
laws were
such a one.
abolished in this world. Does that mean she's here?
If she's here on the coast, she'll be here.
Yeah.
And besides, something
Yeah, she has a
weird
radio
happened
with her.
to the twins around here. It'd be nice to know what caused that.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof,
Mhm.
flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement,
Mhm.
sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk. It's winding tunnels.
What is happening?
She's down there.
Again, I think she's down there, below this building. Where? Where is the disco ball? Listen, a disco... I was hanging from a disco ball night 1. We're fine.
Okay. Why?
The twins did hear the radio from here, so something is
Sure.
happening.
But how do we even get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to
Savvy! There's a ladder next. Can we climb it?
Perhaps you
Enter through
can
the roof?
climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Wait, you're only 43? Wait. Yeah, you're only 43. You've only been a homicide detective for 5 years? Incredible. Okay, so this strikes me as savoir-faire. Savvy's time to shine. I'm gonna get my savvy up. We're feeling quite savvy. So I'm gonna replace my shoes. I actually don't have a lot of stuff that increases savoir-faire. I have a lot of stuff that decreases it. So if I just take those off. Fog. Gonna save up. Oh. What? Oh. What is this? Oh, gonna salve up. Yeah. Because savvy has kind of been... Going into the game, I was like, I kind of want savoir-faire to be my signature skill. I don't know why. And then I went with shivers. But why do I have 6 shivers? What thought gives me that? Oh, Cop of the Apocalypse, right. And then I kind of accidentally became an ultra-liberal. So I've been leaning into the ultra-liberal just a little bit. Just for flavor. Just for spice. Just for spice. But savoir-faire has kind of been our guiding light, despite how problematic savoir-faire is.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions.
Come closer.
Perhaps your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. An ordinary drainage pipe.
Okay, what else?
Darkness. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash.
Oh, the skulls.
Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls and nothing. Broken
Can we get into the
glass
Feld
from
buildings
bottles
through this
thrown
pipe?
against the walls of...
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly
Right,
unlikely
because it's so
and
dangerous.
not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around. And it's right here. The maintenance door.
It's jammed shut.
Oh no.
A subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to sober up at this very moment. I'll try climbing first. What's the worst that could happen? Don't answer that.
A rusty ladder leads.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide.
Gravity?
You have to use
nah, we're
the
fine.
mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust.
Yeah, this does not seem very good. I have gloves.
In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder, instead...
Oh no, so I know about this. I know about the teleporting.
What if you were to do something more subtle? Astral projection. Be open.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Teleportation is a thing? Just needs a bit of concentration.
Okay, let's say teleportation is a thing. Wouldn't you need some kind of scientific apparatus to create a teleportation field? You can't just do it without apparatus.
And I love that Kim immediately is like, obviously teleportation isn't real. And if it was real, clearly you would need some sort of device to teleport with.
What are they talking about?
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought
It won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone.
I saw Tiago climbing.
On second thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing.
No, Savvy.
Because you're just standing there squeezing.
Why did I fail it twice?
And nothing is happening.
Kim, do you know where I could get a teleportation apparatus? I'm not going to say stupid things.
The lieutenant looks at you with that. I know you're thinking the stupid thing. Look, as you grow tired of clenching your buttocks.
However, have you considered that I saved an extra skill point for exactly this situation? And I want more savoir-faire
The
anyway.
rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes.
Also, I know about the like impossible conceptualization check for this, where if you succeed, you get told that it would be too expensive to animate you climbing.
All you need to is
do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic.
Savving it up.
Feel
Let's
yourself
go.
disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art.
I'm just gonna stand there like a Sumerian master.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
The wind at the top of the building
Yeah,
starts
yeah,
howling
keep being a
loudly,
hater.
blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside.
So I imagine that it was, you can either do, oh gosh, you can either do savoir-faire or physical instrument, because if in a situation like mine, I have such a low physical instrument that it would be basically impossible to kick in that door. But up here, like if you were really bad at physical instrument, you could do the savoir-faire check. If you're really bad at savoir-faire, you can probably do the physical instrument check. Yeah, Kim is no fun. Is up here where I can measure ballistics? Let's check that. Central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. I can't go over there. I can literally just go here. But I can't even examine ballistics. I was really hoping that getting up here would let me examine ballistics. Okay. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Postcard. Flashlight? Do I need a flashlight here? I was thinking I might need it, but I didn't. It didn't look like I did. Oh, further down probably. No, I remembered I had a flashlight. It was light enough I didn't think I needed it yet. Although I imagine down here probably needs it. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Antiquated office furniture, last century maybe. Brought down and forgotten so long ago. So that's how I came in here. His overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something ill. That's the maintenance tunnel for Kim. Can't hurt. Old file folders in the cart. Documents silver with mold. Well, so it can hurt because then I can't use my 9mm finger pistol.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Push the doors up. Kim's no fun. That's why we love him. Imagine teleporting for some nerd to just say you climb a ladder with your eyes closed. Yeah, come on, Kim.
They've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more
I
sound.
still don't have my
Not
gun.
running is a great way to do that.
That's very true. Like, this is the second time in the game was just like, hey, you should not run. Because the first time was the church. And now there's this time. So I'm actually going to abide by that. I am going to listen. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass. Suggestion. Listen, I'm not throwing Kim on trial. I would sooner throw you out than Kim. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice. Oh! That's why you said bring up the flashlight. Fair. Oh. Oh, hey, wait. Stale fabric smell and dust. No one's slept here in months, maybe years? These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. The same slit window you saw from the outside. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed, ancient flyers and
Could
brochures.
this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the
Wait.
shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure.
It's meant for shooting out of.
For shooting out of.
And that's
Outside
me,
the
I think.
window, the day is clear. And as
Did the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide, certainly. But there hasn't been
Yeah,
anyone
but I
here
can't see
in
the rolling in
ages.
rags. The shot didn't come from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view.
Okay.
Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
Look at the sideburns. Magnificent. Literally you, Krasmazov. Well, before I can do that, I have to put on trial our very own Maddie. So, who here does not know how a trial works in this? Actually, sorry. It would be Connie. Let me actually increase this. Who here doesn't know how the trial system works in our chat? So we have Connie, the Maddie. You heard me forgot. Too complex. So the way this works, currently, Connie has accused Maddie of daring to speak out against Kim, which is quite the crime. Maddie is claiming that Kim was a buzzkill and deserved it. Everyone can put forward facts and opinions either in favor or against Maddie. And at the end of the deliberation period, after all the facts have been considered, the jury, chat, will vote if Maddie should be executed or not. Now, I will remind you, Maddie is a mod. So if Maddie gets executed, I think Maddie just loses being a mod. So, does anyone have any points for or against Maddie and or for or against Kim being a buzzkill? Okay, so you're bringing up the teleportation. You're bringing up the fact that Savvy would never lead us astray. Kim is a good boy. Kim is a good boy. I mean, Maddie did shoot me in cold blood knowing I can't fire back because of a mod. Ooh. You're cold-blooded. This is where old grievances can come to light. This is where you can say like, hey, do you remember that time you shot me 5 times in a row? Because I remember that time. But amusing mod is good. That's true. We love it when our mods abuse their authority. Very complex. Objection irrelevant? I mean, I guess sustained. Like, you're the mod here. Who am I to take their word over yours? All right. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to start a prediction. Does Maddie deserve death? And if you vote yes, and yes wins, I will award points to the people who said no, but I will banish Maddie. If you vote no, and no wins, I will award the points to yes, but again, I will not banish Maddie. The goal is that whichever side wins gets their outcome. Whichever side loses gets awarded the channel points from the prediction. Also, you heard Maddie just puts ketchup on their hot dog? Is this true? Is this true, Maddie? Just ketchup? Objection, it called to the defendant's character. I don't know, Maddie. Okay, driver, ketchup. I'm not a fan of ketchup. I'm not someone who enjoys ketchup. However, I respect the fact that some people do like ketchup. You shouldn't just have ketchup though. You need ketchup and mustard. You need mustard and relish. You need some other accoutrement in addition to the ketchup. You only eat bread, dog, and ketchup. Can someone accuse driver real quick? Can we just make this a double feature real quick? Oh, we got a couple 1,000 channel points on the line. Mustard, relish, stuff like that. See, Maddie, that's the correct answer. The correct answer is when you eat a hot dog, which you shouldn't eat a hot dog because hot dogs are gross, you should have like mustard, relish, maybe you have ketchup. Big autism? True. True. Yeah, I don't have the flavor which makes me like ketchup. I despise ketchup because it's a textural thing. For me, the kind of like slight filminess of ketchup really turns me off of it, kind of like mayonnaise. Yeah, for the longest time, I didn't know that, like, so I have a thing where, like, if I eat food, generally, like, the taste or the feeling of the food will retain in my mouth for a while. So I'll eat something, and then I'll, like, physically wash my mouth out because I'm grossed out by what I just ate, like, lingering in my mouth. And apparently that's not something everyone does. You gotta get good ketchup. All right, let's see the results. 2/3 voted in favor of yes, which means I award channel points to no, Maddie does not deserve death. However, what I'm going to do, Connie, I'm going to temporarily mod you. I'm going to temporarily unmod Maddie the Pancake. I would like you to time out Maddie for 300 seconds. So / timeout space Maddie the Pancake space 300. Maddie, do you have any final words? Do you have any final words? Modless Maddie? Modless the Pancake? Oh. Well. Thank you, Connie. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually shorten that timeout because I do feel bad that you did 10 minutes instead of 5. I'll just do... I will lower the sentence. So, Maddie, you're dead. Sorry about that. You acted right away before the directions finished. You're good, Connie. Don't worry about it. Oh, wait. Oh, you lost VIP. Let me give you back VIP. I forgot that if you become a mod, you lose VIP. Anywho, let's go back to the video game. Let's check this real quick. A revolutionary's hat. +1 to Mazovian. Oh! Wait, so this gives me +1 point of moralism. And this gives me +1 point of communism. That's why even though I only had 4 points of moralist, I was wearing the pants, which gave me 5 points. Interesting. Okay.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you
let
with
us
sad eyes.
Take out my headphones because my headphones are dying.
K. Mazzo.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man. Oh, now I see why you didn't want me to shave my mutton chops. The spiderweb and so...
Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Look, Kim, it's Comrade
Yes,
Mazal.
I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here.
Yeah, this was a while ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
What's a long time ago? How long?
This was probably
this is probably back from the revolution. A real communist hairstyle. We're not even a communist in this run, I say, despite the fact I have 17 points in communist, which is equivalent to my good bad cop. What is honor? When do I get honor? Is that like stuff I completed? I don't know.
I think
you don't actually have to
purpose
answer
of
that.
this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
You were following orders, you just so happened to follow them a bit too enthusiastically. Listen, Connie, I gave you the gun, and you fired it before I could explain to you where you were aiming, and I'm not going to get upset at you over that. If anything, we appreciate enthusiasm here. What's all the secret weapons caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is.
It's just simply no one went through to clear them out.
Bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Maybe I should move in here. Seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this.
Could we connect it to the Mazov bus we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced.
Yeah.
They're not all connected. Besides,
could someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No.
Okay.
I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Okay. That's good to know. Oh. I want to walk. I do not want to run. I can't believe you people did that to me. You know how much I sacrificed? I'm not actually that mad. Wanna know what? Because you're not mad, you can be Maddie. Yeah, no shooter from there. So footprints. Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appear more worn than the others. Wait a second. So that implies that Ruby is still wearing the same shoes. But that means that the person in the Whirling in Rags area, because they had different shoes. Oh, wanna know what I should have done? I shouldn't have modded Connie. I should have just said, okay, I want everyone to purge the week until you kill Maddie. That would have been so funny. What is... Oh, that's a green circle. So if Ruby is wearing the same shoes, that means she probably didn't swap her shoes for the side passes. Did the shot not come from up there? No one heard the shot. Huh. So the footprints go that way. I'm gonna go this way. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing? Why did I zoom in? The tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. That's correct. Nobody heard it. Yeah. And like Volition brought that up as a weird thing. And I'm like, yeah, that is weird, Volition. Getting louder. Is that like the sound of a radio?
There it is again. Like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
Huh.
A strange tingling you can almost...
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange
tingling.
tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there.
Yeah, footprints with the right soul worn.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union
that is
and the
very true.
Will do. We'll set in motion events we have no control of.
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down.
True.
Uncontrollably.
I also still don't have my gun.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Everett knows more than he's told us. Maybe we should continue working for him?
However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing.
Do I leave and go get my... do I work with him to get my gun perhaps?
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky
clean. Like Joyce, we don't know what she knows yet. We should probably figure that out.
I think she knows something about the mercenaries, maybe. And she won't be around.
I mean, I don't think it'll affect the cryptozoologists. They left.
Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected. But the situation in the city will get...
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be
which isn't that big a deal.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we?
Right.
I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry.
Right.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars?
I'm saying nothing about this because I don't want to accidentally spoil it. Thank you. Yeah, please no spoilers. Kim doesn't seem too fussed about working with Everard. Do I go get my gun? Do I go get my gun before anything else? Because then both Kim and I would have a gun.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper...
Yeah, so this is the game being like, yo, are you sure you want to proceed? I think... I don't want to work for Everard, but I think I might have to. Maybe do more side quests. That's what I'm thinking, particularly if I have to, like... Particularly if I... What? He's such a big union man. He is a big union man. Oh. Like, yeah. I mean, something I could do is I could internalize Mazovian socioeconomics. I could become communist. That would probably give me a rhetoric increase. Then I could swap out one of my other thoughts. I actually don't have a skill point right now, but I could work towards that. I have 2 bullets. I think I go work for Everard. I think I go do his second quest. I think right now I need my gun. Right? I think that one of the biggest things I need to do is I need to get my gun. And Everard has made it clear he knows at least somewhere where my gun is. I don't want to work for him though. Yeah, union and cryptozoology business might end when you do. That's, yeah. I think I go for my gun. I think I need my gun. How do I check the island? Do I have to, like, talk to Joyce and ask her to drive me? Like, yeah, Mr. Everett will help me find my gun. Also, I do got to get the club set up. I need physical instrument for that, though. I don't know if I can. Like, I physically don't know if I can. I guess. Like, what I could do is I could spend the rest of today working for Everard. I could spend today... basically, I could go through all of this. I'm sobering up currently. I don't like this. I don't think I can. I think I tried it earlier and I was at the top of my rhetoric.
You're back
yeah.
before the cargo container. It's true.
I maxed out my rhetoric points. Yeah. Although I might be able to try again in like a couple days, is my guess. Alright, Kim's giving me the okay. I think we gotta work with Everard. Fair can sometimes give you a path to succeed. This is not a fishing rod. It's... Ruby likes fishing.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success.
Fair can sometimes give you a path to success. This game rarely forces one path upon you. Yeah, but... I'm at the point where I already failed the ice chest, and all the ice chest did was say bulk up and come back. And I only have one more point of physical instrument I can put in.
Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
Yeah, Ruby is the embodiment of women want me, fish fear me. Actually, Ruby is the embodiment of fish want me, women fear me, I walk alone on this barren earth. Because think about it. Like, she's good at fishing. She is attracted to a woman who is not attracted back to her. And she is alone on this barren earth. What's in that container outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers
This
in
one's
this
special.
harbor.
It was attached to the crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Did that give me a bonus? I don't know. Let's talk about
Yes,
my lost gun.
Your lost gun. My best men are on it.
Maybe
They're
that
turning
unlocked it.
every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might.
Could he really hold my gun hostage?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And
So I will get it back if I work with him, Rhetoric.
Only way to do it.
Yeah, I guess.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
I got experience for that, I guess. I thought I figured that out.
We help you, you help us.
Change my mind about those
Joy
signatures.
to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you.
I'm just imagining Measurehead walking up to a child going, "Have you seen a firearm small one?"
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a
I
solid
feel like this won't work, particularly because I did not leave yet. I'm a bit of an ultra liberal build in this game. Like, Savvy is my boy. So I don't remember who this is. Once Isabel and Lillian in the Nameless Fishing Village. Can I fast travel from here? No. No. Let me check about that container. I'm gonna try the container again. I know, driver. I know. All right. Manifest it.
You're back
Nope.
before the cargo
Dang.
container. It's
Container. Shame. The one that got away. Okay. Now we gotta run. Oh. Whoop. That was unintentional. I mean, luckily, I have magnesium to spare, but I did not mean to do that. Whoops. Let me talk to Manana, see if he has anything to say.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Nope. Kim, we gotta run. Exactly. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like Joyce. I don't like Everett. I'm not supposed to like either of them. However, I think I appreciate Everett as a character more because he's funnier, right? He's more interesting. Wait, when did I just miss that this entire time? Perception booth.
Waves are beginning to die
Lillian.
down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What's with you on
What
this
is it
wave?
with waves and fishermen?
That's fair.
We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me.
That's fair.
But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can.
Listen, Kim's presence makes it awkward.
what will
Ain't
it
gonna
be,
stop me now.
officer?
I was asked to get your signature.
Are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise.
Everett's planning
What
to turn
exactly
some of
is
the
the
village
union
into a youth
building?
center.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that.
Also, you might want to inspect the thing before you get the signatures.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Oh. That's probably a really good idea, Maddie. If I say, wait. If I inspect it after she signs it. Oh, what exactly?
That Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything.
I thought they
Oh,
only
well.
cared about themselves.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, I guess union members have children too.
And those members have a vote when electing the head of the local chapter.
Mm-hmm. I think I thought
Fine,
those
if you
items...
say so. Probably better that way.
Okay, so I'm going to do that, and now I'm going to interact with it. Wet envelope with a stamp attached to in the upper right letter in the upper right corner, handed you by Everett Clare. Inside are some legal documents with 2 names. Both signatures are required.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan.
Right, because
the addendum.
I was under the assumption that it would be he was like building over stuff, and that I was trying to get signatures to like entrap people. I think what this is that it's literally just saying like you're okay living with construction houses.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings. Almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice.
Ominous. It's very close to houses. Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print side. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something?
Yeah.
It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects.
Yeah, I'm going to... That was a logic. Time to find my logic clothing. Luckily, I have a lot of logic clothing. That's drama. That is... I think I have... I feel like I have glasses that are logic. No? Encyclopedia? Logic. Aha. No, let's... Time to brain. We're gonna brain blast it.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is
Awesome. I needed that.
The simple truth is
there's no
the
loophole.
Current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Wait, what are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months.
Yeah.
A year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of
Right, it's just, it's literally being
After
built
that,
just to
they'll
kick them
sell their
out.
property for cheap and move out.
These people are gonna have to move away. Can we do something about
I
it?
should have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time
Oh, I have to go to a hidey place. Indirect modes of taxation. Pog! Okay. What I'm gonna do. I don't have any bonuses to interfacing, I think. The only bonus I have to interfacing is my existing interfacing bonus. However, empathy or perception? I'll get empathy, why not? Okay, I'll get perception, why not? I can rush off to a undisclosed location. Actually, wait, I can just go in here. And if I screw this up, I don't get my gun.
You take the legal documents out
83?
of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period. And the zoning
I don't know if
plan
this is gonna
in the
work,
addendum.
but I feel like this is all I gotta. This is all I can do. All right. I will request your assistance. If you could increase my motorics and decrease my like intelligence, I guess, or maybe increase motorics, decrease physique, because I'm not using physique right now. So if I could get some motorics increase, I'd very much appreciate it, because I would like to get my gun without having to deal with Everard's nonsense. However, I can always fail, so I'm always worried. But okay.
With a confident
Oh my
flourish,
God.
you complete your forgery. What do you
Isabel
see on
Sadie
this
and
signature?
Lillian Carter.
Indeed, they look distinctly different and very
Mhm.
convincing. These might as well be their actual signatures, but they're not.
Yes.
And the document will be nullified if they dispute it. That means Everard will have to start over. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's account.
So now I need to go back to the Whirling in Rags. There is a mailing box.
In the plaza.
Yep.
And
if I interact
take
with
the
it?
legal documents out of.
Wait, sorry, what was it?
You take the legal documents
underneath
out
all
of
this,
the
on the signature
envelope.
lines, your little forgery. Cool. So I have my normal outfit. I'm going to teleport back here with the power of my mind and not with the teleportation device. And I'm going to, in here.
The dented yellow mailbox.
I knew we'd use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Drop it in
drop
there.
the white envelope in the darkness.
A good
It lands
delivery
with
box.
a
Exactly.
soft, about a
Forgery,
week's
Pog.
worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slut.
Yeah.
You know
Logic.
he's going to play
You and I are on the same wavelength here.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Apparently, if I kick the mail delivery box, I might get an increase to, what's it called? Physical instrument, which I really need, but I would not hurt the delivery box. Particularly because of how high Inland Empire I have. The delivery box is friend. Why would I hurt it? Okay. We're rushing all the way back to Everard. Never, it's such a good little box. Listen, like on my first day, people were like, hey, you should go like pet the delivery box. I'm like, what does that mean? And they're like, it means exactly what it sounds like. We want you to pet the delivery box. And I was like, okay. And then I had the option to pet the delivery box, and I did. Because the delivery box is a good little delivery box. Actually, can I ask you what's in that crate?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here yet. No trouble at all,
Nope,
mister.
I can't. Okay. Okay, Everett. I've come to bargain.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
Ooh. Can I help someone buy a 98 Miata tomorrow? A dude created dude? Every man a member of the board.
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart.
Well, enjoy your sleep,
I help you
driver.
today?
I'm probably gonna wrap up soon anyway. It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail.
The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its
Oh,
way.
wow.
You've done a great
Instantly.
thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you
Finally
now.
trust me now.
You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi.
Ugh.
We can talk about anything. The strike,
Interesting.
the murder, your lost
Interesting.
gun. Nothing
I
is
don't
off the
trust
table.
it.
Oh, Bratan, you play the old man like a three-string banjo. He has no idea.
Better not to gloat, sire.
Yeah.
'Tis arrogance that gives the play away. Be subtle.
Can I get my gun now?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information
Ugh.
weighed heavily on me.
Fine.
But it had to be done.
Where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry.
Is
word
it the
on street
washwoman?
is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who
Mhm.
bought the gun from Roy. The one
Okay, so the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry.
Everard just kind of
gun
rolls
like
with
that?
it with whatever
Wild.
Harry does, which,
Anyway.
you know, I respect. A very efficient postal service, yeah, in
Union Boy's
Revachol.
gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around.
She's
at the
waving it
entrance to
around
her
at people.
building. As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable.
Who is
but
this
don't
old
worry. No one got hurt. Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to
Okay.
go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be?
She calls herself
and
the
she calls
Pigs?
herself the Pigs.
There it is again.
Yeah.
The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Can you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful,
It
Harry.
is literally the old woman with the cataract.
But you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Wait, I can go past midnight. I assumed that every single day I had to go to sleep by midnight.
Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Did you order the hangman kill? I know you didn't, but I will ask.
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
I can just why?
Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics.
You know what? Sure. Also, we have an ad currently. We are approaching 7 hours. I think I'm actually probably going to go another hour and then wrap up. So you can either do some stuff to kill time or go after Ruby without a gun. I want to go after Ruby with a gun. My issue is, and this is me asking point blank, I just want a yes or no. Will me pursuing Ruby make it so I cannot continue the church? If I go into the cavern to stop Ruby, will that prevent me from attempting to open the icebox with the church? Because, I want to do that, and I want to get my gun, and those are really the only two things that are, pressing to me right now. Everything else is, I could do, but I don't need to do. Yeah. Well, I've already done most of these. I've yet to find booze and drink it. Oh, I still haven't figured out what the deal with the victim's tattoo is. I mean, Joyce might know, but Joyce wouldn't tell me unless I worked with her. Google says you can still do the church stuff? Okay. Yeah, because in that case, I'm probably going to go in there once I get my gun. Which I have to wait for 5 hours in game to do that. What can I do in the meantime? I can become a man of plenty. I can help. I can add more beauty to the wall. I can read up on cockatoos because I have money now. Who could I ask about the victim's tattoos? My only question is Joyce. You should probably talk to about 2 people about them for this. Who would that be? That's what I'm trying to figure out. At this point, I'm really just going to be killing time. I could also stop thinking about Wasteland of Reality, attempt to open it now. Hello, everyone.
That is true. People don't trust pretty people.
What do you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the
They're
wild
trained military people. Aren't you afraid for your men?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1.
Fair.
And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men. Or 15 men. or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse
Right.
it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign
Wait.
mercenaries.
This is another one of the few lines I've seen
Even
in
the
this.
moralists think they're in bad taste.
Yeah, everyone hates them, except ultra-liberals maybe, which happens to be me.
You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard.
He smiles warmly. This was one of the first things I ever saw about Disco Elysium, this exchange. Just without any context. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. And then you say that response, and then he says this. How's this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the
Okay, kind of
containers,
base,
that
not gonna
big
lie.
crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot.
Yeah,
from
he
his
doesn't.
mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes.
Mhm.
It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go.
You can't
He's
call
too
him that
much.
either.
I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole.
I love that, like, he's too nice. I can't put him through that. What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local
Ah,
saying.
yes.
Actually, no, it's not.
Sure, Everard. Why are you telling me your plan?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can
Everard,
go
stop
tell her
saying
if you want.
slurs.
It won't change the course of events.
Okay, he does
We have a
employ
significant
Measurehead,
head
so it
start.
doesn't surprise me.
It's already happening.
Who killed the hangman?
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare.
Mhm.
Couldn't have done it without him.
He really doesn't know.
Huh.
A guy, huh?
How do you know it's Guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the union.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because
Yeah.
he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't
I'm so
know.
far beyond the point where I need to be interrogating Everard. How many of you guys are there in the union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Are you going to fund your new independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan?
Uh-huh.
The clients who'll ditch us?
Yes, exactly. That is
Harry,
exactly
we've
what I'm
thought
asking
of
you, Everard.
everything. We've been running back channel negotiations with all
Mhm.
the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised
Interesting.
to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal
Okay.
sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those
Sure.
containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast
So you're going
things
to
go without
exploit the
parasites latching
laborers
on. We'll have our
in
hands free
a
to pursue bold,
insular,
exotic new
closed-off
revenue streams.
environment, while claiming that it is a better environment than what they were previously subjected to, despite working them harder and to greater extremes.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran East.
Uh-huh.
You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running.
Mhm.
That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
That's just the top of the iceberg, though, isn't
The
it?
company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk
Mhm.
looks bad. Has bad
Maybe illegal in some countries.
The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're
Oh
going
my
to
gosh.
transport the living daylights out of those materials,
Okay.
Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off Risperazole.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually
Apricot flavored, interesting.
and risperazole is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no
A
idea
beer with
about
the
things you
boys,
just
like
mentioned.
with like Everard
But
Clare.
if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
Sure.
He's basically admitting to it.
I have to admit, that's a well put together plan and far removed from you.
It's also far removed from my men and the
That is
people of
very true.
Martinez
He's
who put
basically
their
saying,
trust in me.
I am going to run an illegal drug operation and traffic it to other locations using Martinet channels in order to keep the people of Martinet non-culpable while still profiting off of it.
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade
That's
is all
very
anyone
true.
ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez.
Go on.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole.
Mhm.
There are little girls out there with dreams of making music.
Uh-huh.
Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk
I like how it's
catwalks
models
and
who want to
steel
walk
welders
catwalks
who
and
want to
steel
weld
welders who
steel.
want to weld
I'm
steel.
gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to kingdom come.
Okay,
Everyone's
so
gonna be
you're
in on the wealth,
throwing off
and
international
everyone's gonna pull
conglomerate
their
mega
weight.
corporations in order to form a domestic mega corporation conglomerate of local businesses. A sort of union of local businesses fueled entirely by a foreign drug trade.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Hold on, I want to look at the big picture. I want to look at the drug trade you almost admitted to.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone.
Yeah.
The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it. Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism.
Well,
I'm
I mean, if it
offering.
has the word incorporate in it, I like it. I'm a money guy.
Yes, if you start thinking about it like that, the socialist municipal body sort of is like a corporation, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
It uses
100%.
corporate law.
Socialism
We're
is just
incorporated.
basically
I like to think
corporations.
we're using the best parts of all the ideologies.
That's
here,
so
Harry.
funny. Oh, yeah, we're just taking all the best parts of everyone. Drugs are boring.
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth
Right.
on such matters. But I'm in big time mode, Harry.
You know what? I respect the fact you're in big time mode, Harry.
There's something
Or
different
you're
about him now.
big time
He's
mode,
more
Everard.
vibrant, more alive in his big time mode.
I love the fact that you're in big time mode, man. I respect that for you. All right, later.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
I'll just say I met Joyce. I need
that's
to kill
very
time anyway.
nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation.
You
Everyone is
just
pals
said
here.
you want a war.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing you.
Yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible.
Are you sure I find it a
I'm
little
just
odd?
a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice.
Sure.
Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
What happened to the previous negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
Why would you let an ally like that
He's
go?
an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family.
You called
God knows
him
how
that.
many he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this?
Sure.
Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry.
Hey, yo!
I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Or a case of out of order dialogue makes things confusing, but it seems kind of like a backpedal. No, exactly. Like, I held off on interacting with Everett for so long that I'm way past talking to him.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in
Such
time
a
for the
jerk.
voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, is this him being sexist?
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Yeah, like, she didn't mention one.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit.
Right.
Or a hairdryer. Or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it.
Mhm.
Mine was.
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in its expression or demeanor now.
Why haven't you let her see you?
If she actually wants
Yeah.
to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just
Absolutely,
don't have
Everard.
anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here. He doesn't want to see her.
Yeah,
it's
simple
as
as.
simple as that.
All right.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
I feel like
Tell
Joyce
her
could
about
just
all
spin
of it.
kick
My
Measurehead.
brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
I'm just gonna say you're involved in the local drug trade.
Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any
Oh.
Johnny Fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy.
No, I'm not. No comment.
Harry, you wound me, Harry, in the heart. But I trust you to put this to bed. Do what you must, and let's change the subject, shall we?
He's hiding his real
Yeah.
reaction beneath curtain.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite.
He's Team Harry.
Harry
Let's
guy.
go.
I'm
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Let's go. Okay. So I just leveled up. Wasteland of Reality. This is 10%. I mean, what I could do is I could stop trying to sober up. I could stop trying to sober up. I could instead go like Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. I could go talk to the old lady who I'm gonna get the gun.
You're back before the
Nope.
Paolo.
I've only been here for 4 days, so maybe like on day 5 or 6, the container will have another +1. I think now I go over and talk to Joyce, and I'm just like, hey, I spoke to Everard. Drugs. I'm not gonna lie, I've been more focused on the murder than anything. I haven't really been too concerned with like the union side of it. I haven't really worried about, hey, I need to make sure I'm accommodating both the union and the... Nope, I didn't want to try and heal. I want to make sure I'm accommodating both the union and the other faction, the Wild Kind. I want to set up the Anoptic Dance Club. Sea breeze carries more than salt, meat. Not rotten, not fresh, grilled. Good to know. Okay. Oh! Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there. Interesting. Is that because I completed the quest? Actually, let me... There's like a bridge there. Is there... Can I go to the island? Is that like a section of the map I've just ignored? Nope. Never mind.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered.
Oh, so this is going to say I can't go over there.
It happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. The wind blows through your hair. The sea breeze cuts.
Why is this savoir-faire?
High on the balcony,
take in
as you stare, the waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters
look at the ruins in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did.
Oh wow!
Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was
Who did
never
this?
the fleet. The combined armies of Occident and Grad.
A 5-nation army? Get 2 more, and suddenly a 7-nation army couldn't hold me back.
They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization,
had to be gyroscopically stabilized and anchored to the ocean floor in order to fire their artillery?
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells
50 shells a minute?
Co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
For like, that old school of technology is crazy.
The coalition, but that was a long time ago. I think we should move on.
Yeah, the coalition back when there was the whole revolution.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Well, never out of
From the eyes of a seagull, a nest of brown hair, not worth the 50-foot dive. From a pedestrian on the dock, a rugged man staring out to sea, mere feet from fatality. From
time to go. So I thought this was gonna be like, hey, the way is broken. For a second, because with determine where the shot came from, check the island. I don't actually think I can go to the island unless Joyce will let me go now. But let me talk to you again, Cindy the Skull, just in case.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Umpty Dumpty Dum. Oh, I could try this. I mean, I don't really care. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, Cindy, but... Yeah, because this whole time I was waiting on the boardwalk and the island, and apparently I just had to wait. Like, I was just being impatient, I guess. I want to continue the church quest, but I need physical instrument for that, and currently I have a lower physical instrument, so I'm going to wait on that. I'm going to go back over here. And we're going to talk to Joyce. Wait, I think Joyce was here last time, or like after I spoke with her.
I'll just
I saw
keep
the
the
boat was here.
Cordelechi in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty. Hello,
Oh,
detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally.
How do you like it here?
This cluster of buildings is... How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage?
Don't worry about it.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right.
Politics time. Let's react.
Let's react. Real men. Real politics.
No thoughts, head empty. I'm just gonna... I don't really care, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not here to talk to Joyce about politics. I'm here to kill time and get experience. This is how the real city looks.
I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls.
I'm liking how much esprit decor I'm getting, where it's just like side stories.
Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the revolution. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry...
Do you know how they discovered this place?
This fishing village?
No. They're in Celindian, East.
No, I don't know exactly. How well? What's an
I'm guessing you don't
exactly?
know then.
No, I don't.
Your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Oblivion, that's so me.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians
What does that mean,
know
Joyce?
what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new
Tell me
location?
now, we got time.
Do we?
We do.
hear
We have
you
to wait
singled
4
out a
hours.
Suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez.
Okay.
At the very end of her stay.
Thank you, Inland Empire, for being all meta.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit.
Let me get
The
drug
lorries are still
crafting.
stuck at the roundabout. If the police is asking, one of the drivers might admit to it.
Right, the lorries. We already have suspicion that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
Might.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
I mean, I heard something about a complex operation earlier. This adds up.
I'm glad to hear, officer. I'm sure you'll find out.
Yeah,
just what
Kim,
that
we just need
means
to
soon
wait
enough.
for Mr. Everard to help us find our gun. Is it a meme to have Harry just be like, Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun? Because I feel like I've heard that a bunch. I just don't remember what the context was. Okay, I've made my mind up about the smuggling investigation. I mean, I did it, kinda. I basically got a confession.
Nods.
I've been dealing with Everard.
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Ah, there we go. I don't want to implicate myself in anything, but I will just say, I mean, I could warn her. I'm like, yo, this is a takeover. I don't think that would like help. I don't think that she would actually be helpful though. Like I'm not gonna get anything out of her.
Of course, detective.
Like Joyce is not very helpful. Everard at least is a little helpful, but so if I I mean, I could level up Shivers and try to retake some Shivers tests if I was really so inclined. Because I don't really know what to do right now. I have 4 hours to kill. I hate in games like this just wasting time. I feel like I always have to hyper optimize. Though I'm at the point where every quest I have is either something I don't want to do, something I can't do because I have to wait on it, or something I have like no idea how to do. If you have any magazines or books that are a good way to kill time, I'm thinking I might go read up on the cockatoo. Right? And like, who would I talk to about the victim's tattoos? Like obviously Classier, but Classier didn't know anything. I think I hate spending money, but I think I go. I think I go back to the waterfront. I go buy a book or two. Right? Like I could read The Men from Helmdall. Or I could read The Cockatoo. Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Heyo.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title.
Sure, I'll read about cockatoos.
Oh, a nature enthusiast. Good choice.
Let's read.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral
what more?
This book talks about the delicate nature of toos.
I think I read all of the case notes.
The most popular species among the
because I was waiting on something like day 2, and I just spent like 3 in-game hours reading case notes.
Common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated.
Alright, what problems do these birds have?
Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk, and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up.
I can handle that. It would be nice to have someone to talk to and feeling lonely.
Also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied,
that's pretty bad.
Cockatoos may scream non-stop.
I could buy a boombox. I already have a boombox.
It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand.
Yeah, but there has to be something great about cockatoos as well.
Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle, and
135 decibels?
Often as loud as up to.
Wait, can I sing karaoke? I thought it.
5 decibels.
Do I have the sad song?
That must hurt. Performing, yes, birdie.
You're at the funeral
This
cockatoo.
is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7.
You found the tape on tape. Yeah, I have the tape.
About it.
Oh, right. I just needed something to play it. That's what it was. Because I found the tape. I just needed... Right, because I found the... I had the tape from my room, and then I also had the song that I could play on it. So I can do karaoke.
Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle.
The most flamboyant bird in the jungle.
And flowing crest, embellishing its proud and
its
bumptious
nature.
In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, Few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. It must be glorious to behold, dark pink and snow white.
Read about the most common bang-bang cockatoo.
Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name,
honestly, this bird does sound a bit like me.
Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
Only the funeral cockatoo in the darkness can truly grasp the depths of my doom-laden soul.
You're right. You're Psittacus venereus embodied. This ominous bird belongs on your heraldry.
Put the book away. Wait, was that it? Was it literally just like 20 minutes and 10 experience for the cost of 4 real? That's kind of funny. What's here?
Shelves full of biographies of famous people.
Is this just like a lore book? Like, could that be down? I could just like read lore.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range.
What books are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers.
Interesting.
Shelves filled to the brim with
the Dick Mullen novel. There's a board game you can play. Wait, can I actually play with him? What's all this crime fiction?
Crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out.
Can I actually play a board game with him? I will spend so much money to play a board game with him. It was here, right?
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games.
Suzerainty was a game that like Gary was gonna play with the zoologist. I could buy Whirl, which is like D&D. I don't have to pay for a room. I no longer have to pay for a room. I'm staying at the old lady. I mean, I think only the first one you can play with. Aww. Okay, let's do it. I'm spending so much money.
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family.
A civilization building board game where you get to choose a nation and set off to colonize and exploit other cultures. A star-shaped note on the box proclaims the game now includes a completely new genocide option.
In your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work.
Just like a Paradox
game. The
game.
exact location and time period are left deliberately vague, but it's clearly meant
I don't want to shake. I want to leave it perfect and undisturbed, but at the same time,
many vassals. The box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens.
I'm super anal about like not messing with my board games and like card games, so I would like not just shake my own board game.
Treasures wait even before you open it. You can tell that
obviously, remove the plastic wrap.
Rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance. There's a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Savor that new board game smell.
Yeah.
A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard.
I'm gonna read the rulebook.
Welcome to Suzerainty. A game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be an amazing way to kill time. Economic strategy, more like rapacious plunder and exploitation. Finally, a game to teach children about the importance of trade in the global economy.
Illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange,
like the weirdness of like everyone smiling despite their circumstances.
You begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this so-called family game. only one way to find out.
Let's do it.
The instructions are opaque at first. And
How cheerful, the world's apricot pickers, really? I mean, there's probably at least one who smiles that much. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown.
How do you accumulate victory points?
That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations.
Oh.
Each one hosts
There's a little. I'm getting kind of like Catan vibes from it.
Each turn, the player
like Settlers of
resources
Catan
from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners.
Read the advice.
Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it.
How is the winner determined?
The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of
I skipped that part for now.
Required to compute each player's final victory point total. You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens.
Sure.
There are also several punch boards.
Oh, classic board game.
Components that will need to be punched out.
Punch out the cardboard pieces one by one.
Each cardboard token makes a satisfying.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
As you pop it out.
I'm living vicariously through myself in a video game.
Has accumulated before you.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
Could I have done that?
In addition to the work,
was that an option? Do I need to save scum?
There are also several piles of colorful resource tokens, each representing one of the game's 4 principal resources. From the Empire of Safre, orange apricot tokens. From Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmarat, gray marble block tokens. From the Seminole Islands,
it's cocaine.
White sugar tokens. And from Supramuindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Oh, those are nice.
He's just admiring it.
You hold the open game.
Kim, wanna play?
The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours.
The fact he cursed kills me.
I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
I think we can. I think that's exactly what we need to do. Kim, you fool, you allowed me to change my clothing. I want suggestion. I need to be as suggesting as possible. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Oh, that's -1 half-light. Okay, so that's the one's actually better. Okay. Wait, why am I actually like... Huh. Why do I actually kind of got a fit going? This works way better than it has any right to. Kim. I need you. Well, first off, I just need you. But also, I need to play this game with you.
And slightly awkward
okay.
You give it a
you know, I try to avoid needlessly just like spamming the check bonus increase. We gotta increase suggestion, right? We gotta make sure we get this done. So if you can just drop physique and we can get the suggestion, I'd be very happy. I'd be much appreciative. As I stretch.
What is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference.
Come on, it might help us think of more creative solutions to the case.
To analyze your opponent.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber.
We are so back.
In order.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
All right, you've convinced me. How do we play?
I read the rules already. I'll show you.
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens encounters and unfold the
This is
board
too important to not use chat. Exactly.
In the center is the crown of
Like how we're just playing it in the middle of the shop.
colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sara Maritza. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress in case you need to put the game away
that's so
and
awesome.
return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves
so he's going
several
apricot.
of his workers to the
I gotta go cocaine.
board.
All right, detective. Your
Do
turn.
I actually get to play?
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away or rearrange your workers to maximize
I gotta plan for
Remember
future
what
turns.
The rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
I'm going to let my workers rest for a while because I think that's what the second option was.
What is the very beginning of the game? Your workers haven't.
Okay,
even
maybe
done
we
any
make them work a little, but not too much.
That's more like it. You produce a handful
Yeah.
of archaeological treasures and a smattering of other resources. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spends 2 of his sugar and 1 of his apricot tokens to complete his contract card. He is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Glower silently.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a
I know how these
satisfied
sort of games
grin.
go.
Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression. Glancing over the board, you see several possible
Pressing more
strategies.
workers into service.
Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you
I
to
think I
survive
want
a
to
possible
focus on my
conflict
workers.
with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on
Yeah, I
fulfilling
want to focus on my
those
workers.
aren't your only options.
Rhetoric?
You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some
rhetoric.
of that wealth in them.
Okay, rhetoric.
After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that.
Yeah.
It's just not a terribly effective
I'm going
strategy.
to press
But then,
more workers
succeed
into service.
Using your powers of persuasion.
Yeah,
you convince
as
more workers
all
to
board
join
games
your
work.
cause. After several turns, your worker tokens greatly outnumber the lieutenants. A vast army of expendable labor.
I will take pity on their miserable lives.
Too bad investing in your
What do
workers.
you mean?
Just take a look at the scoring tables.
Ah.
You see in table 8C
Oh,
that
no.
investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1.
You're saying the values of the ruling class are completely divorced from the well-being of the
Electing
people who
monuments
generate their
have a shot
wealth?
gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying I should treat my workers like disposable labor instead? You're saying I messed up?
Yes, precisely.
No.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safre territory.
He would go
Soon,
apricots.
his workers are
He
producing
would
a
just
steady
gun for
supply
apricots.
for several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you
Yes,
relocate
we're doing
the majority of
cocaine.
your workers to Supremawindi.
I got a whole host of
cocaine
like
tokens.
workers to focus on
Draw a
cocaine.
new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory points. You know, this isn't unlike the situation the historical Revacholi suzerainty faced in Safre in the middle of
Tell me more.
Well, the suzerain was looking for
Yeah.
new markets for all the cocaine it was producing, and it settled on Safre. By introducing cocaine into Safre under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely
Interesting.
valuable captive market.
But what
for
does that have to do with the
extreme-
game?
If you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted to your cocaine, you could not only make them less productive, you would also force the lieutenant to
Can you even do that?
Yes, you can.
It's
right
in
there
the rules.
You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's
Sorry, Kim. You're not gonna like this.
With each passing turn, you slowly bleed the lieutenant of coins. as his own workers become less productive and more dependent on your magenta cocaine tokens.
This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted.
As a matter of historical fact, this is almost exactly what happened in Saffron.
Wow.
To this day, fully half of the former Saffron Empire.
Isn't this what they did in? Isn't this what they did in the Apricot suzerainty in real life?
More or less.
Realizing victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gambit. Protectionism.
Not tariff. Not in this economy.
He hopes to starve you out of the market at the risk of the suzerain's disfavor. The end game is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the
I think I invested in my workers.
Or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory column structure in Revachol herself? Alternatively, you could throw the whole game away by trying to build a public education system for the children of your
I don't
workers.
care.
The choice is yours.
It's on Kim.
The lieutenant nods gravely.
Oh
as you
no.
erect tariffs against his apricots and sugar. This is going to get ugly. With every turn, tariffs are raised until neither you nor the lieutenant are producing any income or generating resources for the suzerain. Even in the best of cases, it's impossible to really win a trade war. But this is far from the best case, and the lieutenant's apricot-powered economic engine crushes yours. Soon, your coffers are empty, and the map lies strewn with your worker tokens.
I hope you learned your lesson.
Yeah, never get involved in a trade war in insulin.
Never fuck whiskey.
Oh. Okay, but can we just like remove like never and with from that sentence? Because like this is how you are so in, Kim.
Now let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Most important lesson in the game.
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables,
struggling with basic addition and multiplication.
After double, then triple checking your maths. You have
He probably like got 3 times as many points as me.
-5 victory points. You'd be lucky if the suzerain
How
doesn't
did I
have
get
your whole
-5
family
victory
executed
points?
for such a pitiful performance?
I've got 15 points.
Only 15 points.
Don't look too glum, detective. There's always next time.
There's no time. There's no way we have time to play
There's
this
no
again.
way we have to. Now let's clean up and get back to work.
That was so worth
You
it.
hold the open game box before you.
That was so worth like 15 real or like 12 real. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. What do I do for 1 more hour until I can go get my gun? That's pretty much. Did you also go for the trade war? Let's continue browsing.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring
Not the man from Helmdall. Revachol. Yeah, I have an hour to kill. Should I go karaoke? Karaoke. Let's go. Oh no. How can I karaoke? This feels right. You belong here. So I have... How do I do this? So that's the Doomer Mega Mix. This is the sad song.
The porter reel is just what you needed.
Mm-hmm.
The reels attached to the apparatus with a satisfying.
I'm gonna embarrass
The tape
myself
is
so
routed
hard.
behind the magnetic. You press the large button marked "Commencer," and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
A harmless distance
Then
in
the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic
no.
tune.
There it
echoing,
is.
telling you about the tiniest church in Cesons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds, you know this is
the one.
The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. That
Inland
classics
Empire.
told you about.
Why do you think I'm here?
A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
I think I could sing this.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new
100%.
level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yep, they're all here.
Yep,
all 3
Encyclopedia
verses.
knows.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it.
Nothing can stop.
Only one obstacle.
Nothing can stop me now.
You have to convince Gart.
I have to convince Gart?
After you've won him over, you can express yourself.
Oh no.
Let the pain out. Make everyone.
I didn't realize this was like a whole
the
production.
lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't.
Gart, you will not stand between me and my boombox. Do you hear me? You will not prevent me from doing that which is required.
Hey, was there something?
I need to sing
No, you
karaoke.
don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system.
Why do you even have the PA system if no one's going to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it.
What happened in 44?
Karaoke catastrophe of 44. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
It's not a prop. It's for your clients. I know it's
okay,
used.
yes, it's for some clients.
I'm a real client. I paid my bills and I have the right to use the karaoke machine.
Well, we don't have any tapes.
It's all right. I have my own song with me.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown.
Yep.
Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated.
Yep.
He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in.
I'm having it uninstalled. He goes to himself. Oh, yeah.
We are so good.
Time to do the damage.
Listen, Inland Empire. You and me, buddy, we're going places.
The stage is all set up for you.
Also, this would terrify me. Like public karaoke in a bar filled with a bunch of strangers and also some people I've gotten into arguments with or upset? Never. Private karaoke in a booth? Sounds amazing.
You feel a little dizzy. A little
Do I have to make a check?
Unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
I'm gonna look around the room
bar
for
is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention, but still you feel your knees
I
turn
need
to noodles.
to get dramatic.
Now a couple is looking at you. Even worse, they are going to hate you. Just make sure you move, okay? Don't be stiff.
I'm going to get dramatic real quick. Because I know this is a dramatic time. Where is my drama? I have more drama, don't I? We're going to sing karaoke. We're going to spend the next hours of this game regaling an audience. There we are. I think that's it in terms of... drama.
The stage, you feel a little...
So, are you ready for your
97%.
thing now? Let me know
Okay, I'm
when
gonna sing karaoke. Ready for your performance?
Immediately,
I'm gonna test
a
it.
loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Oh no. The hand conundrum. Too close to the mic. Dress code, Insane Silk Dragon. How did the Insane Silk Dragon help?
The air is thick with anticipation.
What do you mean, oh no?
Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
Okay. I'm terrified. Yeah, the negative modifiers. I'm so ready.
I would often go there to the tiny church there,
Wait, is this ancient reptilian brain?
the smallest church in San.
Wait. Like, this is his canonical voice.
Was larger. How the realm may rest there.
Like, why is this kind of good?
The mist there.
Like, as it's snowing outside.
Toward the Seven Sisters.
No. Are you serious, Maddie?
Toward those
I'm gonna snooze the ad.
cliffs there.
Tell me you're joking, Maddie.
Stay there.
Tell me you're joking.
In that tiny yard there.
Kim just standing front and center like the guy he is.
I'm so glad here. Looking forward to the past here.
That's so funny.
But now, you are all alone.
Like, I could see this unironically being played over the credits as it just kind of does a little, like, visual vignette of all the different characters. Because, like, it's a sad world. It's a sad series of characters. That was, like, actually super hype. Way more hype than I expected it was. And I got 30 experience from that. Oh my gosh, let me turn back down my volume. Yeah, an ancient reptilian brain.
A lazy applause fills the room.
Thank you,
feel your
ancient
hands
reptilian
shake
brain.
as awareness of your body returns to you. There is silence now in the deep where the voice came from. It has receded to return only.
That went way less bad than I expected it
This
to.
guy really carried you.
I'd like to dedicate this song to my partner Kim Kitsuragi.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything.
He's embarrassed.
A quick smile before turning away. He's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd blush.
We're so in.
Good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Finger pistols. Yep. And like that, we're gone into the wind without leaving a trace. Fantastic. That was beautiful. I can't think of a better point to end on, personally. That's so silly. That did not go nearly as poorly as I expected it to. And like, I'm about to level up again. Now I just have like 40 minutes to kill in game. I think what I do is I unlock you. I've heard Wompty Dumpty Dom Center is really good. So I'm gonna do Wompty Dumpty Dom Center, which takes like 40 minutes. You're actually so close to huge story stuff. Yeah, I'm as you might have guessed, I'm saving confronting Ruby for next time. I think I might go get my gun because I want to finish day 4. Like, as you might have guessed, like, once I was like killing time, I'm down on my physical instrument. I think I'm gonna save Ruby for next time, but I am trying to get my gun at least. So what can I do for half an hour? Have I read everything in my book? Tools. Interact. Browse case files again.
Petty theft.
It's 2 cases a week. Good.
2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
You know what? That was my load. I'm not sure if I completed them,
That's
though.
a lot. This kind of caseload would explain your solved cases tally on the watermark. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
A nice brisk pace, the way I like it.
I prefer normal caseloads. It's a matter of method.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Inspecting it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna read a case file. Oh, did I not read all of them? Murder at the hookah parlor.
Tum at the hookah parlor. Was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and
Stop
it isn't
stalling.
really represented in your
Apparently I
case
had
files.
one more to read. Whoops.
Stop stalling and get to the murder.
Right, on with the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month.
Right.
The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot.
Sure.
Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains.
Wait, was Joseph
running
Mills
with
a
every
good cop?
theory as outlandish as they seemed. No.
He was awful. Got it.
Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes
Ew,
you've ever heard.
I don't like that.
Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup.
Can you get high off
man
it?
is found dead in a hookah parlor. No, it's soot and water vapor.
Oh, interesting.
It doesn't do anything.
I actually am not super familiar with what hookah is. I just assumed it was like another way of consuming tobacco or tobacco-like substances. Really cool.
Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. No one enters. No one
Okay, so we have an ad.
He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular.
I'm gonna drink some water.
No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah
And I'm going to
until
check
15:45.
who is currently live because I think right in a little bit of time I'm going to actually raid out.
Open. Blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
So I'm going to see who is live. I think after I read up on this, I want to go grab my gun at least. But I might just raid out first. Funny enough, because what I could do is I could sit here and I could end start of next screen, grab my gun, immediately go for Ruby. I could do that. Next week is spring break for you, so you'll be available the whole time. Well, good to know. Oh, I forgot about spring break. Dang. I think what I will do is what I'm going to do is KKK. I have 2 minutes, a minute and a half left on the ad. I think what I'm going to do, I think I will just wrap up this conversation and then probably raid out. Because it's been 8 hours. It's about time. I need to go eat. I need to go chat with my roommate. So you'd actually recommend that for the same reason we told you to wait for the Colossia stuff? Yeah, because I'm not trying to rush for the Colossia stuff. I don't know how much the gun will take, but I do know that I'm not trying to stay on for like too much longer. Yeah, so I think I hold off, and then next Tuesday or perhaps Wednesday, I might try Wednesday stream again. I will stream Disco. I'll probably code a little bit again. I'll probably do another like code for 2 to 4 hours and then Disco for 4 to 6 hours, where I will get my gun and then with some bullets with Kim, I will go deal with Colossia. Ah, goodness gracious. But nah, Disco has been so much fun. Like, going into it, I wasn't sure how much I would like it. I just kind of knew everyone loved it. I thought people liked it. Hello, welcome back. I was just saying how in Disco, I wasn't sure how I'd like it going into the game, because I knew fragmented things about it, but I'm really enjoying it. What I really want to know is, am I safe to watch people playing this game like day 1-ish, day 2-ish? Because I have many playthroughs of this game that I have refused to watch explicitly because I never got a chance to play it. But yeah, so this is just saying how he's a regular, and then he's just sucking on his watermelon hookah until 15:45, then bam, he's dead on the floor, skull burst up.
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie.
He sucked to the hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table, and died.
You see? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
He must have sucked a lot of it.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
What was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah.
Oh, already Wumpty Dumpty Dum.
I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway.
Cool. So that was more than enough time. It is now time to go get my gun and Wumpty Dumpty Dum.
And about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next. Not much.
Awesome. Perfect. That was just exactly what I needed.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum. Okay.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not
right.
with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization.
That's so good.
Now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Wait, my sibling was not lying. This is super good. Yes, the suggestion hit hurts, but I don't know how much suggestion I'll need going forward. And even that, my -2 is offset by the +1 from my 9mm finger guns at its base. Plus, I have a fairly strong psyche. So my suggestion is only 3, but it's still 3. Wait, am I not getting... bonus from thought? Oh, because it's net -1. Right, because of the finger guns and then the -2. Cool. So I just got enough experience. Now I can get one more. Honestly, of all of these, volumetric compressor, lonesome long way home, those are the 2 I don't really care about. Homosexual Underground, strictly speaking, gives me nothing, but I don't want to forget about the Homosexual Underground. I like having thought about the Homosexual Underground. Yeah, money from Encyclopedia and XP from Encyclopedia is super good. Now, I'm super worried. Excuse me. I'm super worried because I feel like I'm at the end of the game, but I'm at like the end of day 4. I'm pretty sure the game goes for like 7 to 10 days based on how fast you're actually like doing stuff. Huh. Like the 15th Inda tribe helped out so much. Now Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center just instantly helps out. Yeah, I don't know. I think I leave. I teleport to the Fisherman Shacks. And I save game and I wrap up for the day. So, thank you very much for swinging by. I appreciate it. You did wonderful things, both in terms of voting, but also just in terms of, I had way more fun programming and starting up the actual visual novel than I expected I would, because I was so worried that my lack of skill in programming or my inability to like hyper focus whilst also being an entertainer would like prevent me from actually doing any of that. So I'm very happy to say I feel very productive about that. I'm going to be releasing a non-D&D short on Sunday. I'm shooting for a mainline video Monday. I swapped those two around. And then Tuesday through Friday is my normal shorts release schedule. I shouldn't have any major upsets this upcoming week. I should be able to get everything done. Obviously, if I don't get the video edited by Monday, then I might have to kick that. But hopefully, I'm going to get Sunday is a non-TTRPG video. I'm thinking Vampire the Masquerade. Monday is a mainline video. And then Tuesday through Friday is a short. I'm shooting for Tuesday or Wednesday. I will announce on the Discord at least by Monday night when I'm going to be doing the when I'm going to be streaming. And we're just going to have a simple arrow raid pog. This is what we're doing. We are raiding that trans knight, just someone I've raided a couple times. I know some mutuals with her. So enjoy her chat, treat her well, make sure to arrow raid pog, and thank you very much for